Chapter 251 The Oversized Plan. The gift Luo Sheng brought to Cao Rui was very ordinary. It was a bottle of high-end sake from the island country. After all, the high-end sake from the island country cannot be purchased in China. It can be said to be a relatively special gift. When Luo Sheng was eating with Cao Rui's classmate Chen Fuxiang in Beijing, he heard Chen Fuxiang mention that it was Cao Rui didn't have any hobbies on weekdays and just liked to taste some good wine. This time he naturally brought back a bottle from the island country. Sake. Gift giving is very knowledgeable. You must do what you like, and the gift giving must not be offensive. At this time, although Luo Sheng and Cao Rui made many phone calls, the time between the two people was relatively short. And it was not good to send too expensive things. It was most appropriate to send a bottle of high-quality sake, and it was impossible for people to get in touch with each other. Chew your tongue. After the relationship became familiar, China began to drink red wine, and when that time he sent some good red wines like Lafite to Cao Rui, that would be something to say. Now whether Sheng is in the province or the city, the main line is on Chen Xingran's side. When you first send something, you must not arouse disgust. As for the premium deep-sea fish oil for Chen Xingran, Luo Sheng also thought about it. There is no shortage of good things to be able to be a high-ranking official. However, the deep-sea fish oil that has just been produced in the island country is indeed helpful in health preservation. As a child of a junior generation, he is sure to give health to him. There is no one yet. What can be said? You little guy, you really know how to say it. I took it. You sit down for a while, and I will read the contract carefully. Chen Xingran raised the corner of his mouth slightly, showing a pleased smile. He told Luo Sheng first sit down and take a good look at the contract signed between Sheng Mitsui and Mitsubishi Mining Corporation. This contract is a tripartite contract in both Chinese and Japanese versions, of which Sheng Mitsui and Mitsubishi Mining Group have already signed them, and only wait for the final signature and seal on the black side. The black provincial government has 10% of the stock, and the land and the required raw materials are provided by the black provincial government. For such a large multinational contract, Chen Xingran must personally check it. You have a problem with this contract. According to this contract, are the conditions for the Mitsubishi Mining Group Corporation in the island country better? Chen Xingran read the completed contract that Luo Sheng handed him. His brow furrowed. I couldn't help but frown slightly, and there was a little coldness on his face. He supported Luo Sheng's construction of a large cement plant in Jiangqing. However, according to this contract, the Mitsubishi Mining Group on the island country has taken a big advantage. Although the Heilongjiang provincial government did not contribute funds, the Heilongjiang provincial government has to provide the site and ensure the raw materials needed by the cement plant. These things account for 10% of the cement plant's shares. The Heilongjiang provincial government is considered a very good one. However, when he saw that the Mitsubishi Mining Group in the island country was only responsible for the construction of cement production lines and only responsible for ensuring the basic operation of the cement plant, it could account for 29% of the shares. He felt that Luo Sheng signed the contract. Something is wrong. Although the Sheng company is owned by Luo Sheng, the Sheng Mitsui company in it is a combination of Sheng company and Mitsui land. In other words, more than 90% of the money comes from Sheng Mitsui. In terms of nearly 100 million yuan of funds in the early stage, Mitsubishi Mining Group basically did not invest, and took up so many shares. Chen Xingran felt that this problem was a bit wrong. But so, Chen Xingran didn't explain the thoughts in his mind, but pointed out that there are so many improprieties in this place. For Chen Xingran, he could see the clues at a glance. Luo Sheng felt that this was the level that Chen Xingran should have. People who are always treacherous and slippery, and leaders who can occupy high positions are not ordinary people. Just after reading it, you can see the core problem. Luo Sheng picked up the corner of his mouth and smiled. Grandpa Chen, you and Aunt Yazi are both powerful. You can see at a glance that there are some problems with this place. But, have you seen the following clauses? Luo Sheng's flattery didn't leave any traces. And even more so, in Chen Xingran's heart, he was able to quickly find some problems, indicating that he was really good at it. The following terms! Chen Xingran's brows jerked, revealing an unclear expression. When Chen Xingran was looking at the contract that Luo Sheng had brought, he had already read the contract in its entirety. He read the terms and clauses in Chinese carefully. Where are the terms different? Chen Xingran thought that although Luo Sheng was young, he was very knowledgeable and would never let go of this matter. So Chen Xingran once again set his sights on the contract and looked at it item by item. Seeing that Chen Xingran still didn't understand the truth, Luo Sheng smiled and said, "Grandpa Chen, look at the clause in Article 4. Item 5. Sheng Company has the right of first refusal. The price for purchasing cement is 80% of the ex-factory price. Is there anything wrong with this?" Chen Xingran had seen the fourth item mentioned by Luo Sheng before. "I don't think this place is any different. For the cement plant jointly built by Sheng Mitsui and Mitsubishi Mining Group, Sheng has some advantages in the right of first refusal and price. It is definitely a very normal thing. Such a clause, ask him the superior conditions given to Mitsubishi Mining Group seem to be irrelevant." Luo Sheng looked at Chen Xingran's incomprehensible expression, and he said sternly, "Grandpa Chen, I must have reported to you by Brother Kaoru. Construction of a cement plant is only the first step in the long march." Seeing Chen Xingran's puzzled eyes, Luo Sheng continued, "The construction machinery and equipment that I bought back in Tokyo this time was worth more than 30 million yuan. Although these machinery and equipment are all from Mitsubishi Mining Group, the loan was purchased over there, but it belongs to Sheng Company. Sheng Company is ready to do a big job in Jiangqing, want to build a modern industrial park, want to build some large laboratories, and even prepare to cooperate with the province will build a high-grade highway connecting the provincial capital. If the province can approve, Sheng Company is even more prepared to invest in the construction of a new district in Jiangqing, including. If Sheng Company invests in these projects in Jiangqing, then during the year, the cement in the cement plant invested by Sheng Company was basically produced for Sheng Company, not to mention the 29% of Mitsubishi Mining's shares. Even if it was more, it was not too big. Relationship. Is the funds available? After listening to what Luo Sheng said, Chen Xingran showed a mixed expression on his face. He was very supportive of Luo Sheng's idea in principle, but he wanted to make such a big one. An action requires countless funds to support it. Not to mention Luo Sheng alone. Even the province can't make such a large sum of money. Luo Sheng and Mitsubishi Mining Group have just signed a contract worth nearly 100 million yuan. He has already felt a considerable surprise. Now Luo Sheng has proposed to build a brand new modern industrial park and also build some large laboratories. But also to build a new area, those who need countless funds to support behind. This little guy can really get so much money! The funding problem should not be big. It's 1983. When the construction of the Jiangqing large-scale cement plant is completed, about the end of 1984 or the beginning of 1985. The plan will take about 1.5 or 2 years to start. At that time, there will naturally be such a capital investment. This time I will go to the island country. Thank you for planning a blueprint for life. Middle-aged architect, sad. 00088888, Wang Wenyiba, Jupiter Man 1. I am too honest. Shining Tiger, who has strengthened my nickname. Guogo83, Greedy in the Wind, Old Iron Brother, Book Friend 119, DVFGSF, SD Guy MQQQ5157933167 and other book friends recommended votes for support. Thanks to the monthly pass for planning the blueprint of life. Thanks to the 5 kills Super Ghost. Overlooking the 18th, June Malu is the reward and support from me and others. Thank you all. I hope that the readers will support the great power. Chapter 252 Luo Sheng took some of Japan to see and woke up, and we also told his views. After the war, the Japanese economy from recovery to the revitalization, and its economic act is long-standing, stable and stably committed to promoting technological innovation. Japan's technological innovation runs throughout the period, which can be said to be unreasonable. Japan's technical strategy basically has a positive innovation, which can often pay attention to foreign technology that absorbs innovation. In particular, the Second World War of Europe and the United States has been highly attacked by joint ventures, technology transfer, technical cooperation, etc. Our businesses now are technological innovations. They have not put a lot of energy and funds into technological innovation, and this thing did not put this matter in a critical position. It is because there is such a reason I decided to build several high-tech modern enterprises on Jiangxing, but also build some large laboratories, attract some high-tech technical talents, some of the science and technology research and development jobs. Only in building high-tech companies, only the large-scale laboratories, with detailed data, will become real scientific and technological achievements, will be applied to practical applications. Transforming the high-tech technologies into productivity. You can make some small money in our country. Our money in China spends too much. Many of our country can develop things independently, and need to import from foreign countries. The foreign exchange used by imported these items is used in exchange for the country's most basic resources, which is equivalent to using the best things in their own, in exchange for things that can be produced in some countries. The Japanese economy main body puts the development of technology in outstanding positions. Its economic development strategy has experienced the evolution of three songs from the earliest education of the educational country to the current science and technology. Japanese technology innovation is a gradual process. During the period, different periods, and have different technological innovation contents and different supporting policies, strong implementation. At the beginning of the war, the Japanese economy recovered in the Yuanqi. It began to develop heavy industry, steel, chemistry, mechanical industries called the world's advanced technology, and a large number of introduction and development of new technologies, pursue scale production, improve labor productivity, and realize product internationalization with price and quality management as competitive means. At that time, Japan also developed the rationalization, industrial revitalization and emerging industrial policies. In the mechanical industry, SME production technology is relatively backward. Production equipment aging, Japan's revitalization of the mechanical industry, has developed the mechanical industry to revitalize temporary measures, and formulated support policies accordingly. A very significant feature of Japanese technology innovation is to pay more attention to the development and application of utility model technology while paying attention to basic research. Technology and economy must be closely integrated, otherwise, the economy has no vitality. The purpose of using high-tech is to industrialize. The economic development has created a stage for technology, and the advancement of science and technology further promoted the economic development. After this time I went to Japan. I felt that it is very necessary to build some modern factories in Jiangxing, especially some mechanical types of industries, such as cars and some special vehicles, etc. Guarantee our province. After the items needed, you can turn some things that you need to import into localization. In this way, the state will release more funds to carry out investment, and the country will develop more rapid. As long as the provincial government can get determined to do, I believe that there should be no problem with the faith company to do this. The technical force of Japanese companies is not only in production, but also in the research and development phase. The research and development of research also reflects the uniqueness of Japanese business. For example, Japanese companies believe that research and development of groups have brought together collective creation, more effective than relying on individual development. The research institutions within the enterprise are closely exposed to the site, especially easy to arrange the research and production preparation of products. Japan's technological innovation is advised, and the up and down linkage, and the integration is united. The government advocates the technology of science and technology, supporting funding, supporting policies, Priority in planning. Require enterprise to develop new products to try a generation. Reserve generation. Producing a generation. The image is eating one in the mouth, holding one in the hands. In Toyota is really in this action. In Japan, Mr. Zai Tanying, a deputy head of an plant, said when he lectured Imran's business philosophy, the machine can do it, and human beings should be more creative. Like all the packaging lines of the Loyalty of the Mountains, it is produced in Japan, and the sanitary napkin production line is also produced in Japan. Our country wants to be rich. It is necessary to engage in our country's own self-owned technology. Created production flow lines belonging to our country. Only this will be able to make our country rich. The manufacturing industry is the main body of the national economy. Since the 18th century, there has been a history of the rise and fall of the world, and the history of the struggle of the Chinese nation has repeatedly proved that there is no powerful manufacturing industry. There is no country and nationality. It is the only way to improve international competitive manufacturing. It is the only way to improve comprehensive national strength and protect national security and build a world-strong country. What we should do now is to learn from those developed countries in the world, to conduct the most large-scale independent research and development, but also try a generation, reserve generation, producing a generation. Must conduct large-scale innovation. Luo Sheng sprinkled a big pass, and said that the rise of the economy on Japan in his trend of economic development. Concise and Chen said, while saying these words, he will build some modern plants in Jiangqing, and want to build several large laboratories, and want to build a series of things that have a series of things that come out. When the last and Chen Wuling, Luo Sheng thought and reminded this thing, but Luo Sheng felt that the time was not mature, and now, or at this time, I will clearly explain it. At the same time in Jiangqing, driving the development of the economy in the province of the province, such a thing, Chen Wuling should not refuse. Everything he does is a great thing to benefit the country, and there should be no reason to disagree with his plan. Once the plan can be implemented, the company can drive a part of the economic development in the Black Province. Chapter 253 The Source of Funds. Luo Sheng is not afraid of reminding this side to review. After all, his funds are reasonably legally funded, all made in Japan, only in Japan, only at this time. His source of funds, some confidentiality needs to be made. His fund is to enter the Black Province construction plant. It is a large-scale laboratory. It is the funds for reflux for the economic development of the Black Province. After these funds enter China, it is directly to China's funds, and the definition investigation is not performed. In particular, Luo Sheng has been cooperating with the Mitsui Group. He can say that it is the investment in China. Even if the Goan Bureau surveyed him, it is also an investigation that there is too much thing. It can be investigated. It is nothing more than him published two sensational Japan's comics in Japan Tokyo. The division of comics has got some huge profits around the comics. Luo Sheng won a lot of money in the Tokyo stock market and how many deposits in Tokyo Bank. That's all the extremely confidential things. Don't say that the China National Security Bureau is not strong enough in Japan. It is powerful, and it is not penetrated. In the Bank of Tokyo, when Luo Sheng was impassioned, he did not speak, he listened in detail. In the process of listening, he continued to move, even if you want to open Luo Sheng several times, but did not speak. But he has been listening to Luo Sheng to finish all things. He is very clear that the party's leadership collective and great man are directly proposed, and science and technology is the first productivity. In other words, economic construction must rely on science and technology. Science and technology must be economically constructed. Compared with the world's advanced developed countries, China's labor productivity is now low, and the level of technical equipment and equipment is backward. The national culture and education have to be improved. Backward is to be beaten, no matter how history or reality has sounded the Chinese. The development economy must vigorously promote the construction of technological innovation system. enhance the urgency of transformation of science and education strategy into national actions. You must carry forward the respect for knowledge and respect the outstanding traditions of talents. Everyone's creation is the hope of our national revitalization, prosperity and rich. The government should increase the investment of science and technology. I would rather do less construction, less political achievements, but also guarantee the provision of technological innovation. Enterprises are the main body of technological innovation, which is the main force of my country's technological innovation. The country must support and promote enterprise technological progress from administrative, legal, and economical means. Enterprises' increased technology investment is also an inevitable requirement for market economy competition. The government's technical development funds to enterprises should strengthen supervision. It is necessary to enhance the use of funds in corporate technology development than the economic growth of the company. It is necessary to use the whole society to increase the technology investment. Investment is not only the investment in funds, and there are other forms of material input and mental resource investment. It is necessary to act on mechanisms, let research units and huge technologies in higher education institutions, and the human resources are released. Private enterprises have funds, but there is often no market-effective projects, and scientific research units. Universities often have projects, but there is not enough for commercial production. The combination of the two, the road to avoid weaknesses, the road to shares and joint development can accelerate the transformation. Interest sharing, risk sharing. Many companies have a variety of technical issues in production and operation, but the technical strength of this company is limited. So companies should focus on joint research with colleges and scientific research units, and translate their brain resources into real productivity. The market economy is never a plate of shackles, and it is necessary to strengthen the guidance of macro-industry policy. Japan has a successful example in this regard. My country's industrial policy is reflected in the inferiority of the fidelity to improve and strengthen. In addition, due to the tendency of financial systems and local protectionism, high-tech industries should also avoid themselves repeated construction. Under the market economy, the development of my country's high-tech industry also requires a moderate planning adjustment, and it is inappropriate to let go of self. At present, my country's large enterprise technology center construction and a large number of small and medium-sized enterprises have also improved the support of financial sectors to increase support. Today's world economic internationalization is increasingly obvious. Learn from Japan's brought law practice, strengthen foreign technology exchanges and cooperation, and research on how to attract abroad students, overseas Chinese to develop high-tech industries, undoubtedly necessary. Liu Sheng said that there was such a big pass, and the future of the leaders in recent time was quite consistent with the persistent development of China. In particular, Liu Sheng's to build a large laboratory. Chen Xiaoran is most excited. This kind of thing is a burning thing. There is no big funding to play at all. If it is said in accordance with Liu Sheng, build a large industrial park in the Black Province, build some large laboratories in the Black Province, and build some other things, it is definitely a good thing to benefit the country. These things are all basically alien people's things. Even if Liu Sheng is a daily capital, there is nothing. The country is now the most needed to develop high-tech industries with foreign power. Loyalty. Since ancient heroes, you have a young man. Now I look. You are the blue out of the blue and the blue. This is already more than this earth burying half of the bad old age. Chen went at this time, the more prominent I not only because Liu Sheng said, let him feel old and gratifying, because Liu Sheng's love of the patriotic. Although Liu Sheng tells the process of these things, there is no mention of things such as patriotism, but Chen we will feel that Liu Sheng's heart, if there is no such red heart, Liu Sheng will not do this. Some things. If you invest so much money according to Liu Sheng has not spent a dozen life. He really doesn't have to do things. Grandpa Chen, you can't kill the little child. Qiaohe dynasty can withstand your praise. You say this, I am afraid to find a stitching, I feel the face. Luo Sheng saw the expression of Chen Xiren, and immediately understood that Chen Wei fully said that he said, and his view should be consistent, that is, the situation, the wind blowing out, the scent of the, should also it is such a strand. Why didn't I see your blush and a panic? Chen woke up after a ha-ha, the look was alive before, he said very precise. Xiao Sheng, this contract I signed, I have an internationally recognized after the final formal contract, Japan has signed, and the tripartite you have signed a memorandum, and I have signed it at that time. I decided to choose to support your choice, you have said. You said those things are things in the next year, the specific things, when you can do it, you can safely operate, let Grandpa support you behind you, I hope you keep your mind, don't do your country and the people's things. Chapter 254 Home Luo Sheng conducted a pleasant conversation in the Black provincial government and senior officials, a chat is a few hours, until noon. Kaoru said Chen Ren and Luo Sheng for lunch. They ended this meeting. Chen Wuling Luo Sheng's hand came from the office, waiting for the head of Chen Xiren Yuo to report to the office to lead the cadres. They did not think that they had a morning time outside. No, see Chen Gao official. Chen Gao official actually talked in the office and a teenage child. Under normal circumstances, the halls of the hall-level cadres and Chen, who were in these people, will not be more than half an hour, and this time, Chen Yulai actually talked about a whole morning in the office and a child. They have guessed Luo Sheng's identity, and even more. I don't understand why this is something. Kaoru did not think that Luo Sheng's time is still as long. If he doesn't yet it has passed the meal. Chen Wei will have to have lunch. He entered the request. It is estimated that Chen Wei eyes Hong and Luo Sheng have to say it for the last time. He looked at Luo Sheng brighter. After taking some important things, he was temporarily touched. He rejected the invitation of Kaoru lunch, nor did it stay in Black Province, but directly let the driver of Potanta flowers to the Japanese restaurant. There is a lotus pear flower. Wang Bo unsealed half the mountain, driving back to Jiangqing. Luo Sheng arrived at this time. After all, he didn't have long since the summer vacation, leaving Jiangqing to Beijing and Tokyo. He missed his parents and two grandfather and friends and family. After returning home with a tournament, I saw the mother and the elderly, Tei Moyu, and Luo Sheng felt the wet. Just opened a mother. I haven't waited Luo Sheng to express my thoughts. I haven't waited Luo Zongsun to the mother's arms, and I saw the mother's gloomy face and quickly walked to his near. What is this? I haven't waited for Luo Sheng to react. I saw that my mother was very roughly rigid, and he shouted him, "You this bunny scorpion, I don't know how to go home. I thought you were going out. Don't come back." For the way of this special expression, Luo Sheng really feels drunk. The mother of others see the child who has been away from home, isn't it directly to hug, and tears. Hey! His mother does not use such a way to express the feelings of thoughts. Luo Sheng clearly felt that the wind is wrong. I haven't waited for this kind of complaint between Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng heard the voice of the Tao Wang Xiu's poor Xiao King. What is you doing? Loyalty is back from the outside. It is not good to talk with the child, but you can also smash your child's ear to get fire. Wang Xiutai's mouth smoked, raised the sound. Hurry and let him get the child. Let him come to me. I haven't seen my grandchildren in a month. I am so rare. Wang Xiu is extremely dissatisfied with the way granddaughter educates children. When children are not big, they don't have different children. In short, the Queen of Sun is educated to the child's way. He really can't see it. This teacher is like a baby, but the child is like a treasure, but the child is hugging. Wang Xiu is too. Why I don't think about what my granddaughter thinks. Wang Xiu is even a kind of illusion. Is it a mistake to let the granddaughter when he is a teacher? Grandpa, how can you say that I am so? If I do this to educate him, he is so naughty. It's not tossing. Children cannot be used to, especially naughty boys. Wang Yaking Luo Sheng at a glance, slowly open your hand, and more complaints in the mouth. Wang Yaking always thinks that children can't be used to, especially boys. It is very used to let the children will make the child's superiority, and they want to manage the tutor. I haven't waited for the Wang Su 2 quest. When he said, he Shuking, Jiang Wei, said, Xiao Xiang. You are not right. You are not right from small to big. Our old couple I haven't moved in one hand. The child is big, naturally, I'm doing things. Do you not be very sensible now? Hurry to let the faith to our side. I want to children. After the dissatisfaction of Wang Yaking, he stretched his hands in front of Wang Yaking, and he said loudly, communication, come to Taoli. Your mother will dare to treat you like this. You will tell me, when you come I clean up her. When I saw my mother, I wanted to worry and I didn't dare to worry. Luo Sheng immediately said, Mom, don't be angry. This is not, the sun will bring you 2 sets of very magical cosmetics. That is after rubbing, you can look a lot of things, more than 100 times better than that of the snow. You have used it, and it will become the most beautiful teacher in the school. This is the specialty of Tokyo, and the RMB has hundreds. A bottle of money. As Luo Sheng said, I took it from the travel bag. I took it out in the Sani, Iribin Cosmetics on the side of Tokyo, and I sent a treasure to my mother. What do you say? Use 100 times better than the snow cream, really fake. Wang Yaking had a giant change on his face. From the previous cross, it turned to a horrified and doubt. In particular, he heard a bottle of RMB in the back of Luo Sheng. She gave me in the hands at once, and I was afraid of cosmetics in my hand. I will run away my legs. Of course, it is true, you can use it in it now, you can see the effect. My mother must be more and more beautiful. Luo Sheng saw that the mother also had some questions. He immediately determined told the mother to get it. Rabbit Scorpion, see you still have some filial piety. This time, my old lackeys once, I dare to go out next time. I don't go home. I will let your dad discount your legs. Although Wang Yaking the face is stunned with Luo Sheng, but her face has a smile, but she can't hide it. Her hand naturally pinched in Luo Sheng's small face egg. I saw the mother and I held a gift, directly to the big mirror on the dressing table, experimental cosmetics. He immediately lost the travel bag in his hand, quickly pocked Wang Suti Shuking. When he rushed over 2 old people, he shouted, Other grand, 2, I want to die, you also miss me. He Shuking looked at Luo Sheng who saved her thighs, and his fingers gently said 2 times on the brain of Luo Sheng, your bear child, you will go out for a month, you said we miss you. After he Shuking, I took Luo Sheng into his arms, and I contained the tears in the head of Luo Sheng. Wait, do you do it? Do you not come back? Go back, save you, you are always worried. Wang Xu was full of dissatisfaction with his Shuking, said, okay. I will take it for a while. Let me seek Xiao Sheng, and I have no high time for this month. Listening to the old couple, feel the warm family, Luo Sheng's heart is secretly under the decision. If there is not much change, he does not go to other places in these 2 years, special to accompany the family. Yaking. Yesterday, my son called said that today, did he come back? This little rabbit Scorpion, there is no shadow for nearly a month. It is too gas, I have to go to school today, I have to educate him. Luo Shangyong pushed the new permanent second bicycle from the outside, and people have not yet entered the house, and the voice has passed. I have been with Ho Shuking Wang Sutai Shus Luo Sheng, and heard the dissatisfaction of his father, could not help but nervous. Chapter 255 Different. Luo Sheng's father and others are different, and there are many things that are not rare, especially if he is a toss company, but also tossing some other things. His father doesn't like it. If the father said at home, it is absolutely less than him. This time, I will ask him after get off work. Although the situation is mostly, but I can't stand it. Father and mother have a lot of difference. Wang Yaking is not used to Luo Sheng, directly picking up, and smashed his face. And my father is constantly embarrassed, telling him that he does not want to hear the rigor. Luo Sheng has an idea. and the Tang Yan inside the westward journey is. After Luo Shangyong entered the house, I didn't look at Luo Sheng to give him the things. I didn't look at it directly. I could talk to Luo Sheng. It is Wang Bo to arrange the residence of the spread, and the driver. When I come back, Luo Shangyong did not stop the principle of expressing his. This is embarrassed, and two people in Luo Sheng and Wang Bo have groggily. But Luo Sheng and Wang Bo returned home. The whole family is very happy. Luo Sheng's mother Wang Yaking is annoying Luo Shangyong's embarrassment, regardless of their two gentlemen agreement, directly interrupted Luo Shangyong and let Wang Bo talk about the fresh things in Beijing and Tokyo. Listening to Wang Bo painting, I told some new things that I saw in Beijing and Tokyo. I didn't know that I was at night. I thought that the old man was going to sleep early. Wang Yaking gave Wang Bo, and packed up the table. After washing, Luo Sheng quickly entered a dream. The vertical day, the sun is in direct window, and the sun is in Luo Sheng, so that he feels a slath. Zhang Ai looks, on the black wooden pole, the two sparrows are called in there, as if it is a loving love. Time is probably 8 o'clock in the morning, the sun begins to slowly heat. Luo Sheng, slept, stretched a big lazy waist, and the heart is even more sigh. Nima. Still good, the silver nest is not as good as their own dog's nest. Sleeping at home is fragrant. Luo Sheng did not expect that this time he returned home, he can sleep until 8 o'clock. There is no such thing in his mouth. It is better to be good, and slowly climbed from the nest. If you want to climb up, open an air conditioner, and find out that this is at home. Now there is no air conditioning. Luo Sheng suddenly thought of it. Now is the 1980s. The air conditioner has not yet entered China. He has to let the three wells are giving him a few air conditioners in Japan. Although the summertime in the northeast is not very long, but if there is air conditioner, then the days will be much better. More than 30 degrees of weather. There is no air conditioning. There is a little uncomfortable. On the second floor of the broken ground in June, you must install 2 air conditioners. Otherwise, it will definitely be cold in winter. Stack the quilt and the squid, put it on the isolated, then cover the sheets separated from the sheet to the interval. Luo Sheng set on a blue big shorts, but also a shirt, slowed down from slowly seeing the underground table. A bowl of green bean porridge bucking with the gauze and his own steamed a white-faced bouillon, seeing the green oil of the green oil with a big dishes and half a salted duck egg, see going to the father a morning, green bean horn. Luo Sheng's appetite is increased. Although the time is very long, and it is good things on the side of the island country or in Beijing, I see the meals in the home. Luo Sheng is still not compromised with autonomous feelings. When Luo Sheng was fascinated in the morning, he listened to the people in the family, and he received a long time in the morning. Obviously, the old couple came back to the morning market, and the mother's big morning should be out of the code Great Wall. Yesterday, the mother and the third show when she has been in the future, but I am very excited. Someone this morning has been with her. The Maozhong Bureau. Yesterday, although Luo Sheng used cosmetics to bribe the mother, he used some older people who liked health products, and sent a Japanese-produced name and a pair of good shoes to her father. But did not escape Luo Shangyong's embarrassment. The father turned out, then there were so many words, and the home is not lacking now. It doesn't need him to go around. Now his mission is to learn, and the other things can be placed. This time, I went out so long, the adults and the old people in the home were born enough. If there is no approval in the future, it is absolutely not allowed to be as long. Running money is wrong. Now there is a good condition, but it is absolutely not able to spend money. If you spend money, it is a sinner of the people of the whole country. Luo Sheng has never thought about what the father said. What is the relationship with him? In a short sentence, I am your Lozi, you are my son. I said, you must listen, and you must obey, or not I will give you a good look. During this time in his and Wang Bo, his father has enhanced the director of the factory's workshop. How can I still have the old thoughts, old stubborn, when I can reverse my father's concept? After Luo Sheng through his mind, Luo Sheng took the brain, took his own towel to wash, and he took directly to the dinner table. Luo Sheng eating a humid white-faced big steamed bread, while eating a sweet and delicious meal. He felt that it was so long, or the meal inside is delicious. After finishing the meal, Luo Sheng fought the phone and started to play a phone call in Jiangqing. Let him come over, pick him to call the post office. After picking up the tableware, Luo Sheng heard the sound of the half-mountain car horn. He simply packed up, and took a big unity in the small gold library of his home. This is not panic. Busy from home. Lock the iron general on the door. Luo Sheng swayed 2 necks, and drilled into Toyota, which stopped at the door of a few meters away. Looking at the familiar roads in Jiangqing, it is a city in the city. Luo Sheng is secretly determined. In these years, he must build a good Jiangqing in accordance with his plan, and let Jiangqing people be rich. Let Jiangqing become a vibrant city. After arriving at the post office, Luo Sheng told to block the half-mountain. Let him send Shen Chanhua to some small gifts brought back from Tokyo. He went to the international phone to play long distance. Shen Chanhua has always been very big for Luo Sheng. If he started funds, he could not help so smoothly. He didn't forget to make a well. If you are, you must be remembered. In the heart, this is a philosophy of Luo Sheng. When I arrived in Japan, the gift purchased naturally didn't have a copy of Shen Chanhua. Chapter 256. After Luo Sheng, after the long-distance call of the post office, I saw that the long-distance call is still that young female staff. He is very happy to hit her, paying 200 yuan. The deposit is there. The woman weird eyes walked directly to the international long-distance call and started to play the phone. Yesterday, after the provincial city Anchen woke up, Luo Sheng did not call the 3 wells. After all, at this time, only the post office can play international long-distance, even if it is the same in the provincial city. Everything is already settled. Now calling the 3 wells, and calling the 3 wells yesterday, nothing. Luo Sheng told Sanjing Yadi, and the Black Province has agreed to the construction project of Jiangqing Cement Factory, and sincerely hope that the Japanese Mitsubishi Mining Group will enter Jiangqing with the fastest speed. When these months, I completed some basic things. In this way, I can build a main body next year. After the other things are completed, they can work in the room. In this way, when 80 years, I hope to build the largest cement plant on the side of the Black Province. If there is nothing in these months in 3 years, the cement factory wants to finish, at least for 8 or 6 years later. The Black Provincial government has already issued a document, and Jiangqing will move in the past few days. The place in the east of Jiangqing is close to the sewage treatment plant, flattened 200 acres of land. Let the foundation of the cement plant fast speed begins to start. The initial contract has been signed, and the final contract and memo. These things, such as the Mitsubishi Mining Group, after the representative of the Mitsubishi Mining Group, the tripartite is signed, and it is formally completed. Luo Sheng took these things and Sanjing Yadi. He suggested that the 3 wells were in the plane to come to the Black Province. After all, this is a 3-party contract, and the 3 wells is one of the major shareholders. Sanjing Yadi has been more than a year from the Black Province to go back to Tokyo, and it is a very good thing to play with such an opportunity to sign an agreement. Luo Sheng is really sincerely wants to stay in the Black Province to stay in a while. In the last time, he has 2 ideas in his heart. Just, these 2 ideas are still not mature, not suitable for this bones and 3 wells. Yadi talks about this, but 3 wells, the signs of the sign ceremony of the Black Province did not dare, Jiangqing Cement Factory. Nothing more than she felt that Luo Sheng's eyes were good, followed by Luo Sheng inserted a feat. Xiao Village Huixiang is her full power representative. Yes. Toyota has some big moves for recent time. As a shareholder of Toyota Company, she can't leave Tokyo at this time. As for the operation person who urged Mitsubishi Mining Group to go to Jiangqing as soon as possible, Sanjing Yadi agreed quickly, and told Luo Sheng. She didn't just urge the Mitsubishi Mining Group in Tokyo to enter Jiangqing. Luo Sheng ordering and purchasing something in Tokyo, let Huixiang have taken time to send him to Jiangqing. Sanjing Yazi also told Liu Sheng. During this time, Liu Sheng did not produce in Jiangqing, 8 or 3 years of mountain vegetables production close to the end. Liu Sheng in Jiangqing must grasp the city's business, especially the upcoming wild. There are things such as ham mushrooms, wild fungus. These goods cannot stop. Sanjing Home has a very high level in high-end diet and high-end mountain products, and it is absolutely impossible to take care of the rest of this after another business. These things like the sanitary napkin production line and electric fan mold, she has completely manipulated, like the equipment packaging in the mountains. As long as the manufacturer is produced, she will use the fastest speed. Declaration. Transport these. Liu Sheng urgently needed things to Jiangqing. Liu Sheng ended his pleasant call with Sanjing Yadi. He wondered his eyes and took the international long-distance call. Liu Sheng hit a phone call for the Jujing, and he told Jujing Scorpion. In the recent time, the translation of Jujing, the translation of the Wangbo, and the workload of their 2 people should increase. They not only have to complete the tasks of Liu Sheng, but also to help him in the international students on Tokyo, pay attention to young people who want to return to China still not falling. If possible, let the Jujing Scorpion dig someone there, let them go to Jiangqing. The wages can be discussed with the loyalty company, as long as there is a realistic, the salary is not a problem. The bottleneck in the development of faith is very large, and the lack of Japanese professional talents has highlighted. He must find some foreign students with real materials. Liu Sheng asked him to give the task of giving the Jujing Scorpion at Tokyo, seeing a task completion of the Juxi Scorpion. He feels that after 10 days and a half months, the Jujing Scorpion should go to France to bought red wine. The work of Juxi in Tokyo must be completed as soon as possible. The remaining 07th broken things, when they gave it to the small translation of Wangbo service, Yang Zong, who was Wangbo service. After the work of the Juxi, Liu Sheng did not directly go to the loyalty company, but let the seal half a mountain, send him Jiangqing Hotel in the city center, and he wants to explain some things to do. The Mitsubishi Mining Group company came. Liu Sheng did not take those people, and those people arrived at the provincial city. And all the reception work, Liu Sheng plans to give Wangbo parent small village Huixiang. The 2 excellent assistants under the hands of the fraternity, those people who receive Mitsubishi Mining Group in the Black Province, whether they can be said from all aspects. In the Jiangqing, the people who engage in basic projects in Jiangqing may have the high level of Mitsubishi Mining Group in addition to official signing and signing a memorandum. And he is not a slow edent. What is your 2 people do? Just say 2 people. Hurry up to my side to register. Liu Zongxun has entered the Jiangqing Hotel, and Liu Sheng did not wait for someone to ask someone to live in the room living in Po. He heard a harsh shout. Liu Sheng made a small eyebrows, but there was no more to say anything. He directly collected the position of the seal halfway to the door. He just didn't pay attention to the waiter left. Let's come here to find Ms. Potoba, who is staying last night. Trouble, you know the room number of Miss Wang Bear. I have been looking for her. Liu Sheng said very well when speaking, and directly, he is here. Looking for a wave pear flower. I hope this waiter can tell him the room number of the Puphobi flower. Chapter 257 Different. Who is looking for foreign guests? Who are you? Foreign guests are also what you want to see. Liu Sheng's more than 30 waitress in front of him, the eyes were picking, and she did not add. She turned over Liu Sheng, and after his face was dutied, he didn't see Liu Sheng and seal half a mountain. In her eyes, a big man led a child, such a pair of combinations. What is wrong with what is related to foreign guests? Liu Sheng took a deep breath and did not angry with the waitress in front of him, but continued to be with Yan. We are friends of Miss Potobo, today and she meets. Do you want to take her room? Tell me the phone number, I will give her a call. Foreign phone is also what you can know. What is the pear flower? There is no name here. Just finished this sentence, indicating that Luo Sheng allowed her to open her eyes. Just when Luo Sheng flashed into the body, she saw the Xiaomiao's body of Pimentu flowers out of the room at once. I saw that the Potana came out of the room. She was a little neck twisting, quickly got up, as if she passed Lingbo, a micro-clock, and quickly came over from Luo Sheng, and smiled. When I ran to wave Bear, she first was a 90-degree big, then said very strange, "Hello, I am a small king of the front desk. When I was served for you. I would like to ask you, what is the need?" Wang Ernie last night at night, when he worked hard for the word bear, but he received a tip of the 500 yen foreign exchange rolls from the Poto Bear. She has been going to get off work at this time. There has been no walk here. She wants to continue to serve the Po Pedish, so that she can receive foreign exchange programs. It is better. Wang Ernie did not clear the name of the Potanor. She just knew that there was a very beautiful woman who would say a very beautiful Chinese dialect. Otherwise Luo Sheng would like to see the Po Bear. She will not treat Luo Sheng. The famous Jiangqing Hotel in the state is very large. When the founding, he received the central leading cadres. Whether the leadership inside the province or the foreign guests arrived in Jiangqing, they lived in Jiangqing Hotel. So that Jiangqing Hotel is the most good hotel. Luo Sheng saw that although the famous Jiangqing Hotel is very loud, there is also a reception leader and VIP experience, but it is slightly less than the ordinary hotel in the later generation. Especially treat Chinese guests and foreign guests. The way the service is huge. One involved foreigners. The service personnel in Jiangqing Hotel didn't seem to be a chicken blood. The service is polite. It is like the reception leader. The sweetness is good. It is like the palace girl to see the emperor. Treating Chinese guests. These waiters in Jiangqing Hotel are lazy, and even the guests say what items need. She will tell you, "I don't know when I will do this." One of the biggest reasons in this is the foreign exchange roll. If the foreigner has a lot of foreign exchange programs, if you wait for these foreigners, you may not only exchange the consumption of foreign exchange programs, but also can change from these foreigners to foreign exchange rolls. Zong Junxin, how come you have come here? Po Pulling Flower suddenly saw Luo Sheng and sealing half a mountain. She immediately ran to Luo Sheng, one side of Luo Sheng the hug and said it exaggerated. When the wave pear flower blowing through Luo Sheng, the Wang Ernie thought that the Po Pear is coming over and he greets, and the heart is very happy. However, when she welcomes the Po Lot, she suddenly saw that the Poly Pear flower had wiped her body with her, and directly pounced the Chinese boy who had never given a face. Wang Ernie's face turned green. Nima, this is a situation. This beautiful foreign guest, you can also welcome such a teenage child. Communications. Fast to my room. You don't have to come here today. If you want me to do something, you can't do it. Wongo Pear said, while Luo Sheng's hand is holding up, preparing to lead Luo Sheng to talk inside the room. Luo Sheng looked at Wang Ernie, which was stunned, and he shaken his head slightly, did not say anything about Wang Ernie, led the seal half of the rope, and directly entered the room of Botophils. For such a waiter outside Chongyan, Luo Sheng felt very speechless, but at the beginning of Luo Sheng, he really did not have the idea that such a waiter. The hotel's service staff is not easy at this time, holding normal people's salary, but also to serve people, but also to go to work. He is because such a small thing is to serve the service staff, that is, he has no quality. Miss Pota, I just gave Miss Yazi this signing ceremony of Mitsubishi Group and Communications Company. She is not coming. Seeing the slightly smashing of the wave of Po Bear, Luo Sheng smiled and said, although the Miss Yazi is not coming to the Black Province, Ms. Huixiang, who is good, will go to the Black Province for a few days. Luo Sheng saw a lot of jigs on his face. He continued to say, I just returned to Jiangqing, things can't open, and I have to start school. I don't have so much time. Participate in the contract. Loyalty company here. When I officially signed, Mr. Wang Bo is full. Tomorrow, I will go to the Black Province. and I am responsible for the front stop for Mr. Wangbo. Once the signing ceremony is to start, you will call Mr. Wangbo, translate, and some related matters are taken by you. Luo Sheng saw a confused potent pear flower. He laughed and said, "How, Miss Podo? Do you have anything about this matter?" "Loyalty, before, and you said, you can call me directly when you are no longer." Wango Pear fluttered, continued, "About this thing that you will be responsible, I think some unplete. After all, I am an assistant for Miss Yadi. If this is responsible for me, I don't feel very good." Potion Pear is first selling, telling Luo Sheng, "Don't call him a lot of money, then the topic is turned, and the things you think directly will be said." As the assistant of the three wells, in this cement plant project, the cement plant project is a party and Mitsubara and the three parties of Mitsubishi Group. She as the assistant of the three wells, and then fully responsible for the loyalty company. She felt that she was over. Although Sanjing Yadi said that everything in the Black Province belongs to Luo Sheng, but her sales and belong to Yadi, in such a big thing, she needs to avoid it. It is recommended to have a lot of us like urban texts, rebirth rise, thanks to SD, mood, planning blueprints, boring, old Iron Brother, 333. 2017051718060208 sudden attack, overlooking 18, uncle is so busy, flower, the support of the book, DA0008888 and other book friends, thank you all the way, thank you. Chapter 258 Trust. I will let you be responsible for you. You are responsible. The Sanjing Industrial Company is founded with two people and the Ms. Yazi, and this time to build a loyal tribute in Tokyo. It is also the two people I have invested together with Yadi. It's nothing to do, there is no improper. This time, Mr. Wangbo is going there, nothing is to sign a word in the past, and the other things have been fully negotiated, and there is no commercial confidentiality. This time you will work hard. After the signing ceremony is completed in the Black Province, you will also represent the communication between the company and the Jiangqing government, communicate with Mitsubishi Mining Company, in short, cement factory signing and formation, a series of things. I will be responsible for you to give you a full right. Looking at the incredible expression on the face of the Poke Bear, Luo Sheng continued, Miss Puerto, do you think it is much more? Still thinking that you don't have anything to do with you? I will guarantee you here, as long as you do well, when you are doing, the Faith Mitsui will give you a big red envelope. In short, will NT get the red envelope that you get when you shoot your advertisement. Communications, you know, I am really not that means. You must really want me to be responsible for this matter. I am responsible for your trust. I feel very honored. As long as the loyalty can be trusted to get me, you will do our best to complete the mission of the loyalty to the mission. As for the red envelope, you don't mention it again. Populi Flower first gave Luo Sheng, and then said directly, if Luo Sheng really wants her responsible for these things, then she is responsible. I can give her so trust, is a kind of honor of her, and Luo Sheng's recognition of her. As for Luo Sheng, it is necessary to give her a red envelope. And there is no idea. She belongs to the assistant of Sanjing. The salary, even if it is in Japan, it is also a high salary, let alone the last time I will shoot the sanitary napkin. Luo Sheng directly telling the village Huixiang in Japan. She opened a bank account and saved her bank account to 10 million yen. Luo Sheng saw that the Pogue Pizza was very serious and agreed. He said with a descendant, that is determined, these 2 days. You play a play in Jiangqing, rest, after tomorrow morning in the province, you can do the right to work in the province, and you can ask the secretary of Chenronan, Kaoru. In this matter, Kaoru's confliction is basically tracking. It is very understandable for the construction of Jiangqing cement plant. If you don't understand anything, you can communicate with Kaoru. Arrange those Japanese friends and small villages Huixiang, you are watching it. I had given you here. That is, let them live upstairs from the Japanese restaurant adjacent to the provincial government. The problem of living is solved, and the food is directly on the Japanese restaurant. Just in one game, and save it again for the place where the food is arranged in the Japanese restaurant. Liu Sheng also has other ideas. Fat water does not flow out of the field. Gokiao Luos and Sun Jingyazi are classmates, and the energy is very large, and the faithfulness of the company will even beyond High Bridge. The family produces cooperation. Japanese friends who go to Black Province dine in the Japanese restaurant, can eat the authentic Japanese dishes, will feel the sincerity of the loyal Sanjing company. When they come to cooperate, will be more expensive when they come. The time to cooperate with the Mitsubishi Mining Group Corporation will be very long. Even if he does not do its best, it is absolutely unreasonable to let the Japanese friends have any dissatisfaction with the loyalty Sanjing. On the provincial capital, let those Japanese friends have lived in the Japanese restaurant. When I arrived in Jiangqing, Liu Sheng is ready to live in the guest house of the factory in the eastern part of Jiangqing, so that it will reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. Loyalty, I understand. I will set these things according to your arrangement. After the polypair is correct, he will give Liu Sheng and say, thank you for the trust of bear. The pear flower is not expected. She saw that Liu Sheng had no bigger, and even those who came to build cement plants were all arranged, and they were more appreciated, and they were more admiring this 11-year-old big boy. In the heart of Polybear, I still don't understand. How did Miss Yazi have found such an enchanting partner? The baby daughter of Yadi is almost generally large, nothing more than Liu Sheng, is born as many months earlier than King Tsai. King Tsai has already been a leader in the children of the same age. Almost anything can do, even if it is in Tokyo. It is a little princess who is clear. However, if you take the sunny child and compare Liu Sheng, the sunny is not allowed. All aspects of King Tsai's family must be strong, but now, Liu Sheng's development prospect is much larger than the sunny. Liu Sheng is a magical boy. When he is 10 years old, it has begun to make a fish in a place like Jiangqing. What supermarkets have been made in Tokyo's Super Metropolis published 2 comics. Since the 2 comics released, the name of Zong Sun Jun suddenly got up. In Tokyo, it was almost a primary school student to high school students without knowing the magical name of loyalty. After Miss Yazi back from the Black Province back to Tokyo, Potent Pear is the most understanding of Liu Sheng. A lot of things, all reported from her here to 3 wells. Liu Sheng's growth trajectory, even if he is the 3 king wave around him, I am afraid I don't know much about Wordo. If Liu Sheng lives in Japan, there is a sunny life. His current achievements will be higher, and Liu Sheng is a magical child. Liu Sheng saw that the Po Pizza had completely understood what he meant. He immediately said, Miss Bear, since you know the arrangement of the last time, I don't stay here, just returning to Jiangqing. There are many things need me to deal with it. If you have anything you need to call the loyalty company, I will make people satisfy your requirements. Liu Sheng stayed in Wave Bear. It is about 20 minutes. He sees that time is enough. It immediately seals half the mountain to the flagship store of Loyal Food and surrounding chain. You are here. Please ask for it. Zhao Fangshan saw Liu Sheng to enter the office. He immediately smiled and greeted. In this year, Zhao Fangshan is completely integrated into the Faith Company, and it is a well-known well to the Loyal Food and surrounding supermarket. The more you manage the well, the more you understand the development history of the Faith Company. Zhao Fangshan has a sense of awe. This is a talent that looks like he has been working from the university, and the people seeing are a lot. He thinks that the leadership of the state-owned unit before he has had the ability to have the ability, and in just a year and a half, the Faith Company is born directly from the unity, just like a fairy tale. From his high-end boiler factory in the Black Province, he went to the present in August. How much time in the past? The scale of Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets has been expanded, not just Jiangqing. There is already 12 small stores. It is the 8 stores on the side of Jingqing. The province has helped the campaigners' loans of the campaigners' loans, which is Zhao Fangshan. He is more clear. At this time, 3 million yuan will represent anything. Even if it is in the provincial capital, 1,000 yuan can buy a good house. 2 or 3,000 yuan, you can buy a set of 5 or 60 square meters of facade room. This is definitely a strike. Astronomical numbers are generally huge. Chapter 259. Important problem at this time. In the northeast, there is no concept of the store. Zhao Fangxian said the doorroom, nothing more than the house of the street. This is also a big money this time. In addition to building a flagship store in each region in the 5 regions of the provincial city, I also purchased some of the facade of the street, and established a small chain of loyal food and surrounding chains. Supermarket. As long as there is not too big, the faithful food and surrounding chain can open the Black Province at this time, and become the largest chain supermarket in the Black Province. Zhao Fangxian also made great efforts in the provincial city of Harbin. His university was in Harbin. Many of the college students were in Harbin. He was almost used to use all the energy in Harbin, before they found these suitable for the construction of the flagship store. His classmate in Harbin heard that he did not dry from the boiler plant. Almost all of his impulse feel a regret, but also to let them go to the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets. For those who are in this era, they can go to work in the state-owned factory. It is the most glorious thing. They are college students. They are in the state-owned factory for the backbone. Where can I get a big collective nature of Zhao Fangxian? Supermarket. Help Zhao Fangxian's thing. Nothing more than seeing Zhao Fangxian in Harbin City. Please have a few meals. Giving them some faces. Even his classmates. There are several and Zhao Fangxian's relationship, and there is a saying that Zhao Fangxian quickly jumped out from the rich supermarket. They think that Zhao Fangxian is a rural person, a frog in the bottom of the well, is a mouse. Fu Tanyi has worked hard in recent time. I am so polite, everyone is sitting. Sit down and talk. Luo Sheng saw that Zhao Futan saw him in the future. I felt very uncomfortable. Zhao Fangxian and his 3 sorrows grew up from small. It can be said that it is a light doll. Until this time, the relationship between the 2 people is excellent, and it makes it out. Luo Sheng really feels awkward. Luo Sheng quickly sat down, while continued to say about Zhao Fangxian, this is a time for more than a month. It is here to see you. Now the work of loyal food and surrounding supermarkets is okay. Have you ever? What difficulty? The work of the loyalty chain supermarket is in full swing, especially the Faith Company to build a flagship store in the province and recruit partners. Now there are 2 extremely important issues to be solved. Zhao Fangxian sat down, he slowly wrinkled, and slowly opened the problem of Luo Sheng. 2 extremely important questions. What is the problem? Luo Sheng did not expect that. He just asked what the problem was. Zhao Fangxian said 2 important issues. When Luo Sheng communicated in Tokyo and Hongbin, he did not listen to Hongbin to say that the supermarket is in the expansion. What is important problem is to be resolved. Zhao Fangxian saw a surprised expression on Luo Sheng's face. He directly put 2 questions. The first question of loyal food and surrounding supermarkets is now, the people in the provincial capital are obviously insufficient, even if they have dispatched some people in Jiangqing. The framework cannot be built. The loyal food and surrounding chain in the provincial city also played the enlightenment, but the effect was very small. Now the 5 flagship stores of the loyal food and surrounding supermarket have entered the preparation state. At this time, many employees should be recruited. Began training these employees. Otherwise, once the flagship store began, the flagship store management, it will be confusing and more prone to a lot of errors. In the provincial city, you can do the flagship store. It is like Hongbin's big brother, or the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets are not doing in the provincial capital. It is best to do it, at least than Jiangqing. The negative lock flagship store is large, at least more than the food chain flagship store on the side of Jiangqing. People are now a hard injury, no matter what personnel are people. Although I listened to Hongbin's brother, I raised a young person in Beijing, but it was a drop in the bucket. I found a lot of role. The loyalty company was recruited in Jiangqing. It was a hit whether it was. However, in the province the city has, the people there will not recognize the golden word sign of loyalty to the company. In people's hearts, Although Loyal Food and surrounding chains are collective companies, but it is not a state, there is not much people agree with our recruitment. Luo Sheng nodded slightly, and he once also considered this problem. However, Luo Sheng did not put this matter in his heart. After all, for Luo Sheng, this problem is nothing. The big problem, as long as there is a flashy on the flagship store on the provincial city, when you play an advertisement in the province, you will have a large-scale recruitment. This thing is not too big. In terms of the main management personnel of the flagship store, the loyalty company can be responsible for the management of the accounting and the big direction, and the recruitment of the other people is absolutely not a problem. This is nothing more. Thinking of this, Luo Sheng smiled and said, Fu Tanyi, you said this first question. I record this thing. I am thinking about the decoration of the flagship store and some other work now a lot. First grasp the decoration, etc. Recruitment, I think. Recruit some staff will not have too much problem. This thing you look back. Let the following reports, statistics. We have a total of several flagship stores in the provincial city. How many employees can support these 5 flagship stores? And when they recruit ordinary employees and managers, I will arrange people. Luo Sheng's concerns about Zhao Fangchen. I really didn't think there was anything. There were more people who needed to work, and the 3 legs were not easy to find, and the 2 legs were all over the place. It is particularly worth mentioning that the Faith Company is a company that pays attention to integrity, the payment of salary, almost more than the salesperson of the normal shopping mall. If it is a bonus, the salary of the Loyal Food and surrounding supermarket is the other mall salesperson's salary twice. Zhao Fangchen saw Luo Sheng's chest. His heart was full of this problem. If the loyalty company is really recruiting advertising in the provincial television station, then the person who is hired to maintain the supermarket, there will be no big problem. Zhao Futan's slight thoughtfully, and the opening continued. Communications. I listen to you this question. I will be relieved. I can play advertisements in the provincial TV station. I think there should be no too big problem. In this case, not only the employees needed to recruit to the supermarket, but also highlight advertising effects. Let the people of the province know that Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets. Chapter 260 Logistics System. After Wang Bo returned to Jiangqing, he didn't listen to Wang Bo, Luo Sheng, how to make a Norsui Shengnan and Longjiang brand electric fan advertisement to CCTV, now the whole China, as long as it is a popular place, and which place does not know Anshui Siji. In the 8th year of the 8th year, it is the most popular advertisement. In the first half of the 8th year, it is the advertisement of the radar watch, and the radar table is that the swallow dance, a song is a song. After the advertisement of Anran sanitary knives, it became the most popular advertisement in the Chinese advertising market. Regardless of the advertising creativity of any Sula, it is still the practicality of Anor Sula and Snaps, and other advertisements have lost the aura, and the cognition of women's supplies is subverted. Now there is a loyalty to the Inlsud Energy, which can be said to be the fastest product sold. Basically, as long as it is a sanitary napkin, there is countless women to buy it. And Sorghum Scorpion is very hot, but it is. On the side of Jiangqing, there is only a Loyal Food and surrounding supermarket. There is Goods, other large shopping malls. Anran is often broken, but it is precisely because any Suishing towns and Loyal credit card cans, Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets in Jiangqing can be described as a fire. The reasons, Zhao Futan is also a little less known. When Anran is the most beginning, it is produced in the Black Province, selling in all malls, and there is no one to ask, until Luo Sheng went. Jingqing did advertising on CCTV. This started hot sale. And Anol Shui Sheng Towel is a joint venture, of which 49%, which is also part of Luo Sheng's shares, which is the reason, Anran Shiji napkin production, faithful the sanitary napkin needs for the food chain supermarket, other shopping malls, even if there is a doorway, it is also necessary to take the goods behind the Loyal Food and surrounding supermarket. Zhao Fangchen smashed, he continued, The source of supply is always responsible by Hong Bin's big brother. This is originally the most important link in the food supermarket. In this respect, I don't think much about it now. I am worried now. The second question is that loyalty is a matter of loyalty to the supermarket chain supermarket goods. Zhao Fang was swallowing a saliva, and said that he had said, communications company has a warehouse in Jiangqing, wholesale goods, is next to the flagship store, and take a lot of goods, and pull it directly. When a small amount is taken, the warehouse can be sent to this with a tractor or a trolley. Jiangqing is small, and the distance between the loyal food and the supermarket and the warehouse is very close. There is no problem in the transmissions of the goods when you can get it. However, there are different sides of the city. But every major area on his side is equivalent to a size of Jiangqing area. Even if the Black Province is to build a warehouse, it can only be built into 2 warehouses, and it is now a biggest difficult point in the introduction of goods. It is not said that the price of gasoline and diesel is, how difficult it is to hire a car that transports the goods is the cost of transportation, that is, a big pen. The loyalty of the glory of the supermarket, according to what you said. The price of the goods did not exceed 15% of the value of the goods, and some goods were or even priced, and the price was positioned in 10% profit. In this way, in the supermarket on the Black Province, there is a possibility that you can't make money. If the freight is too high, even some big things we sell will pay for money. After Luo Sheng heard Zhao Fangxian, the brow did not consciously got it. Luo Sheng felt that this question said by Zhao Fangxian is really a big problem. When Zhang Luo expanded the store, Luo Sheng did not consider this matter. After all, the freight is convenient, and there will be no such situation. At this time, although the Black Province is very close to Darking oil field, but oil is also a large restriction, and it is necessary to pay the relationship to purchase a refueling, and the gas station has a total of several. Refueling is very tough, and at this time, the price of oil is quite high. According to this thing that Zhao Fangxian said, this problem is a bit difficult. On the other side of the mountain wild vegetable processing plant, transportation is just a transceiver, and after delivery to the freight large library, it is directly used by the car to use the car to Dalian. The most important thing is that the transportation of the mountain wild vegetable processing plant is the province. All responsible, faith companies do not involve transportation. It has always been, and the big car used by the faith company is not much, and in the local area of Jiangqing, it is very easy to hire a big car. After all, the faith is a company in Jiangqing. If you hire a car at the transport company, you can also use the car with your brother unit, this kind of thing, put it in the provincial city. That is the problem. Every flagship store is quite a lot, and you can find a car transportation company. It is not reliable in Harbin City. The cost is a big mountain. Like before Luo Sheng, let Baishi acquired mountain goods, transporting mountain goods to Dalian. He thought of transporting some seafood products from Dalian. This can reduce the pressure of the cost. Otherwise, even if it is transported, it is very easy to make money. Luo Sheng felt a little higher. Luo Sheng heard Zhao Fangxian's analysis, and immediately gave birth to the idea. It is time to form a team belonging to the faith company. It is time to establish a circulation system belonging to the Black Province. Today and Zhao Fangxian talked. He would give Cao Rui and see if Cao Rui helped to find a relationship. Let communications company to pay a big liberation car for 20 to 30. One is solve things in the transport of the Black Province. As long as there are these big cars, there will be no problem in the blackout of all goods in the future. Second, Luo Sheng has always had an idea. There is no logistics company in the country. There is no Chinese station. If he can buy dozens of liberation cars at this time, he will organize some people, do the stations and logistics business. In the later generations, Luo Sheng also remembered that China's the old generals of several largest logistics companies were all from Jiangqing. which was the circulation system that belonging to logistics in China. Let the logistics industry in the later generations have developed a long-term development. At this time, the whole country is almost the same. In terms of logistics, it takes the lead in the Black Province to get the leading logistics space. For a few years, people all over the country will have this logistics. Unintuitive understanding will also promote the development of national logistics business faster. Luo Sheng came back from Shenxi, and looked at Zhao Fangxian. Full face was confused. He said, Fu Tani, seeing that you are so hard to have a bitterness in the last period of time, I thank you for your faith. As for this important issue, I have some eyebrows here. If there is no big accident, after a while, the Faith Company will form their own transportation company. Will Black Province builds a pro-rating logistics system. Chapter 261 Logistics System! Zhao Fangxian's brain is awkward. For the logistics system that Luo Zongxun, he felt unfamiliar, and a very novelty feeling. Xinj, what is the logistics system you said? Zhao Fangxian slightly touched the forehead, very shocked. After joining the Faith Company, Zhao Fangxian has a kind of things that go to college, and learn the ideas in the dog's belly. Even if it is just Wangbo, a junior high school graduation, it seems that there are many things that he don't understand. In short, he thinks that he has learned in the Faith Company. It seems to be more than if he goes to college. According to Wang Bo's statement, see how many knowledge is wide, and in the future, there will be a broad knowledge of a variety of knowledge. If you don't understand, you don't understand things to learn. Otherwise, he is eliminated by the head of the Jiangqing district of the supermarket, which will be eliminated because of the backwardness. Luo Sheng saw Zhao Fangxian asked about the logistics system. He smiled slightly. Logistics refers to the minimum cost, through transportation, storage, distribution, etc. to achieve raw materials, semi-finished products. Finished products or the relevant information is a whole process of planning, implementation, and management of the consumption of goods from the property. Logistics is a system that controls raw materials, finished products and information, from the supply of various intermediate links, and the physical movement to the final consumer hand, to achieve the clear goal of the organization. Seeing that Zhao Fang's face was more and more confused, Luo Sheng continued to explain. After the 1950s, the economy has basically returned to the level before the Second World War, and the company conducts large-scale equipment investment and update modification. The technical level is continuously improved, the productivity has increased significantly. After the establishment of the product, the group ensures the smooth operation and development of the economy in order to improve the production efficiency of the circulation, and organized a smooth operation and development. The head of the head examined the logistics of the United States. At that time, there was no logistics in Japan, and the name of the delegation was Circulation Technology Professional Examination Group. In this primary phase, logistics management is only after the established number of finished products, passively meets customer needs, transporting products to customer-specified locations, and to achieve the optimization of resources in the field of transportation, reasonable settings center in stock. Accurately, this stage of logistics management has not truly emerged, and some is only transportation management, warehouse management and inventory management. Now Japan, discovering the way, analyzing, and solving the problem of business operations using cross-functional process management is very effective. Through analysis of materials from raw materials to the factory, flow through each workstation on the production line, produce finished products, then ship to the distribution center, and finally deliver the entire circulation process of customers. Companies can eliminate many seemingly high efficiency but actually reduce their whole overall local optimization behavior of efficiency, because each functional department wants to use its capacity as much as possible. No surplus. Once the demand increases, it is a bottleneck everywhere, resulting in an interruption of the entire process. In addition, The Ministry of Transport is a separate functional department, always trying to reduce its transportation costs. But if it therefore delivers the sea, the order must be delivered to the sea, not air, which has saved the freight, but lost the customer, leading to overall loss. Therefore, traditional vertical functions have not been adapted to modern large-scale industrial production, while horizontal logistics management can integrate different functions on each process to achieve overall optimization. This is the logistics system, I said in my mouth. This time I and Wang Bo to Japan. I have conducted research on many things. This is also part of my investigation. In our country, there is only a state-owned transportation company, and these national transportation companies, because they don't effectively integrate, they are all kinds of politics, and they cannot guarantee the transportation of us. It is because of such a situation, you will feel a big problem in the delivery of goods in the provincial city. I said today, like this is not exactly, there is a thing with our characteristics of this era, is a simplified cargo transportation, which is a simple cargo circulation system. After this time, I will negotiate with the leaders in the province to see if I can order some big cars at this time. Let these cars are distributed to our loyalty company. While distributing our company goods, I have to build a Tartary station here. For example, many of our products will be transported from Jiangqing here to Harbin city, and there will be many goods from the other side of Harbin. In this case, the goods will not have a state in which the car is running in the process of transportation. In this way, rationalization uses a car, but also makes the price of goods in Jiangqing to reduce the price. I am telling you, I saw the winter, from the provincial city to transport frozen food to Fangzheng, then went to Jiangqing, and finally went to Fu County under Jiangqing. This road should be several places. We have established a Tartary station in these places. When you return, we can transport some goods from Fu County, and Jiangqing to transport some goods to the provincial city. All the way, these goods will be installed on the car to transport to the provincial city, which was originally shipped from the provincial city to Fu County. Calculated that some other expenses were about 500 yuan. It is basically empty to return when it comes back. That is, according to the 50 tons of goods, the cost of calculating each ton of goods is probably 10 yuan, and after the establishment of our goods, there will be 50 tons of goods in the future, and the transportation may also increase this. Tons, we are not counting. And the outside is equivalent to this time to transport 100 tons of goods. Then, the price of the freight per ton of goods has dropped from 10 yuan to 5 yuan, which means that the original 500 yuan is shipping, and our company has established the logistics and the price of the goods, the price of the freight can fall half. In this way, you are worried that the problem of purchasing goods in Harbin city will be solved. Luo Sheng and Zhao Fangshan explained that after the topic of the logistics system, his words turned, Futan, I have such an idea here. On the other side of Harbin, don't need 5 flagship stores to start business, it is necessary to gradually advance. The time to open in the flagship store has to be opened for a while. In this case, the people in our company are enough. The first flagship store is hot. People know that the Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets are good and cheap, knowing that the Loyal Food and intensive supermarkets are a conscience, and they will know that they work very well in the Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets. Many money can make a lot. In this way, a pass one, you can't talk about people, naturally solve it. Advertising. It is also necessary to promote the company's first products. Take this kind of high-paying business elite. At that time, I will leave the call of the provincial TV friend. You contact them to shoot the time location of the advertisement. What is the idea of ideas? Normally shoot our food chain supermarket, and then hire business people. These things, if you are really and well, come back to me again. If you find the chapter content error, please report. We will fix it. For more exciting content, please pay attention. Big new domain name http. Chapter 262 is the long way among the office of the flagship store in the faithful supermarket. Liu Sheng and Zhao Fang have finished the relevant matters about the expansion of the community in the provincial city, and talk about the development ideas of the company in Jiangqing. Liu Sheng feels very good to Zhao Fangshan, think he put Zhao Fangshan in this position, absolutely the right choice. If it is not too big, Zhao Fangtan's future development prospect is absolutely high, will become the top beam of the faith. Inviting Zhao Fangshan, please invite to eat. Liu Sheng allowed the ceiling halfway to drive him directly to the headquarters of the Bamboo Plate. This time, Liu Sheng left Jiangqing to Beijing and Tokyo to go more than 1 month. He was very much to Ms. Dong Guosheng, and if they want to see them, he has a lot of things to be with Dong Guosheng. Talk. Moreover, he has to look at the results on the Loyalty Animation Studio. He went out for such a long period of time, nor did it know if Liu Yongzhong's comic creation is delayed, and it is possible to complete the comic manuscript on time. After going out, there will be a lot of things in Jiangqing, you need him to handle one by one. Many times, Liu Sheng has to hand over all things to the following people. He is only responsible for digging the idea. However, Liu Sheng is understanding that it is a matter of unrealistic things. If he puts all things, he will not do anything, and there will be a lot of things. Track. This is Liu Sheng. I don't want to see. This time and Zhao Fangshan talked to a logistics company's idea. Liu Sheng began to scratch the head again. The loyalty company. Now there are many people, but it can pick up the girders. Let him feel that the trusted people are not much. At this time, there is no such thing as a headhunter or a direct excavation company. The company is a country, a little better state management personnel, and it will not go to work in one of his collective companies. The situation of loyalty companies in talents. This is about to manage the logistics department to be established. Liu Sheng is very scratched. In the car, I want to go, and finally choose people on Feng Xiao. When Feng Xiao began to fight fish, he had been following Liu Sheng. Now, after such a long exercise, Feng Xiao has made a long progress in doing things. Since the time he listened to the Jiangyu Jun, and Feng Xiao did work very well on the fish seeded. The aquatic products sent in the province gave Feng Xiao a very pertinent evaluation. The most important thing is that Feng Xiao will drive. Once the logistics company is to set up, Feng Xiao can run a job round, at least solve some related problems. Among the people who are trustworthy, Liu Sheng has always felt that Yang Guofeng's little scorpion Yang Hua is good. People will not say that the brain is still very living, but Yang Hua is now in the solar hot water bottle and decoration materials market, and selling the floor and in the house decoration. Yang Hua will arrange separately, even the future will be responsible. There is also a total live responsibility of the greenhouse production base of Bamboo Plate and Fulong Village, as well as the construction of the wood farm base, and Liu Sheng will slowly choose a certain position in the future. This time I went to Bamboo Plate. Liu Sheng's most important thing is to talk to the two people of Donggo Liango, and he wants them to further stay in the last time. Liu Sheng knows that the village support like Dong Guosheng and Liang Guof is quite a lot, and they have been doing everything in their behalf, although they can't compare with Zhao Yulu, but they are two good books in Bamboo Plate and Fulong Village. They seek truth and pragmatism, pioneering, and encouraging people in the village hard work. It is also because of their unremitting efforts. The two villages of Bamboo Plate and Fulong Village are more than a year, and there is a big variety, and the villagers in the village are already all willing to get rid of the road, walking in front of the people of the whole country. How many things do the village committee do? Liu Sheng is slightly listening to Dong Guosheng, village branch, village committee, people mediation, comprehensive management, militia, community, women's federation, trade union, statistics accounting, population health, division work, cultural center, party campaign center, and a number of left-behind elderly, women, children, etc. The work that needs to be responsible is also a number of party affairs, agriculture, civil affairs, poverty alleviation, land, and housing. Various work notes, hover duty log, study notes, meeting records, and various professional workbooks, etc. in the village committee cadres. Each job is only checked every year, and several village cadres will be tired. In short, as long as the county and township have some departments, there will be work tasks to send the village support. Every day, there is something, busy and pull grinding, and rarely take care of families. According to Dong Yuosheng and Liang Yuofu, only leadership, the cadres grabbed. The people followed. The rural areas can have a hope, and they are busy every day. They're two people and people think about it, and they have made, one person, a village change. All witnessed two people's efforts. Luo Sheng feels that many things have seriously constrained the development of Dong Yuosheng and Liang Yuofu, and they should stand in a higher stage to work for the people. After this time and Chen Sai, after the exchange of opinions, Luo Sheng had an idea that I want two people to move. Luo Sheng is clear. According to this session, even if he does not leave the relationship, Dong Yuosheng and Liang Yuofu are promoted, nothing more than 2 years. However, there are many things he wants to carry in the future. The status of Dong Yuosheng and Liang Yuofu has not been able to make effective help. At least 2 people will be promoted to a hand in the township, and the second hand, they can better helping people in the country to get rich. The most important thing is that they can make loyalty companies that are not subject to some harassments and should not appear in Chengqing Township. When he was in the provincial city, he had communicated this matter and Chen, and the new area he had to engage in the future is basically in Chengqing Township. Once the construction of the new district has become a new city in Jiangqing, then the township and township of Chengqing towns will become a district, or maybe, these 2 positions must be he recognized. Luo Sheng does not just improve the level of 2 of them, and said with Chenrinra's high officials, to increase his father's level. Luo Sheng's father is at this time, the deputy director of the Agricultural Machinery Bureau, at least to adjust the deputy director of the Suburban Supervisor Development. Once the time is mature, the position of the area of the suburbs is his father. These things, Luo Sheng feels very normal, and the Faith Company has made so much concessions, so that the Black Province has been quite affordable. Chen woke up agreed to him, and it is also a matter of normal, whether it is Luo Sheng's father, or Dong Yuosheng, Liang Yuofu, they are all excellent Communist Party members, and they can have the party's test, such as the old yellow cattle is not promoted, is it corrupted, don't learn the non-adherence officials do not. Luo Sheng said in his thoughts when he was talking to Chen, he would make a large scale in the western part of Jiangqing, get a small economy as the same as Shenzhen. I think of the new city of the small economic special zone. Luo Sheng is a big circle. The cement used in construction is now resolved, and the Japanese Mitsubishi Mining Group builds the largest cement plant in black. However, if you want to cover the building, you want to engage in large-scale construction, Luo Sheng must consider building some of the most basic things needed in Jiangqing here. At the beginning of the 1980s, most people won't think that when the future, the China economy will develop so fast, and they will suddenly start. They will not think that the Chinese architecture industry has ushered in the best development. There are basic construction and building construction in the country, and the building materials industry has become a fragrant. Luo Sheng thought that since he wants to invest in the construction industry, then, if you don't do it, you have to do it. In the infrastructure of the future, all the raw materials of the companies belonging to the company, such words can better ensure the quality of the building of faith. Luo Sheng turned his hand to head a place, steel bars and some steel products. He needs to engage in a large steel mill, template factory, stone sands of stone sands, super large-scale brick, slight brick, small concrete block brick factory, large door and window factory. Luo Sheng had a number of heads with his fingers, and suddenly found that the number of fingers is not enough. He felt a big head. Nima. It is necessary to make a large new city. Recommend a book of the same group of sisters eating survival guide. Chapter 263 is older than a matter of concern. Golden brother, I listened to the office when I came in the morning, said that the director of Jinzhou is suspended. What is going on? How is this good one? Xu Zhengnan arrived at the Agricultural Machinery Bureau. I heard it. Next two people said that Jinzhou was suspended. He immediately ran to the next door, and his relationship with the best Golden Red this side came to listen to the message. This is not clear. Anyway, the deputy director is now suspended. I want to say that it may be a mistake. Everything is too much this year. Who knows that he is not? What is going on? Jin Honghong saw Xu Zhengnan's heartless appearance. Nothing to say, for the sudden situation. Jin Honghong is not very understanding. But he heard that this is the decision made after Jin Zhuo's suspension. It is the decision to make after the meeting, not only directly suspended, and let Jin Zhuo reflective at home. There is absolutely no best. I want to see the old leaders. The old leaders usually take care of me. This time I have been suspended. I have to go to his home to see him. Xu Zhengnan listened to the Golden Red after home. He immediately wanted to visit the old leaders. If you want to say, little Xu, you still don't want to go. Now he is not the deputy director, even the employees of the Agricultural Machinery Bureau are not. If you have caught a sage in his family, it is not good. Who knows that he is a big divertarator who is guilty? The secretary gives him a small shoes. Now, it is not good. It is not good. It is not good. And you will be there. Golden Red for Xu Zhengnan's rough. It is very speechless. This little is still young. As soon as I heard the director, I wanted to visit in the past, which is a very big taboo. The big director can let Jin Zhuo have been suspended at home, that is, Jin Zhuo is committed to this time, or if it is, it will never even have any winds and news. After Xu Zhengnan listened to the Golden Red Dragon, he immediately said, I think about it. Leaders have something. I used to be so good to me. If I don't have it, I always feel nothing. Just at this time, his heart has already sounded. This period of 3 years is different from peace. One is not good. What is done, even will have a prison. If you say in accordance with Jin Hongshan, the secretary is committed to this time. If he ran to the home at this time, if something is stained, it is really not worth it. Dear Liu, have you heard that Jin Zhuo is suspended? Your news has always been very good. Tell me, what is it? What is it? I called my news. That is, I am so good. This thing I suspended at Jin Zhuo is very sudden. It is that the secretary has come back from the city, then announced the deputy director. The position is suspended. Who knows how to go back? But, according to I estimate, it is a matter of commitment, or if it is absolutely not to let the class. Don't let the downs. If you don't have too big, if you accidentally, you will not be able to get it in a few days. Now this is very hard. Caught in the old nose. No, older than the honest person makes any mistakes. Wear a glasses when quiet. That is a pure old person. This is really hard to say. Don't you watch the bad guys on the TV? The old man is so like he is also a bad person. Dear Liu, is there any older? The old is not thin on weekdays. At this time you don't talk about it. You can't talk to this festival. Not, now how is it? Everyone is not clear. Hey, I listened to our generals said that after this time I go home, I will never go back to our Agricultural Machinery Bureau. People go cold. This is a number, is it? I can still sing Cage for someone who will never go back. Among the departments of the Agricultural Machinery Bureau, they didn't know what changes were made by Golden Zhuo. It was actually suspended at home. What? You listen to Yufan to say that the old is suspended. The horse's face suddenly revealed a kind of puzzle color, and the face was changed, and he looked at him. Shen-Chi, I have to go to him. Old classmates who have been so many years old, older than things. I have to go to see him. You give me 200 yuan. I will give it to the past, and our family is not very old. The help, although there are not much money, but this is also the best. Shen-Chi saw that Ma Yugo immediately wore clothes immediately, and let her take $200. Her face is difficult to look. Shen-Chi's face revealed a gloomy color, and said, there are $220 in our family now. You have to give it old to take 200 yuan. Our family drinks northwest wind. You can only take 100, otherwise we can't eat it. Shen-Chi is a little annoyed for her to mention Jin Zhou is dismissed, and directly let the leadership will be a little annoyed. How can she make such a sentence? This is good. The Yulu in the home is in the middle of the night, and it will be visited by Jin Zhou, but also take the money in the house, which is a life. The two of them were confirmed by the Golden Zhou, who did not leave from the countryside, and arrived at the small days until the house. Jin Zhou didn't help, but now let her take $200. It is absolutely impossible. This money is given in Jin Zhou. If the Jin Zhou can go back to the Agricultural Machinery Bureau to work, if it is not going to work, there are two children in his home, and it is also the money to use money. This time, this money cannot be given to them. What's more, she looks at the old horse in her family. The root is that I want to send these $200 to the past to help Jin Zhou 25. She bites the teeth and said to take 100, which is already able to bear it. Limit. You're loser, old lady. I said to take 200, I will take 200. And then I have a salary for 10 days. I have been in the past. If this home is still, I have said, I will take 200 of. Ma Yuguo's face is gloomy, and he is very dissatisfied with Shen-Chi only wants to take 100 yuan. At the beginning, if they didn't know the good days, they didn't have a problem now. Now I have a problem, although I still don't know what is wrong. He is absolutely can't sit. If you don't take the 200 of yuan is taken, he feels will not be happy. If you don't want our maids, you will say that the child is looking at the school. The book does not want money, the tuition fee does not want money. You have to take 200, you will take it directly. I didn't say it again. Do not give your brother to take money. Shen-Chi said after these words. She looked at Ma Yuguo in tears and began to weep. Shen-Chi also clearly knows what his own man said, and the heart is also very clear in Jin Zhou for their help. But she is twisted at this time. Now in Jin Zhou, what is the family? Those who accumulates all. Well, my wife, this time I am wrong. In a few days, our unit will open. When we live still can't become a problem. It is really not good. These days send the child to the grandparents of the countryside, let them live there for a few days. We can live in the two sons. However, the old brother is not the same. He suspended. There are two children who go to college. He should be the hardest. When we don't help now, are we still people? Don't you say, I have passed. The older brother, I will tell you later. Ma Yuguo took Shen-Chi's face. Affectionately Shen-Chi's eyes kissed the kiss, and continued to smile and said, I know my family's mother's mother knows me. I will fight for more times next month, and earn some bonuses. Ma Yuguo rushed into the vast color and went straight to Jin Zhuojia. Chapter 264, is difficult to see you. Jin Zhuo's home is west to the train road outside the west gate of Jiangqing, and lives in the family room of the agricultural machinery. Jin Zhuozi because of the person. Almost some units of colleagues arrived at his family, and there were some old tea, but since Jin Zhou was dismissed at home, Jin Zhuojia the kind of enthusiasm is gone, as if there has never been the kind of lively. If the city to the door of the door, a total of time is a few days, it is like a lively vegetable market. Since the big scorpion Luo Sheng gave him a call, in recent days, Jin Zhuo has been staying at home. And there is nothing, not to contact anyone, just waiting quietly. Jin Zhou really didn't think of it, but also said that this is good, the good colleagues and friends. I heard that he is being dismissed at home, and the door is not going, even behind the arranging it's not that he is. The most fascinating is that he has never thought of it. He just helped to Ma Yuguo, actually so thick, after heard that he was suspended. The first visit to his family, and throwing $200 in the death of death. If you say other people, I will not feel particularly movement in Jin Zhou. After all, 200 yuan for the drought and flood control of the agricultural machinery, and some of the people who have additional money are not what but the family of Ma Yugo is almost all the family of Ma Yugo. The situation in Ma Yuking is very clear in Jinzhou. The two children in the family are going to school. He and the wages of the daughter-in-law have nothing more than 60 yuan. Flowering for 2 years, two people can have 200 yuan. It is good. But it is such a situation. Masuo is still brought to him for 200 yuan. Jinzhou felt special movement. When the big scorpion arrived at home in the past 2 days, I was guilty of telling him, and I saw the true feelings. When I was falling, it was still trustworthy. This time, from the Deputy Director of the Agricultural Machinery Bureau, it is to directly become the Deputy Director of the Suburban Supervisor and Culture. And there must be some trustworthy people to help. People with good relationships together on weekdays, do not necessarily at this time. They will be like the past. Only after suffering, they will meet the truth, especially those who say bad words in the back. In the future, after the district leader, it cannot be enabled. Jinzhou thought that the big Liu, who lives in front of the front, the big Liu Yi to the evening, I ran to his home soon. I didn't like the tea friends, or a quite good chess friend. In the 1980s, the chess is a fashion, even more groups of people watching the chess. Some stinking sons are rumored. In short, every night, the chess game is particularly welcome place. When he did not have been dismissed, he came to find him with him almost every day. It is precisely because of this reason, Liu gave some relatives in the Agricultural Machinery Bureau, and he all made a good thing. Only the eyes have passed, and when the big Liu has something, he helps Liu several times. When he was dismissed, he was the first thing that he thought was Liu. He felt that after he was dismissed, the first one to comfort him and his family would inevitably, if it is not Liu, it is his most taken care of Xiaozu in the agricultural machinery schoolroom. Without his care, there is no help. Xiaozu is now at this time, no matter whether it will not be able to mention the position of the deputy minister. After Xiaozu, I have been working in the Jiangqing. I have been working under his hand. He always treats Xiaozu as a child who is self-cultivation. At Jinzhou, this time, if it is possible, Liu He Xiaozu brought two people. After all, people are familiar, and they will come forward. It didn't think that the two people in his heart did not expect him to explore him at his family. It was in the bureau to clarify the boundaries in the bureau. It seems that if he is with him, early normally, people are in ancient times. A squirrel in King Zuo's heart. I am sighing, my friends. I remembered his magical big scorpion at Jinzhou. For his magical big scorpion, I feel very incredible at Jinzhou. This nephew, the nephew, I didn't see anything about it. Even when I was in New Year, he didn't feel the magical place in this big nephew. However, as the little scorpion is constantly giving some rare things to his home, he also sends a color TV and some foreign exchange coupons. He slowly listened to the little scorpion. And his own big nephew is actually the largest river city, the founder of the food chain supermarket. This thing makes him feel amazed to know. This time is 8 or 3 years. The average person does not say that it is a small sale to sell, it is to take some of the goods to go out and sell it. Don't say that it is so big. In the eyes of Jinzhou, Liuosheng's food chain supermarket is a large shopping mall, or even more than a large-scale state-owned shopping mall. At this time, I didn't think of this at Jinzhou. The son of my little scorpion actually can be so good. That is, the big man who feels suffocating. That is not the average person can make it. In my past, I could eat a bottle of cans. It was already quite rare. However, now in his home, the light is a good box. Even if he has begun to give people, there is still a big bunch. Jinzhou is a university undergraduate graduation, is a formal army, and there is a deep accomplishment in arithmetic. When Liuosheng's Jiangqing, he actually calculated a bill for the big scorpion. All the schools in the river are fish, according to the 2 bottles of each student. The number of 5 bottles of each teacher is coming. That is, tens of thousand bottles. In the relationship between the Gaze and Letter Company, the police of the whole Jiangqing police system, as well as the Jiangqing stationed officers and soldiers, each 2 bottles. The other small comes is not enough. Just these, the faith has issued a can of nearly 20,000 yuan. 20,000 yuan, it is a concept of what is like. People in Jiangqing, the average salary is probably on the 33, 4 yuan, and Luo Sheng's number of money has been equivalent to a salary money of 7,000 people. This is a horrible things. These don't say. A few days, the little scorpion came home and his wife Luo Shumai made a complaint, saying that the child is getting more and more, and it is worried. I didn't stay. Luo Sheng actually ran to the province's high officials. Chapter 265. Luo Shangyong has been a little bit from the bitter days, and now I can eat it. He has already felt very happy. On weekdays, he can contact the factory manager. It is already a leader. When I arrived at the Two-Light Bureau of Jiangqing, I saw the secretary of the SA, which is already a big official in his eyes, and the son, didn't surprise, actually ran to the provincial city, and the high officials were there, and the high officials were invited. As a father, as a man, as a master, I haven't felt how it is. The son suddenly surpassed him and let him feel a confused confusion. In the cognition of Jin Zhou, the loyalty company is Wang Bo. After all, at last year, most of the loyalty company is Wang Bo's head. This year, the big nephew and the people in the house, he has always had a unclear idea. But Wang Bo admitted that the faith company is Luo Sheng. He doesn't believe it, but he always feels incredible. The little scorpion came to his home and loving people, saying that the senior officials in the province would see Luo Sheng. His first feeling is that Luo Sheng blows big. As a deputy director of the Jiangqing Agricultural Machinery Bureau, he saw that the city may see it in a 2 years. The mayor has almost all. Luo Sheng is so little fat, the senior official calls him. Doing what? Although the company is a big shopping mall, it is a big shopping mall, but it is still a lot of differences with the big shopping malls in other state, and the senior officials will meet Luo Sheng such a child. However, the facts have indeed made their eyes fell. Luo Sheng not only saw the senior official, but also was sent by the high official to the capital of Beijing. Didn't have a few days, I got the news that Jin Zhou was surprised from his own little scorpion. Luo Sheng didn't have more time to Beijing, and actually in CCTV to engage in the most cattle advertisement. A big beauty church and the emperor's advertisement in CCTV, played a sanitary napkin, but also a sudden to let the NECYCG fired a mess. Since I heard that this thing is good, I will buy this sanitary napkin around. After using it, I almost boast this thing. Luo Sheng went to Beijing. It was sent in the province, playing the advertisement of sanitary napkins and countless. The main reason is still in the province. Just when Jin Zhou thought it was very accurate, his little scorpion came to his home. He said that Luo Sheng's child, he went to the side of Jingqing, and stayed for 10 days. Directly on the plane. What to do it? At this time, Jin Zhou is also a relatively big leader in the unit, but this is like this. He is here. He can't sit on a few cars, which is the only jeep. When I report to the city, I can sit on the next time. For him, don't say it is a plane. It is not common in Jiangqing. At this time, my big scorpion actually went to Beijing where the plane was going abroad. If you are not a little scorpion to say these things in his home, Luo Sheng finds that he is a matter of Zhuo to let him be a vice minister of Jiangqing suburbs. He really will not believe. Luo Shangyong was in Jiangqing, and he walked recently. Although he didn't help Luo Sheng run, Luo Sheng gave him a big shock. The deputy director of the suburbs of Jiangqing is in the eyes of Jin Zhou. It is quite a large official position, and the Agricultural Machinery Bureau where he is now is not at a grade. Jiangqing has a total of 5 regions. Although the 4 regions belonging to the city are relatively prosperous, the suburbs are the largest area in Jiangqing. The position of the deputy director of the suburban area, although the position is not high, it is already a senior official of Jiangqing. After Luo Sheng arrived in the loyalty company, He first talked about the two people to prepare for the rushing township and township. After they gave the father, I will call the father, and I will inform Jin Zuo's recent time. It is adjusted to the deputy director of the suburbs of Jiangqing. For those who have to promote the deputy director of Golden Friends, Luo Sheng is very upset, not only in advance and his father, but also personally arrived at the father's family and talking about a heart. Luo Sheng has always felt that you want to do big things, you must think of all things. It is not possible. When this time and Chenxius High School, Luo Sheng said very clearly. Now he has some funds overseas, and after the construction of cement factories, he will gradually put these funds into the construction of Jiangqing. Building a large laboratory, building a large industrial park is on the one hand. If the province can agree, he will build a large hospital and school in Jiangqing, and the sports venue and other public facilities, and it will build a run-through high-grade highway throughout the Black Province. At the end of 83, China has not yet raised the envision of the expressway. China's first highway is probably starting to build in 8 or 4 years. At this time, it is a provincial fast road. Such a high-grade road of the single Luo Sheng is already in the province's leadership to ponder. I want to get rich. First, mechanically, a region's road or railway is not developed, which will restrict the development of the economy. Only the road will be repaired, will make the goods will be better able to bring people to get rich. Only these things are carried out, and you need to issue documents in the province, or the leadership of the province is agreed. Once the leadership inside the province agrees with his thoughts, it is possible to decentrate to the loyalty company enough privilege. Then after the construction of the cement plant is completed, he will start these things. The things built by loyalty companies are entities. They are real things, no matter what is, as long as they invest and build in a Black Province. How do you not take it? For the Black Province, only benefits. There is no risk to say. If the vision of several leaders in the province is good, if the main leaders in the province pay attention to this matter, Luo Sheng believes that the construction project of this new area will be approved. After Luo Sheng returned to Jiangqing, after the matter of all the things, he had not yet waiting for him to take a break. Dong Yuosheng gave him a thing. The wedding period of the loyalty is coming soon. This is the big thing that Luo Sheng has always thought, that Luo Sheng decided to help Qin Bogo a good job. This marriage is also a happy event that is ushered in the establishment of loyalty. Do well. Chapter 266 Preparation. Long Yuganlin, his hometown is known. The cave is the name of the gold medal. The 4 very happy things in the traditional concept of the Chinese people. The marriage is unfair is one of the extremely important joy, and the wedding has always been the most grand Chinese family ceremony. The wedding of Qin Boda pays for a lot under the pointer of the village. The preparation of the wedding begins in 3 months. In order to marry the bride, Qin Bogo often invites Dong Yuosheng to discuss. Under normal circumstances, the 8-year-old wedding car, there is a capacity in Jiangqing City, and there are 2 or 3 vehicles. A car bride, a car pulls the makeup, just, the young car who picks up the bride is not good. Find. At that time, the big state-owned unit can have a small car, but also consider the leader of the leader. So there are often several vehicles to avoid the wedding. When the new people in the bamboo plate are married, the rural areas can't go. Pick up the tractor, put a bench, 2 newcomers sit up, friends and family stand on both sides, support the tractor, rumbling new house. In 8 or 3 years, when you marry in rural areas, it is already a very extravagant thing. When there is 8 tractors, Qin Bogo and Dong Yuo's loyalty, I want Dong Yuosheng to see, when I gave him a few tractors, if he married, there were several tractors to support him. It is also a very good thing. Wedding table and chair and pace. Wedding banquet, a variety of tickets for vegetables and cooking. He is more hope that Dong Yuosheng will help Zhang Luo, or it will be very difficult to use him with his Qin Bao or Bao. Luo Sheng and Wang Bo returned to Jiangqing. Soon, Dong Yuosheng said that Qin Baolu said with Luo Sheng. That is very clear in Donggo. Luo Sheng is very good to Qin Baolu, or if Luo Sheng will never let Wang Bo go to help Qin Bogo to make friends. and help Kinbogo to engage in this. After Luo Sheng heard Dong Yuoshong, he immediately remembered this thing that Kinbodo's August 28th. In recent time, Luo Sheng is too busy, almost forgets the things that Kinbodo marriage. Luo Sheng has always had an idea. Kinbogo's first married person as a senior employee of communications, must make a good time, be sure to let Kinbogo becomes a home. Since Luo Sheng decided to help Kinbo Shibu to do well, then he is going well. So, he told Wang Bo, Kinbogo married the day, don't let the tractor did not take the tractor. The loyalty company came out of the 3 cars, 2 luxurious built-in Crown, 1 Jeep, Crown car used to pick up the bride. The Jeep is responsible for the bride, the dowry of accompanying. The company pays for 2 bus, as long as the employee inside the company wants to participate in the wedding, you can sit on the bus to pick up the relatives, and you will be lively. In the future, the staff inside the company married. The treatment standard is the company to help hire 2 big passenger cars, and there is 1 or 2 luxury version of Toyota Crown. As for Wang Bo, the relationship between the city will help you have a few cars. That is, Wang Bo is worried. There is a sentence, Hanks in point soldiers, and more benefits. At this time, the wedding banquet in the bamboo board is at home. Ginbao National is only 2 rooms. The yard is not enough. It is not possible to pay a wedding banquet at home. Luo Sheng will directly set up a wedding banquet at the empty space of the communications company. Do this on the empty space of the communications corporation, according to the previous conventions. The people who need a marriage is full of tables and chairs. This kind of thing has experienced, and whoever has a few chairs know that it is not expensive. If each households are greeted, they will be taken, and everyone will take their own chairs and stools. Home is okay. The wedding banquet is a large canvas with a temporary canvas. The dishes are used with washing pot, and the big fried cooking is busy. One day, it will give 2 boxes of smoke as a hand. When Luo Sheng listened to Dong Yuoshong, when he talked about this matter, he did not drop this kind of desk. Now that the faith company is not bad, it is not bad. It can be said that it is worthy of the wealth. You want to get it directly. The table and chair bench is all purchased by the loyalty company. He also said directly that if the company has a married person, you can continue to use these tables and chairs. If the kitchen is, there is a place in the canteen of the faith. It is nothing more than this time you have added some big pots. When you do the main dishes, you have to do it in the cafeteria, clean and hygiene. And there is no fly mosquito. Other auxiliary dishes can borrow other rooms, packed the big warehouse of the previous fishing net, and the auxiliary and other dishes can be placed there. When they open, someone can take a dish from that place. When Luo Sheng and Dongo said this, he thought that now, the business of the faith is booming, and there is nothing in the future. He also organizes the employee inside the company, and eats a meal here. It can enhance employee. The feelings are more likely to make workers more cohesive. When I was in Beijing, when Yan Ligo Chenchong, Luo Sheng thought that the company will hold some patriotic rituals every week or every month, learn what Zhang Heidi, or held some patriotic speakers, let employees feel the charm of the speech, and motivate employees to work better. The so-called wedding is a good wine, which is a single restaurant or put a table in his own. 2 tables, please take a good friend. At that time, I didn't have the provisions of the drink. So the people who were notified to drink were true. And when I had a good thing in the early 1980s, it was an encouraging event. At this time, which is a happy event, I know it in the left neighborhood at half a year. Empress friends often send their own sippled out. Such a lot of, no more than a chicken duck, and then equipped with some fan, kelp, and a normal wedding feed material is about to leave. Luo Sheng is deeply sorry for this ticket, but the 3 years, it is like this, no one can change this fact. This time, Kinbogo has a happy event. It is the first staff of the faith company to marry. Luo Sheng has 1,000 gold to buy a horse's idea. Since there are so many things that the company helped the Kinbogo, and it is not bad. Recommended Urban Gods new books. Chapter 267 Zhang Luo Sheng let Wang Bo told Qin Boda to let Qin Bo go counted his family here, and the guests of the female family's relatives, probably there. How many people participated in the wedding? Luo Sheng has always had an idea. Qin Bo is the veteran of the faith company. It is also the first young man who is the first marriage of the faith. He is going to be hot in this time. It also takes a look at the young people of the faith company. How is the loyalty company to treat the employees in the company? As long as the loyalty company works well, the faith company will not depend on anyone. At the end of 8-3, the marriage banquet is generally a few tables, and there are more than 10 tables. More words, that is those meat and other non-food roles. Luo Sheng directly set up a tone directly, and directly office. In addition to some things that must be voted, let the employees in the company help to see, donate their own tickets, other things all arrangements for faith companies. In the 8th year, the children of the national largest factory have married, nothing more than 10 tables, even if they want to make more, there is not so big hotel, or there is not so many people to participate. Luo Sheng felt that this time, since he prepares to help Qin Boda conduct a large-scale exercise, then he will make a big. This time he and Wang Bo seated the halfway from Tokyo. It came back several cameras. Photographs, don't worry too much. It's all kinds of full-style cameras. Half of the teachers who are responsible for publicity will get these things, and many of the professional photographs. These are able to take pictures. Find a few photographed in Jiangqing. It is estimated that Qin Bo will be able to find it. If you can't find it, the communications company will call which school leaders hit the phone. Borrowed 2 photographed teachers, there is still no problem. However, at this time, there is no video. You want to find a video in Jiangqing. It is a fairly difficult thing. Luo Sheng is clear, 8 or 3 years old. Don't say it is a video. When you get married, you can have a person specially given it. It is already quite good. But Luo Sheng thought that now he has resources in this area. When Qin Bo is married, to find a video, become a person who opens a marriage video in Jiangqing. Luo Sheng and the director Jiang Qiang of the Black Provincial TV station were good. When I was taking an Orsan sanitary napkin advertisement, Jiang Qiang said that if I have something to help here, he will help. This thing to get married, find Jiang Qiang basically does not have much problem. Even if Jiang Qiang can't send the video teacher to stand up, and will help find the video at Jiangqing TV. Luo Sheng told Wang Bo to call the relationship unit, while he picked up the call to Jiang Qiang. Jiang Qiang, who was the Black Provincial Advertising Department, said. After some communication, Jiang Qiang agreed to Luo Sheng, and the video staff Shen Tengfei will arrive at Jiangqing from the evening of August 27th. He and those units are busy, and they will not have to participate in this large-scale wedding event. Jiang Qiang called Luo Zongxun to make Shen Teng flew to Jiangqing to carry out the wedding shot. The original in his heart has some contradicts. After all, Shen Tengfei is a staff member in the Black Provincial TV, and many shots are inseparable from him. If Luo Sheng is in his own home, he will not feel too much in his heart. After all, Luo Sheng gave them a big red envelope per person. However, Luo Sheng let him go to Jiangqing this time, but he felt something because of an employee of his company. But, after Jiang Qiang heard Luo Sheng, he immediately made a decision to let Shen Teng flew to Jiangqing to shoot a wedding video. Now is 8 or 3 years. Jiang Qiang has never heard of the employee of that factory or said that the employee is married. Leadership is arranged. Almost all spending is a loyal letter. The side also illustrates a problem. Luo Sheng, this little guy treats employees so good, then, people to treat them will definitely pay more, and such a friend must pay. After the Anren's advertisement was taken out, the provincial TV station advertising department also raised the eyebrows. As long as it is a company that I want to advertise it here, I heard that any Xu Weixing's advertisement is Jiang Qiang. When they were shot, they didn't say that they will pay directly, and they will give the advertisements to Jiang Qiang them. It is also the reason that Jiang Qiang is very windy in the Black Province TV station. If Luo Sheng has brought to them, I think that Luo Sheng will not only be young, but in the province should have some relationship. Jiang Qiang finally decided, let Shen Teng flew to Jiangqing to videos to the employee wedding of the Faith Company, and it is also a kindness with Liu Sheng. Wang Bo is quite unsuspecting for Liu Sheng. If the role of Qin Baolu is replaced with him, how much he is able to accept. However, Qin Boda has an outsider, nothing more than the Faith Company just set up a fish team. Liu Sheng actually spends so much vigorous wedding car, wedding party Faith Company package office, still looking for a provincial station in the province. People come to this video. These still don't say, this big exterior actually let him put down the things over the mountain wild vegetable processing factory, to help Qin Baolu, Zhang Luo, but also let him borrow the car with the brothers. Although Wang Bo is compliant, it is strictly in accordance with Liu Sheng, but at this time, most things have no use of Wang Bo personally, and they can handle it to the following. However, the telephone number of the relational unit requires Wang Bo personally played. Wang Bo is also understanding at this time. Liu Sheng is to give Qin Bogo's largest and most lively wedding. Loyalty is now in Jiangqing. It is also a big company. It is not only a tight material, and there is a large dietary chain supermarket. When I just entered the summer, the Faith Company gave the brothers and the brothers. These brothers should not refuse the requirements of the company as long as they are not stupid. At this time, whether it is the factory or other units, as long as it is a car, it is a public spending money. It is like this kind of person to sell. The leadership is very generous. If there is no special thing, it will help the car. Chapter 268 2 Ideas 30 Live iron legs, the round table, 300 chairs, 5 wash basin. Wang Bo, to buy things to buy in the family factory, will give the family a factory sister Liu Shangyong. I have played a phone, let the sister and the family of the factory director Yao Hongjun communicate, and the family is in the fastest speed. Wang Bo felt that he has been together in the last period of time and Liu Sheng, the idea is much more. One thing that was originally, he didn't link to Yao Hong, and a fairness company and homemade a factory has been brother. However, at this time, he put this thing, gave his brother-in-law Liu Shangyong, let Liu Shangyong are responsible for talking to the factory. In this case, it is equivalent to Wang Bo to give Liu Shangyong's opportunity to appear in front of all employees of home. Such a big order will take the desktop that will be taken in the warehouse in the house, and the chair and other things have been sold, and the profits of a few months have not ran. His sister Liu Shangyong has been very high at home. From Liu Sheng, let Yang Hua have started the wholesale of the floor, and he has sent canned people to the family, and Liu Shangyong is everywhere. Mage. This Faith Company purchases the round tables and chairs of the side. Liu Shangyong will make the staff of the whole factory begin to convince. If there is no Liu Shangyong's relationship, their family plants will never have so many orders, and will not get free cans. There will be no such benefit. According to Liu Sheng, I passed this matter. Through this matter, my brother Liu Shangyong took the transformer of the director of the workshop of the family, should be able to go, should be able to officially turn forward, become a workshop director of the family. If you are better, you can easily let Liu Shangyong become the supervisor production or the deputy head of the competent sales. But, what is these things going to do? That is not Wang Bo to know. In the 8th year of the 8th 3, the people in the city married, usually in the hotel in the city, but also spend a lot of money, but also spending a big ticket and meat ticket. The pork, soil, rice noodles, and some ingredients used in Kinbogo, and Wang Bo is in one by one, all of which will be done by the homage of Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets. Ordinary people marriage purchase these things difficult, and the faith is nothing wrong with these things. When Kinbogo gave marriage, several major pieces came out, all of them were all bought, all of which were better. TV is the best famous brand in China. The laundry machine is the most cattle washing machine manufacturer at the time of China, and the lottery unit produced the bicycles, one silver grey with flowers pattern, a toe-6 female bicycle in red. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult to buy in Jiangqing, which is a friend who is loyal to the business bureau from the provincial city. She is checked back to Jiangqing, and she is enough to brighten a lot of people's eyes. Wang Bo looked at these things when Qin Bogo married. He felt some eyes, even if he had a luxurious version of Toyota Crown, and Luo Sheng had a little better to Qin Bao. When the bamboo plate is ate first, there is a marriage. It is a tractor pulled to 7 or 8 people. At home, a table banquet was placed at home, and the elders of the two sides and the immediate relatives were eaten. When married, don't say it a large piece. The recorder of the dual card is not. The best large part is a plum-style sewing machine. Looking at Qin Boda is almost everything now. There is a faithful company to help Zhang Luo, which is not a problem. Some things in the wedding preparation, the loyalty company is almost finished. Nothing more than some details of marriage. And Qin Bogo is also required to communicate with the old man during this time. Luo Sheng has some essays for the Qin Bodas. Qin Bogo, after all, Qin Boshabao is getting married for the first time. Many things don't understand, or if it is, I can't use his big heart. After thinking about this matter, Luo Sheng decided to take a few days before Qin Bogo, accompanied Qin Baolu to the women's home, and then asked what would need to do in the women's home. Don't get married, what'll you owe? This time, since he made this big kung fu to engage this wedding, there is absolutely no big mistake in the middle. When I was in the northeast, I said a lot, especially if there was a 7 major aunt, it was more. When Luo Sheng, he learned some things. When he got married, the wife's home said very little, and did not need this one. However, this is the case. There is a relative in the first 2 days of getting married. What is the beak? Saying that there is no 4 colorful gifts. This is a marriage. The 4 color gifts are a piece of minced meat, 4 green onions, 2 pounds of noodles, 2 packs of cotton white sugar, is a gift that groom to the woman will bring the bride. I have to take a knife with the mother, bring 4 ribs to show that although the daughter is married, but still is connected to the mother's flesh, no departure. The green onions should be rooted, intelligent, smart, and reliable. Powder and sugar rendering marriage sweet long. When you get married, you need to have a special person responsible for managing. After picking up the mother, you have to find the knife to take the sideline. Everything is to bring half of your meat back to your wife. When Luo Sheng got married, it was a classmate to buy a car in the morning to the market. If it is not called the call before the evening, I can't buy this condition at all. At this time in 8 or 3 years, if someone comes out what is like a meat, it really has to get it in advance. Otherwise, the 10 miles will not kill a pig. Where there is such a qualified, I bought it away from my meat. When I got relative, I didn't say it. The knife was even more difficult to find on the side of the mother's house. Because there was a custom of stealing and holding a bowl of chopsticks, I found a woman's home axe to take away. That is Fu got home. In short, there are a lot of things, and some things must be in advance. Luo Sheng was prepared to take a look at Luo Yumai. He has 2 different ideas. First, when he is old, he has been behind the scenes. When Qin Bogo is married, Wang Bo is a marriage, and there is no matter what he is in such an occasion, and it will not throw his head. When he wedded to Qin Boda, he and the heads of his head and the heads of the company looked around, and it was possible to eat wedding in the company's cafeteria. At that time, the new lady's appearance he couldn't see. He had so much power in this matter, at least to look at the future daughter-in-law of Qin Bogo, always listened to Wang Bao, said it is a flower inserting Qin Go. This cattle he has to look at it. Is it like that? The second is to Luo Yumui's house to see if there is too much, saying that Luo Jia is too much. Be sure to set these things in the marriage money, don't temporarily change, but will not only affect the happiness of Qin Boda's 2 sons. The face affecting the faith company. Such a thing is that Luo Sheng is absolutely not allowed. Chapter 269. Luo Sheng and Wang Boxing got Qin Bogo, Dong Zigo, and several people sat on the luxurious version of the semi-mountain opened, and they directly arrived in Luo Yumai. When Wang Bo led people, Luo Qian is very politely welcoming to the house from the door. He greets people to give Wang Bo to the tea pouring water, take melon seeds, take the candy, while converging the relatives of the family to prepare for lunch. Let Wang Bo have lunch at home, as if they are already home. Since Wang Bo arrived in Luoqiang in the new year, Luoqiang had a huge change in the attitude of Qin Bao. Don't say that Qin Bao can earn much money every month, say Qin Bao's affected company. It is not a general person to compare. Hong Bin is one of Fufeng Street, and even the Hulk Simmons' most powerful figure, but this is a big figure, actually by the one called Wang Bo. What makes Luoqiang feel horrible is that the entire Jiangqing now knows that the Faith is a very conscientious company. They have never heard of which company can issue more than 20 million yuan to Jiangqing people without paying free of charge. That is $200,000, not $20. In the West Gate, I have been half a year of 8 or 3, and I haven't heard who has become a million yuan. That is, loyalty is definitely a big company. As the backbone of the Faith company, Qin Bofeng sent 3 boxes, and the family was bamboo plate. There was a box. He sent 4 boxes of fish. He didn't say it, directly gave Luoqiang. I sent 2 boxes of fish. Qin Bao is responsible for the comprehensive work of fishing fish. Under normal circumstances, everyone can take a pound of Xinjiang fish to eat. From last year, I started eating fish every day. After 3 years, Qin Bao had lost his interest in eating fish. The welfare treatment of the fish team was directly filial to Luoqiang. 2 boxes of fish, 1 box of 12 bottles, 2 boxes are $24. Luoqiang feels very face, plus the river fish every day. He is having a baby in this time, already become the object of everyone in the soy products factory. Qin Bao is honest, and is willing to work, or the backbone of the Faith company, such a son-in-law. He can't find a lantern. I heard Wang Bo that didn't say anything about his family. He immediately patted his chest to say that his family said that there was no saying, and it was possible to pick up the relative directly. Luoqiang feels that it is absolutely impossible to make this marriage. What is the 8 big sidelines, and he is working hard with his wife and 2 people. Although Luoqiang repeatedly put the ticket, Luosheng still let Wang Bo said with Luoqiang, although Luoqiang does not say anything, but the phone must be hit. Call the field and the local relatives, see if there is a relative in the home. What is wrong? This thing must be determined. Luoqiang was also able to make a way, and he told his family to greet Wang Bo, and he received his wife to the family's relatives. Luo Yimai has been a good time in the past, not only wearing a good look, but also dressed up to drift, and Qin Bao stood together. Luo Sheng also felt that Luo Yimai was flowers. But, in the 1980s, most people will not consider this kind of beauty, and there is no idea. It is nothing more than that of the new lady who looks good. The groom is hardworking, and there is no great relationship with the long way. Qin Bao is very honest, and it is very honest. It is most important to be able to work hard. With Luo Yimai, it will be said, after Luo Yuxi arrived in Luosheng, it was particularly enthusiastic. It could not say the taste of the young woman in the 1980s. She was sowing the dowry, she was placed on the side, treating Qin Bao more seems to have is a family. Luo Sheng felt that Qin Bao was a blessing this time. Luo Yimai's condition was originally very good, coupled with the recent time Qin Bao and the old man communicated. Luo Jia is such a girl. What is the Qin family of wedding banquet? The dowry, try to be better. When they were used, they were more than 2, and there were more dowry. Luo Jia Qin family's face was also good. It is because of such a reason, Luo Sheng saw that Luo Yimai had to prepare a lot of dowry. 8 new cotton, from a pound of half to 8 g, can cover for 20 years. There are also a variety of color satin, big red and green, joyful. Those faces, the real good satin, hand-embroidered dragon and phoenix. 1 washing wrinkles. The briquette faded. 2 kinds of sheep blankets with the leather box with a leather. Both the fabric should be a girl ready, including curtains and tablecloths, TV sets. In order to find a good-looking cloth, for this time after getting married, Luo Yimai has a lot of time. Luo Yimai used the new quilt, please a full blessing woman in the mother, in order to bless the happiness of the girl. The parents are incomplete, the family is not full, and the dowry of the newcomer. The full blessing woman is also said to sow the newcomer's marriage. What is the woman's woman? In the Northeast, the whole blessing is a full-time woman. All the parents in the family are all healthy. There is a woman, that is, the old man is in the same, the child is Bipal, and it is necessary to be filial, family harmony. Such a person gives the new lady to dowry, symbolizes the future of the new lady to marry the family, will be a family harmony, a filial piety, and even more children. At this time, there is a custom, before marriage, the woman's large marriage is moving to the male home a few days ago. At that time, the so-called large-scale dowry was also the landing fan, the recorder, can accompany the TV or washing machine. And Luo Yumi's home, accompanied things only need to prepare little things, large items, in addition to TV and washing machine, bicycle Kinboda spend money, some small, loyalty company I bought it directly here, when I did a loyalty company to give Kinboshi's gift. Because Kinbogo is now responsible for fishing things, it is the backbone of the faith. Luo Sheng has got a Longjiang brand fan for Kinboda, and has a dual card recorder for Kinbogo. When I came back to Tokyo, I also gave Kinbogo's full camera. These things Luo Sheng did not give Kinboda in advance, but to give Kinboda a surprise when married. Just chatting around the dowry, Luo Qingyin, a old face, led the wife, came in from outside, after seeing Wang Bo, showing a smile on the gloomy face, and said, "Master." I said, I called the relatives, and the relatives said, no matter how simple marriage, it's absolutely less than the mother, or if it is, the old people in the newcomer and the home are not good. Otherwise, this is the money of the mother and the money of the for lottery. Luo Qiang was also worried at this time. The daughter now has set down to Kinbogo. If some small money really doesn't have any necessary, Kinbo's country spent so much money, so much with strength. He can't let the things like a meat are difficult because of things like a meat. Chapter 270 goes to pick up August 28th. The weather is fine. Luo Sheng climbed out of the nest early. Today is a big days of Kinbogo, he wants to wear Chi-Da company, and the team will pick up. These days, Luo Sheng put the other things down, specially supervise the marriage of Kinboda, and he is also full of efforts. He must be personally involved in this lively. Luo Sheng worn on the white shirt and a sunny trousers who bought it in Tokyo, wearing a summer shoes in summer, and hitting a greeting with the Taiwanese and Taimu, who had just played. In the case, he sat in the car and saw Luo Sheng came out from home. He immediately launched Toyota car, stopped from Luo Sheng, and opened the door to Luo Sheng from inside. Luo Sheng saw that the seal half of the Toyota car followed. It was another Toyota opened by Qian Hao. Wang Bo is reaching out from the window and say hello. After Luo Sheng waved Wang Bo, he said, and drilled into Toyota, blocking half of the mountain, and Qian Hao opened the car, and quickly arrived at the entrance of the headquarters of the communications company, preparing to pick up the car of those related units, and then to the new house of Bao. This time, Luo Sheng let Wang Bo play the car, and has promised that there are 5 cars that have been taken to take the car, plus Luo Sheng, 2 Toyota, a Jeep, plus 2 generals. In 8 or 3 years at this time, it is already the most luxurious team. At the entrance of the party headquarters, Luo Sheng saw that the buses sold out, and there were 7 or 8 cars, and his face showed a satisfactory smile. Luo Sheng pushed the door, after getting off, did not see several cars over there, but directly into the company's office. Among the people who went to pick up the relatives, Luo Sheng had already greeted 2 people with Dongjuo Liangliango. They, 3, plus Wang Xiping took a car, saying that 3 people got on the bus. They were prepared to Bao prepare to pick up the job in Jiangqing. After 2 people in Donggo Liangguofu, Luo Sheng saw that wearing a white shirt, Wang Bo in black trousers is holding a box of Chinese smoke, and a driver is smoking, and these drivers will depart from it. To keep up with the team, The position of the mother is in the family house on the soy product factory. Seeing Wang Bo talking in a group of people, Luo Sheng couldn't help but laughed. Uncle, the country is uncle, you have seen no, now I am more like, you can still see it, last year. Do I still have a farmer on the ground? Dong Yuosheng glanced after the side of Wang Bo, said, Wang Bo's kid is growing up. I really said that he really has such a leader. In fact, I feel, or you this little guy give you 3 influences, if you don't have you, how you changed again, and there will be such a big change. Liang Yuofu heard Dong Yuosheng, he immediately came to pick up, if I say it. Not only Wang Bo, Bamboo Plate and all villagers in Fulong village are all the blessings of loyalty, or there is no loyalty to take the lead of the people in the village get rich. Now the villagers here cannot eat enough. You two don't forget to arrange me at this time. I really don't know what you think. Today is the day of Bao Bao, let's talk about it here. Hurry to get on the bus, don't delay it. The time of the country. Luo Sheng said in the end of the leader of the big passenger car. Luo Big Brother, greeted the people on the side, ready to pick up the new lady. You take a look at the time, our northeast is the new daughter-in-law. The wedding of Qin Boda, Luo Sheng deliberately told Luo Yonggo. These people, this day, they have to participate, and they are asking them to see the customs of the northeast. Under normal circumstances, when they ate 3 years ago, there was a car or 2 cars, and the rest were cycling, composed of cars. And the rural areas of the northeast is married, and it is already very good to find a tractor or 2 tractors. There are even many families can't find a tractor. It can only be used as a bicycle to form a toss, a series of 7 or 8 bicycles, and the new lady has always been to the new house. This time, Luo Sheng has a big money, but also to let the young people in Luo Yongsheng look at the attitude and help of the loyalty to employees. He is more hope that Luo Yonggo can settle in Jiangqing and marry the child. The team slowly started, and it didn't use a few minutes. The road to Kinbogo was very close to the city last year. The team was stopped on the asphalt road. When Dong Zigo and Feng Xiao were in Kinbogo, when I came out of the house, I was scared by my eyes. Nima. What is this? Exclamation mark. After Kinbogo, he said, this time, Luo Yum is picking up. Luo Sheng said to arrange a few cars, but now, the door is a long car. How many cars are there in Jiangqing, and how many trolleys? Qin Beolu don't know, but when this reception is used to use the tractor, there are so many cars, which is simply swaying his eyes. Not only, Qin Bao is dumbfounded. From the relatives and friends from Qin Bao National, I saw such a lineup, and I also looked at it. This slippery car, there are special videos and 4 or 5 photographers, which is definitely the most luxurious wedding in Jiangqing. I got the car to pick up my relatives. I went to the city to pick up the car. I got on the bus. I got on time. I would like to go to the city. Zaipo shouted people to get on the bus, turned his head and told Kinbogo. Father, Lao Qin. Remember, when the head car will go to the door, let the guns must be young people, and the aspects are a requirement. Don't find a pig. Also, you let the people of those when the mooking is a point, the mother is here, and then take the sugar and smoke. It must be enthusiastic, never lose the number of gifts. In the summoning sound of Wiffer, Kinboda took the lead in the first car, the back is the second car. At this time, the people who put themselves are very stateable. The end of the tray, that is, the person who has a melon seed peanut and candy smoke, has to be a relative in his own, and it is necessary to come in the end of the mother's family, take the sugar and melon seeds. After the end came out, if the sugar and melon seeds or the smoke didn't, then immediately return to the house inside the house to take the relatives of these things, and be sure to let the people there will be satisfied. 2 people in Kinbogo and Luo Yumai are dogs. They can't have pigs in the people of people. There is an old saying in the northeast, that is, dog with pigs, stunned. Marriage is the day of big joy. It is absolutely can't appear in the phase of the phase, that is, because such a reason, it is a dog who is married, and it is not allowed to be a pig. Thank you old iron brother, Book Friends 145, 1701211556594331. Plan Blueprint Life, Point Mouse Play, Fruit 83, Overlooking 18, ST, Winter Rhyme Snow Mountain, SKY Repair, 1609301443218881. 1305191258354996, who has strong my nickname QZ3061526, a book of book friends such as a white, thank you for the monthly ticket of the blueprint, old Iron Brother, etc. Thank you. Chapter 271 is Surprising God. I didn't see a mistake. This old Luo girl is too windy. Actually, there are so many cars to pick up. Do you make a mistake? Is there a good job in the big trip? I have listened to the Lao Luo said, his aunt is in the bamboo plate. It is a rural person. Where is it find so many cars to pick up? You're good. I can't miss it. I have two married, this one in Simon, one is Laology, a married girl, and the other is the old man, my wife. I can take a daughter-in-law and marrying girl. What kind of cars do those cars? I didn't seem to have seen it before. I will know the Jeep and big cars from our factory. I don't know other cars. Futong's family and Luo Qiang's colleagues, the colleagues of Luo Yumai, who saw the vast team, and the face exposed envious and horrified. They really didn't think that Luo Qiang, the guy of the Baden, actually did not even me, and made a big battle, just brightened their eyes. Especially Luo Qiang's colleague. When I asked Luo Qiang said the truth, said Kinboda is the peasant on the bamboo plate. This new house is also in the bamboo plate, which is the normal house in the countryside. Now they see such a quarter, and the heart is even more pondering. How can the rural people on the bamboo plate? How can I come out? Is Luo Qiang's grandfather is the son of the village head? Or is it the son of the village book? Otherwise, it will not be able to make such a big court. Earlier, they heard that Luo Qiang found a rural aunt. They didn't have less jokes Luo Qiang, and Luo Qiang did a bad thing. I actually gave my own beautiful daughter to find a son-in-law. Some people who have to introduce Luo Yumai, but also to Luo Qiang's eyes, saying that Luo Qiang has a problem. So beautiful daughter, in the city, the young people who have state-owned work are not looking for, not to find rural, absolutely forced to be sick. At this time, they saw that Luo Qiang's son-in-law is so excited, and it is close to the mouth and does not publish the original opinion. I am coming. I am ready. I saw the team in Hutong. Luo Yumai's uncle's brother Sachiri saw that the team came over from the road, and he immediately ran into the yard. At this time, there is a great difference in the world. There is no such thing as the mobile phone, saying that there is no way to communicate in time, and use the most original tool, that is, the human legs and mouth. Luo Qiang lived in the family house in Ximen, and there is a distance of about 100 meters away from Xilin Road. The car enters this family room from the turn. The distance from the alley is 100 meters away. The speed is a little go to the flash. Fast, let the people in the house, the people who have the end of the toll, stand up. Stand on both sides of the alley. The guests are welcome. Don't let them be small. And, this time, if there is a child with a neighborhood, you have to give. Don't want to be and angry. Luo Yumai's uncle Luo Lin stood in the yard of Luo Yumai, began to command the home. The younger generation, let them start to act. Xiao 5, you go to the room, put our hooded the axe. When you come, you will be good, you will be better. Try not to let people take our lawless axe. Go. Old 3, you and your wife, 2 people are responsible for watching things on the kitchen, holding chopsticks can take bowls. Don't let more, have to meaning I mean, more if you go back, you will have a lot of effort, then you have given me some people. The 3 people who are responsible for giving me the door is normal. You are only responsible for blocking the door of the house. Before the red envelope say it, we'll give 3 red envelopes, 1 person, don't give 3 red envelopes, no way to open the door. When is the number of red envelopes? When you open the door. Luo Tanhua, you follow your grandfather Luo Qiang. If your uncle has what happened, I ran over and called me, I passed my help. Luo Yumai sat at home. The heart was hot. Today is her big days. She is particularly happy. Not only Qin Bogo is good for her, and there is still a strong sense of security. This time I get married, Qin Bogo said, we'll give her a surprise. The wind is light from her home. Wow, what do I see? Activate the video teacher. There is a camera teacher. It is incredible. The photographer taking pictures so much. This is too powerful. 10 cars. No, is 12 cars. Is this a car in the River City? People have just went back from the previous Marvel, and they see so of such demand. They are even more shocked. At this time, I got a favorite of my favorite, and I was very good. I was very good. I was married once. I can find a photo, take a film. Then, it has been extravagant, but now they actually see that this team is a team of recording, not only the video of the video. There are 3-4 photographers. This groom will get a car, the Flash will keep it. Suddenly let them think that there is a lot of enthusiasm between Qin Bao in the instant. The company sent 30 people to participate in the relatives, plus the relatives of Qin Bao, plus Luo Sheng, a total of 4 or 50 people, just as a place just stood full of whole alley. Original Luo Sheng wants to get off the bus to see the process of picking up. But seeing such a situation, he immediately dismissed the thoughts of the car. If young people are less, he will go to make a lively. So many young people, there is aware, there is still not known. In case of him, it is unpleasant. And the young people who go in, as long as it is something, grab the banana or apple, the best ignorance will leave him. Luo Sheng feels that he is now going to make a lively. Loyalty. I see you're most happy. This is the place. Why don't you get off the bus? Dong Yuosheng saw Luo Sheng's old gods to sit in the car. He asked very unexpectedly. Dong Yuosheng has never thought of that Qin Bogo's marriage. Luo Sheng will value such a big effort and money to operate this. Investing so much. And Zhang Luo is the most happy. This time when you get married, and still like to watch The Age of Boy, at this time, you will get off the bus and get along the bus, and you will grab some blessings. The class of things, this is the same as those of their lives, even the car is not going. Luo Sheng turned his eyes. Dong Yuosheng, he didn't lift his eyes. Uncle, you are salty, I see. Your life is a life, you will manage. I saw that you didn't get off the bus. I naturally didn't get off. Do you have not seen it? How many people are there? I get off at the bus with them, afraid of being crowded. After Luo Sheng, there were some unconsciously finished, and he would never pay attention to Dong Yuosheng, but turned his head. It was very straightforward to say Wang Xiping, the most late row. Wang Xiu, I will call you on the last time. You considering not? Chapter 272 is not karma. Oh, what? Loyalty. What you said, I still need to consider it. After all, this is a big thing. Wait for a while, I will give you back. Anyway, this thing you said is not anxious things. Wang Xiping suddenly was a glimpse. He did not expect that Dong Yuosheng and Luo Sheng said that. Luo Sheng actually turned to his head. In the past few days ago, Luo Sheng gave him a call, talking about building a Black Province's largest soybean oil production plant in Jiangqing. I want him to go to the factory manager. From the construction plant always gave him a production and sales, all of which were handed over to him, gave him a % of stocks. He has been considering. He is in Jiangqing Bean Oil Factory. Can say that in Jiangqing, it is a person who has a face. And the salary of each month is about 100 yuan, and it is already that Jiangqing is very wealthy people. And the most important thing is that he is now the factory manager of state-owned enterprises, and it is also a national cadre. Let him give up such a position, he feels great. When you discuss this matter, the lover will directly put this proposal. Where is the job? And now their home's living standard is so good. It is absolutely unprofitable to do a stupid thing. Although Wang Xiping is very high, but let him come down from the current position to the loyalty company, and his heart still has some contradiction, especially for a long time. The leaders of the Grain Bureau find him talking about it. If you don't get too unexpected, he can go up with a big step in this year. I really want to go to the Grain Bureau as a deputy director. And the matter of the Jiangqing bean oil factory, Liu Sheng said that he has nothing to do with a soil plant in Jiangqing. If Liu Sheng has built a soybean oil factory, it is also to belong to the system management of the Grain Bureau. If he is from the loyalty company, he will not be able to manage him in the future. Besides, Wang Xiping is still unclear about the party of the Faith Company. When the first contact with the Faith Company is nothing more than a small collective enterprise that fights money, and now I want to invest so much money. Some letters are not. Wang Xiu, how long you can consider, anyway, I don't have the idea of building a soybean oil plant. No management. I don't have your management. I will put this thing after it is temporarily. Let's go. The policies of food are now not yet. This is not an urgent thing. Anyway, you will have such a thing. Liu Sheng silently sinking, slowly said. For Wang Xiping didn't want to come down at this time, and build this thing with him. Liu Sheng is not surprising. At this time, he is nothing more than a vaccination for Wang Xiping, but also to let Wang Xiping know that there is such a one. Liu Sheng is clear, and after 2 years, the country has begun to gradually cancel these things. At that time, he considers the investment and building such a soybean oil plant is not too late. Good dishes are not afraid, now invested in Jiangqing, it should be said that the time in the Black Province's largest soybean oil plant is not completely mature. After all, the opening of food acquisitions will have to wait for more than a year or two. What? Loyalty. When you have to invest in a large soybean oil plant, you don't say a few days ago, do you want to build the largest cement plant in the east of Jiangqing? What is going to change? Donggo looked at Liu Sheng and Wang Xiping. He asked very much. A few days ago, Liu Sheng discussed 2 people and Liang Guofeng, letting them become the township and townships of Chengqing Township at the end of the year or next year. Liu Sheng mentioned the construction of cement factories. He told them 2 people, and the loyalty company investing in a large cement plant project in Jiangqing. In the future, he has to develop Chengqing towns here, and did not listen to Liu Sheng mentioned what large soybean oil plants to build. Liu Sheng's mouth is like a crescent, and the heart is even more thoughtful, and the big old older is still very useful. He smiled slightly, and said very well, Uncle. The things to build cement plants in the east of Jiangqing have signed contracts. It is estimated that there is another 10 days. After the technician is in place, the cement factory can start working. Loyalty. What do you say? The project of the cement factory in Jiangqing has been out of your company? Wang Xiping has an extremely horrified. The whole person. Nor is not calm. When Wang Xiping was in the first 2 days, he listened to the leader to mention the things of Jiangqing to build the largest cement plant project in the province. According to the leaders, this project is a Chinese and foreign joint venture that is headed by the province, with an investment of up to 100 million yuan. Nowadays, the leaders in Jiangqing have actually active, saying that we must clear all obstacles to ensure that this project is safely landed to Jiangqing. Whether he can't think of it, it will not believe that this cement plant is actually Liu Sheng's company. It is not that our company is out, nothing is the head of loyalty, and there are many people who have funded it. Liu Sheng is unfamiliar answering Wang Xiping's question. No boasting, there is not much to say anything, just told the roughly practical feelings and Wang Xiping took the ear, as if he was wrong. The eyes saw Liu Sheng once again asked, Loyalty, what you said is true, the cement plant is really your loyalty company investment construction. Wang Xiu, you said that you haven't interest, don't I swindle you in such a thing? I really can't, fake, I can't. After the factory builds, you will know. Liu Sheng. Wang Xiping smiled slightly, and there was a slight exaggeration. For Wang Xiping, this has been a poker face. It has always seemed to have no joys and sorrow. Guys, there is such a shocking expression. Liu Sheng feels very comfortable. It is like drinking at this time. A big mouthful drink is generally comfortable. This cement plant is really a loyalty company investment, saying that it is also the same as the faith company. Loyalty. This stinky boy is now tossing this now. I see him a little heaters. Xiping brothers, you don't know, this kid nowadays. We are in the high officials of the Black Province. I have eaten in Chengao official. Dongguo is not talking to Wang Xiping, they are all familiar people, and there is not less than a few years. It will be known that there is no value in the morning and evening Wang Xiping. This Nima is not true. Wang Xiping has a wonderful color of the poker face that is unchanged. Chapter 273 is embarrassed when Dong Gizhong has been with Liu Sheng. He always feels some awkward. He always feel that his retired soldier is born, and it is possible to make a good thing in the last life. Fundamental. There is no extravagance. However, after this Liu Sheng came out, he told him directly that the earliest in September, the late spring festival, he was able to serve as the Villigoth of King Xiang, and Liang Guofu the township high officials of the township. All of them presided over all the work of Chengqing Township. Although Liu Sheng did not speak, and they said that the two positions were the indicators that he had to come to the high officials. He just told them two people, and the province had a request for the government of Jiangqing, and we must vigorously open Chengqing Township. Here, the possibility of two of them presided over the full work. Even Liu Sheng said with them, in the future, two people can work well with him in Chengqing Township. It is possible to rise in the future. Dong Guoshong, it is very clear, Liu Sheng said that this thing is basically a nail, or if necessary, according to Liu Sheng's drop, it will not be able to tell him and Liang Guofeng before they have not yet. He listened to Wang Bo. Wang Bo and Liu Sheng first arrived in the provincial city. It was invited by Chen, and Liu Sheng was very popular in Chen, and went to Beijing. It is to help the provincial foreign enterprises to handle some things. The two foreign companies inside the province. If there is no accident, there are Liu Sheng's shares. And this time, Liu Sheng has made a lot of things, and Dong Guoshong is more than the heart. Don't say that Liu Sheng has made an advertisement of a well-known sanitary napkin in Beijing. It is said that Liu Sheng's investment in the construction of Jiangqing, the investment of this factory, and Liu Sheng put it nearly 100 million funds. 1 billion is a concept. Dong Guoshong is really unclear. Anyway, he knows. A billion. 10,000. At last year, he was born with Liang Guof, two people who were brought to Liang Guofeng with the village. It was a few months who had been to death. However, gradually Dong Guoshong is not worried. Liu Sheng's supermarket is like the hen of the next golden egg. Every month can even reach 10,000 yuan, which is not other income. It is more, especially the wild vegetables processing plant, especially the pure profit, which is in the wild vegetable processing plant, especially the pure profit of every day, can reach at least 10,000 yuan per day. Although it is numb, it is used to it. However, every time Liu Sheng goes out or talk to him, it can bring enough frightening, not, it is a surprise with scare. Just when Wang Xiping's eyes were pensive, it was not far from a young man in his arms. Xinj, this is the banana I grabbed on the table. The one is Yuan's apple that is grabbed inside. There are two small snacks. This is our filial piety. Xia King wipes the brain on the brain with sleeves. The sweat. Who came out? He handed over the hand in the hands. When Liu Sheng went to Liu Yumi's home, it was said that Wang Bo said to Liu Qing, and the fruit of the table must be more. And when he wants to get a banana or apple is awkward. There is such a saying in the northeast, and the items of the newcomer are all good things. If you eat, you will be contaminated with the festive breath, when people will walk, and there is a happy event. Although Liu Sheng did not deliberately told the following people to do this, Wang Bo is able to understand the thoughts of the big outside, a few days in advance, told this to Liu Yumi's home, grab these good things. Be sure to leave Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng looked at the Yuan dynasty. I booked to him, and he nodded it slightly. After gaining the banana in Xia King, he said, you are not easy. you can grab these things. I am very happy, the rest of you will take it. We will have a small child here, and the old man is not given. Dong Yuosheng saw Luo Sheng's eyes swept his face, and then took a word. He immediately knocked on Luo Sheng's head, and smiled. You this bunny scorpion, I am really like you. The same, when you talk, you will get a stick. I haven't arrived yet. When you are old, I am always old. There is also a lot of it. There is still a joy. Zaisu, the country is uncle. You all review the review. Is it a loyalty to? Luo Sheng said while smiling, while waving to Xie King. See you, didn't see me and loyal to the mouth. Go to sea, learn to have a point, save you for a few years. I don't know what to do. In a short while, Kinbogo hurts Luo Yumai from the hook of everyone, and put Luo Yumai in the car. After Kinbogo and Luo Yumai have been the first vehicle, the car and the favor of Zhang Luo things have a second car. At this time, Dong Ziguo's voice shouted, the family now hurries. The time when the time came up. The mother of the mother went through, saw that there was the 3 cars and a bus, that it is a place to prepare for the mother family. There are places. Now I have to get on the bus. Everyone is going fast. Don't delay the newcomers' good time. The time starting at the time, and the time to get back to the new house is calculated. The time cannot be delayed in this place. The reason why Mozigo Zhang Luo said, one is that Dong Zigo is growing up, and the relatives of Qinbao National and the old neighbors who come to the relatives are basically known. Second, Dong Zigo is now on the high level, and the people there are people around the faith, and there will be someone to listen to the command. This faith company hosted this matter. Dong Zigo must do something that can be able to do. Now Dong Zigo's transformation is very large. Luo Sheng is even more likely to grow with Wang Bo, not some coordination work in Jiangqing. In the future, there are a lot of things to do, and Dong Zigo belongs to the senior high-end level of communications. It will be heard by Luo Sheng. This time it is possible to exercise. The team carrying newcomers straight to the bamboo plate. Just enter the village. There is more than 100 meters from Qinbao National. He heard the deafening firecrackers. Chapter 274 is completely Nima. The high-end atmosphere is on the grade. This Nima is too high. Luo Qiang's relatives and colleagues here. I felt numb when I visited Luo Yumei's new house. They didn't expect that the house in Qinbao National is still decorated. It is not to say that there is no such luxurious house in Jiangqing City. That is, some of the renovations in some leaders do not have Qinbogo farmers packing. In the Qinbao National, a 4-way floor is laid, and there is a set of combined chandeliers on the ceiling. These arrangements and decorations, they only have seen it in TV. Today actually seeing such a decoration. After the new house gave the husband's public cigarette, after the ceremony of the wife and other ceremony, they listened to the headquarters of the communications company, walking into the wedding banquet laying in the faith company, see the wedding banquet. They seem to be collectively petrified. They have seen that the wedding banquet prepared by Qinbogo and Luo Yumai has a few dozens of tables. I haven't started hot dishes. On each table, there are 6 glasses of cold dishes. There are roast chickens, with cold dishes, and there is a hotel in the hotel, made of sausage and sauce beef. The clear color of the side is a young woman in 21. Water is more than 6 tens of water, and people are very beautiful. The clothes wearing are unified clothing, which is the kind of professional than the sky set. The image is long and smiling, letting their eyes begin to see. They have a square plate, and they have come up with 4 hot dishes. The hot gas is more than the fist, the 4 wastles. The whole big meat elbow exudes this rich fragrant ribs, stewed potato corn, and a whole tackle. Seeing such a situation, they are just bright. This is the wedding reception of rural marriage. It is a big restaurant in the city. However, it is a woman who participates in the wedding. It is a woman who is a woman. When seeing these waiters, it is an unbelievable feel. When Luo Yumei is home, they were initially sitting in the car. They didn't think there was so rare, nothing more than a car. After all, there is no concept for them, and they have nothing to do with their lives. They don't have the car. However, After they entered the new house of Qin Bao, they completely kneel. This Nima is a wedding room in rural areas! When you marry in Jiangqing, they didn't participate in the wedding. Even if there were more money in Jiangqing, married wedding rooms did not have the wedding room in Qinbao countries. The intermediate position of the three large watts is a new house. The whole ground is a solid wood floor of the light. The 18-inch flying card color TV, lotus sign horizontal bar washing machine, and there is still a market now, can't buy it. Longjiang brand fan, the big wardrobe, dressing table, and a colorful bookshelf. In any case, they can't see this is a new house in rural areas. When Liu Yumai gave Qin Bao's parents, they were actually shocked, and Qin Bao's parents gave 1,001. Under normal circumstances, marriage in the 1980s is a form. The parents have been operated, and the change of money gives a big unity, or give a big unity plus $1. There is a symbolic the thing is okay, even if it is the best condition in the city. It is nothing more than 101 yuan for the new lady, and you will pick one. However, Qin Bao parents gave a thick stack of banknotes plus $1 bill, that is, the change of the new lady is 1,000 miles. What is this family? 1,000 miles to pick one? It is to know that their salary is 3 or 40 yuan for 1 month, even if they don't eat without drinking. 1,000 yuan also needs them to take a few years. According to the normal situation, the two sons are working in the state-owned unit, with average 5 years, nothing more than 100 and 500. This is a quite good person. However, the parents of this Qin Baolu give the new lady's change in the new lady is 1,001, which is really imposing. At the wedding party, they actually saw that there were 30 tables in the wedding banquet. It is not only a good dish, it is some hard cuisine they want to eat for a long time. It is the service person responsible for the delivery of vegetables, is a beautiful girl. This wedding, the shock brought by these people is too big. In the past, they felt that Liu Qiang was a little stupid, and the beautiful daughter agreed to the countryside. Some silly people feel angry. People who have a stable work in the city are not looking for, finer home is a rural, even a small child, which is not in the city. Is this not to promote the child? Now it seems that this Liu Qiang is stupid. It's simple to get the extreme, or if you can find such a golden turtle. Just talking about Liu Qiang, I found a good son-in-law on the side of the table. Qin Baolu took Liu Yumai to the wedding scene. As the main marriage, Wang Bo, who opened the marriage certificate for Qin Bao and Liu Yumai, and the wedding entered the last link of the feast. Loyalty. This time the country held a wedding, loyalty company didn't spend money. Dong Yuosheng looked at the lively sight outside, he was very curious. How much is not spent? Nothing more than 1,000 years, it is a happy lively. Sheng company employees. Qin Bao is the old employee, and it is a half-senior executive of loyalty to help him host a grand wedding. It is also the loyalty company should do. Liu Sheng looked at the group of people around him, and he said softly, this wedding, the spending of the loyalty company is far more than 4,000 yuan, and the table and chair of the company's headquarters is a single loyalty to the table and chair, which spends more than 2,000 yuan of money. Although it can be used in the future, but it is that is really spent. Things to solve. For Liu Sheng now, it is a little thing. This time he said Zhang Liu Qin's wedding. He felt that the young staff in the company, watching Wang Bo and Dong Ziguo's eyes were different. The eyes a hot is like a sun. This is the effect of Liu Sheng wants to achieve. 1,000 gold by horses. As long as the employees in the company can work hard, spend some small money. What is the money? Why, your company's employees have married, your faith company spends so much money. Is there a lot of money from the employee to marry loyalty? Jiang Guozhan asked in confusion. The son of Jiang Guozhan is now in Beijing, and it is also a loyalty company. He naturally asked. Yan Ming and Chen Danfang, two people are also in Beijing. Seeing Jiang Guozhan asks, their ears are even more vertical at this time. Ginger, how do you answer this problem? Now that the loyalty company is getting better and better, in the future. Your son and old Yan, the son of Lao Jin's son, is afraid that you can't worry. Conditional conditions in this way. The wedding of Qin Bogo is simple to handle. There is no money. Wait for your children to get married. I will assure you, I must have much bigger than this wedding. Luo Sheng for Jiang Guozhan. The thought is very thorough, since the Jiang Guozhan asked this thing. It is what he is concerned about his son's marriage. Since the Jiang Guozhan asked, then he directly said that this thing, and Lao Yan, and the old Chen, two people said, and saved the answer to them. The children of them. Luo Sheng is very optimistic, at least in Luo Sheng's impression. These three children can become the backbone of the Faith Company. This time I invite them, three people, to come here to participate in the wedding banquet. Luo Sheng is thinking, let them rest assured. Jiang Guozhan and Yan Ming Chen Danwei listened to Luo Sheng, and the mouth began to smile, and he went to the wine glass around him. He went to Luo Sheng to pay for it. In the 1980s, the child married was a big event. If you say Luo Sheng, the three people are blessed. Chapter 275. In addition to most of the employees in the loyalty company, Luo Sheng deliberately called Jiang Guozhan and Yan Ming. Luo Sheng thought that he still had a lot of things in the future. He also hopes that they will see that the employees who do things under their hands are a look. Let them see. Faithful companies for the help and treatment of employees. It is unable to enter any company in Jiangqing. In the future, there is a talented person, and when he doesn't have to take the initiative, these people will send talents to the company. This time, Qin Bogo got married. Luo Sheng also told Bai Shi, let Bai Shi are responsible for the classmates of Bai Yunping, who are in bamboo board, give them a big table, and give Bai Yunping. They have a glory of these students to give them a kind of benefits. Under normal circumstances, the rural areas are nothing more than 2 tables. People who participate in the wedding are some relatives and relationships. And the city is married, counting the unity of the unit, is nothing more than 3 tables, the banquet of the 3 tables. After all, the food tickets and various coupons needed for marriage, it has already crushed people. This time, Luo Sheng has worked for 30 tables in one time. It is not enough to use the grand wedding banquet. Moreover, the grade of the wedding banquet is quite a large number than the number of wedding receptions in most people. Luo Sheng and Dong Guzhong, Liang Guofu and Yan Ming them are more special, more than 2 small seafoods than outside, and come over the newly evaporated crabs. When they were in the house, they were very happy in the world, and those who participated in the wedding banquet outside were full. At 83 years, they never thought that participating a wedding banquet will have such a rich food. The food is rich. The wine is the Yang Big Song and Jiangqing beer. The smoke is a Red Tower cigarette. Everyone in the child has a bottle of water production. In the past, when I participated in the wedding, they all felt that the food on the table was not enough. I didn't dare to open the gods to eat. However, under such a kind of atmosphere, I saw the desktop, they all put open the kind of horses, eat it. It is precisely because of this reason, almost every person who comes to the wedding here is full of separation from the headquarters of the faith. At the bunk, Luo Qiang's mother and the young people around the family and the faith of faiths have been known that in the loyalty company, many people can reach more than 100 yuan. Luo Yonggo and Wang Rui, like a faithful comic studio, each month's salary can reach more than 300 yuan. In the past, they just knew that the company was a very big company, opened a very conscientious supermarket. At this time, they only know a thing: the faith company is too rich. The employee's salary is going today. There are many salary, and many people open a month's salary, plus bonuses, and even more than 1 year of salary. At this time, Jiang Cheng said, the mayor did not necessarily have a lot of employees with faith. An employee marriage can make such a big movement. Their heart is secretly decided. In the future, if the faith company recruits, be sure to let your child or relatives to the faith company to go to work. After the employees of loyalty, after the wedding of Qin Boda, he heard that if the employees of the faith, if they married in Jiangqing, they will have a different benefits. When marriage, you can use the table and chair bench of the loyalty company. When marriage, the faith company will give at least a Toyota Crown and renting 2 large bus. When the wedding banquet is not purchased, the faith company will do our best to make benefits for employees, and strive to buy things. When the employees of the faith company are married, according to the years of joining the loyalty company, the faith company will also give different levels of material rewards. This thing is not only related to the years, and it is also linked to the contribution to the loyalty company. The faith company and other large-scale state-owned stations are different. Everything in the state-owned factory is state-owned, and it is a national factory. The faith company is basically a personal enterprise that belongs to communications, with a unique evaluation mechanism of loyalty. At the active efforts of faith companies, they can create their own employees, which is the highest level of evaluation. If the works lack in work, only the company's minimum standard can be reached, then the most common evaluation, and the work is negative, it is not possible to complete the task according to the company or leadership requirements, that is, the bad review. If you don't leave the faith, no matter what something, you will get the lowest file. The wages of most employees of loyalty companies are not high, and the wages of most of the state-owned enterprises in Jiangqing, which are not too much, even if it is high, it is generally high. However, the bonuses and various subsidies of the faith company are the highest evaluation of the highest evaluation of Jiangqing and even the province, and each month can even more than 200. The bonus of the employees of ordinary evaluation is the lowest grade public bonus. That is, you can only get the lowest bonus 30 yuan per month. The minimum file, the person who is negative, unable to complete the task, the bonus is only a few yuan. However, these things Liu Sheng can't put them in a few people in the world, and the children of their children are very good. If there is no big accident, or a few young people don't have anything to be sorry, they will become the middle and senior management personnel of loyalty companies in the future, at least the middle of the faith. When they married these young people, the results of the national reform and opening up should have appeared. When I don't say it is such a scene, even if it is bigger than this scene, it is a very normal situation. Qin Bada's wedding has been grand and successful. Liu Sheng also has some happy friends. After all, this is the first person married in the old employees of the faith company, and the first big joy of the faith company since its establishment. After eating a wedding banquet, Liu Sheng did not go to the Qinbao country to go to the cave room, but told Wang Bo for a while, 2 people from Feng Xiao and Yang Hua to the office. He wants to talk to them, then go home directly. Liu Sheng clearly, his father Liu Shangyong has always had a fire in the recent time. He can't hit it. After 2 days, I will start school, and I will put it a few days in the home. I have been steady at home in a last period of time. By the way, I will accompany my family, and what is important, and the family is more important. When I greeted everyone, Liu Sheng told Wang Bo and Dong Zigo. They went to Qin Bada's home in the afternoon after the end of the wedding banquet, and she could not delay new people. After Qin Bada's wedding end, what should I do? Don't slack off because of this wedding. He is going to start school, there are many things, and the call is also not convenient. Wang Bo and Dong Zigo are responsible for the work of Jiangqing. As for Zhao Fangchen, it also needs to see more than 2 people. After all, Zhao Fangchen started from tomorrow, and he ran in Jiangqing and the provincial city. As for the final contract of Jiangqing cement factory, Wang Bo listened to the phone of the parent bear. When did the Po bear let Wang Bo signed? Wang Bo is going to the provincial city. After the end of the 2 people, Liu Sheng greeted Feng Xiao at the office. Chapter 276 Xiao Wuj, this time I call you alone. There is something I want to ask for your opinion. Recently, the Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets are ready to start large-scale expansion activities in the province of the Black Province. Want to organize a team and want you to manage it. Seeing a kind of hard color on Feng Xiao, Liu Sheng smiled and said, Xiao Wuj, don't have a pressure, I am here. It is nothing more than to let you pull some goods from the warehouse here from Jiangqing, then pull some goods from the provincial capital to return to Jiangqing. I feel that Xiaoyuo does this thing should have no problem. Among the office, Liu Sheng hangs a light smile on his face, and put him in the last period. I want to organize a large team. I want Feng Xiao to manage this team. And Feng Xiao said directly. Liu Sheng said that when this is a very euphemistic, he is very clear in the heart of Feng Xiao's character. If you directly say that Feng Xiao organizes and manage a large team, it will be the main management of logistics in the future, and most of them will refuse directly according to Feng Xiao's personality. And now he simplifies some of the things. Feng Xiao will not have too much pressure, and it will not be very large for the deactivation of this matter. Feng Xiao likes to run, and after this year, Feng Xiao has gradually grown, and all aspects have a great progress. Although Feng Xiao is just a junior high school graduation, he listens to the order, can unswervingly complete the various tasks handed over Liu Sheng, and there is no complaint. The income of the team gave Feng Xiao's problem, waiting for the young people in Beijing to go to the university to return to the side of the Black Province, then find some college students to do Feng Xiao's deputy. Logistics campaign's prototype came out. Liu Sheng did not expect this time, can directly build the logistics company in the later generation, as long as the simple logistics prototype is built. A few years later, gradually improved this logistics, let the perfect logistics in the later generations become another growth point of the Faith Des company. A mature company must have problems in terms of logistics. Absolutely impossible to have problems due to organizational or transport goods. Although it has also been established from the Faith Company, there has been no problem in transporting goods. However, with the substantial growth of national materials, logistics is absolutely a big problem. In terms of railway, it is the iron-old and said that before, because the Faith Company has maintained a lot of goods transportation, it is possible to give the car, but accompanied by a big problem. Transportation is a big problem. In terms of railways, Liu Sheng did not have much idea at this time. After all, he now knows the highest officials when it is. If it is necessary to build a railway in Black Province and Jiangqing, there is no value. At this time, in Jiangqing, the logistics system was built. Slowly, faithful companies will arrange this logistics system to the country. In the future, at least Sheng Company will have a lot less trouble in the transportation of goods. Loyalty. What do you say? Let me organize some people to build a team, will be responsible for returning the goods. Feng Xiao touched his head, and he felt a little hair on this matter of Liu Sheng. He felt a bit. Feng Xiao, I have a few pounds. He is very clear to say that it is to help Liu Sheng running legs. If you are responsible for picking a personal, there is no problem. If you manage some people, then he is not a heart. Loyalty. What should I do if the fish in Yingtan Sand Road is going to study? What kind of person is handed over? Feng Xiao did not think too much, directly asked questions in his heart. Come out. At this time, Feng Xiao did not think that he could not be able to manage the captain of this team, can manage those personal things, but directly asked him to hand over. In Feng Xiao's heart, Liu Sheng is to let him find a few cars. This kind of thing is in a row. Feng Xiao saw that Wang Bo and Dong Zigo have two people who have changed in the last year, and he also began to have some confidence. He feels that there should be some things to be loyal to the company. Otherwise, he always feels that I can't afford. Liu Sheng gives him a jeep. I can't afford Liu Sheng to give him a high salary. Xiao Wuj, those things. After a while, I will let Jiang Guojun to find two people to be responsible. You don't have to worry. In recent time, you are responsible for the side of Jiangqing, or to find it over there. The driver of the driving car. How many of the drivers who can run the Jiangqing to the provincial capital? Then find a few people, salary benefits, etc. In accordance with the current highest standards here, if you have a trustworthy friends, or you have a young man in our loyalty company, let them go to the school to learn the big car driving technology. You are the same. but also learn the driving of the big car. If you encounter the drivers burst the situation, you can go up. Luo Sheng saw that Feng Xiao did not oppose this matter. He directly took the requirements to Feng Xiao. Let Feng Xiao conducted a series of preparations during this time. Once his car is in place, you will start to launch such a plan. Luo Sheng and Feng Xiao simply exchanged things about the fish seeds, and then talked for a while. He told Feng Xiao to come in Yanghua. For the old brother of Liang Guofu, Luo Sheng is still quite valued. Yanghua's brain is very live. And what is the strength of the hard work? In 8 seconds, Yanghua helped Luo Sheng install a simple hot water bottle with solar energy, and then brought to this simple hot water bottle. Luo Sheng felt that Yanghua's business, if you make money, you can get the results in 4 years. However, Yanghua's brain is very living. When the first bash shop in Jiangqing, when the floor was decorated with this place, the device of the simple hot water bottle taking a bath did not let go. He was in the spring of the spring, and he recruited more than a dozen apprentices. Take this way to install the simple baling device to tell them. After May Day, Yanghua made these more than a dozen apprentices first put some money on the body, all of which were put on this simple solar bathing water bag, and then this simple version of the solar baling device is on the side of Jiangqing. Opened. Not only in Jiangqing, it is hot, it is the city and counties around Jiangqing began to call, and Yanghua's people will do this business. The hot water bottle business was taken in accordance with his thoughts, and his more than a dozen apprentices have brought a few apprentices to do this. After Yanghua saw such a situation, he immediately told him a few of the best in the apprentices, and the brain flexible, let them go to the other place to do this, and some people do this to be adjacent Giki, Black Province. By the end of August 3rd, Yanghua earned more than 2,000 yuan in the simple solar hot water bottle. Yanghua did not earn his apprentices money in the raw material, but he talked to his brothers before, and completed a simple solar hot water bottle for each installation, giving him $1, as he entered the raw material here. Waiting for the hardship of things. More than 2,000 yuan, Yanghua is very easy, and his opians give him money, even grateful to zero. Yanghua's apprentices visited the purchase price of these items. If they go to talk, even all can talk about some price, and there is no price to give them the items on the side of Yanghua. No Yanghua teaches them, no Yanghua gives them the lowest price of the items used in the market. They will not make money at this time. Chapter 277 Higher Position. The easy installation of the simple version of the solar hot water bottle is very simple. Many people will learn, but in competitiveness, it is a lot of people from Yanghua. First, they are more early. They want to install this simple version of the solar hot water bottle. In their impression, Yanghua and his apprenticeship is the company's company. Let them do this, the simple version of the solar hot water bottle, whether it is quality, or can be guaranteed in the price. Those people who have been new in this business, in terms of price, there is no large number of wholesale purchase. The price of various materials is added, and it is better than the price of Yanghua's hand. It is the difference in these dollars. Coupled with their reputation guarantees without faith, it is destined to enter this market in the short term. When they find the way, find the material of the right price. When you fight with Yanghua's hand, 8 or 3 have passed. They also have to lose, not as some other things to make money. I can do this, at least there is a certain kind of craft. What is done? They can't afford this time. So Yanghua's disciples will take the fastest speed in Jiangqing. If Yanghua is just a tree in this aspect, Luo Sheng will never pay special attention to Yanghua. Under the arrangement of Luo Sheng, I leased a large storehouse in the back of the first 100 goods store. In this storehouse, Yanghua sold the seller's factory solid wood floor and composite floor and some furniture. While selling floors and some furniture, he also organized several carpenters on the side of Bamboo Plate and Fulong village here, and the madman made a decoration. When I opened this floor, Luo Sheng met Yanghua. all things Yang Hua looked at it. It is because Luo Sheng's loose condition. Yang Hua actually organized these taper and carpenters to expand the scale, not only started a lot of recruiting Toss and carpenter, but also recruiting the mad and carpenter's apprentices. The basic salary of the watchman and the carpenter is almost, but it is good. You can do our best to deal with the brother. Yang Hua will give them some small bonuses every time when it ends. Apprentices, more apprenticeship bonuses. The wages of these apprenticeships and the 3-level workers in the state-owned enterprises are similar, and the work is well done. They learn quickly. At the end of the month, he will give these apprentices some lots of rewards. It is because of this reason, in the end of August 83 years, the number of workers who can work under Yang Hua's hand has reached more than 200 people, and there is also a tendency to expand. Yang Hua recruits the waders and carpenters of these wild roads, although the levels of advanced workers among state-owned enterprises are a lot. But these people can suffer, and they can do it according to the work of Yang Hua. During the loyalty company, several wood-cultural bases of Jiang of the Agricultural Research Institute need a large number of artists and carpenters, and more than 20 of the greenhouses that Dongzai say for 3 years have to be covered. It is also a large number of tilers and carpenter. Single alone is alive in this side, and it is enough for those people in Yang Hua. Yang Hua has a team of nearly 200 people. It is like this, and Yang Hua can also handle the well, and there is even a feeling with a slap. Yang Hua stores floor sales speed, the thing of the floor. Yang Hua has directly found a small wood factory, and the things of this flooring board are covered. Every floor, Yang Hua, the introduction fee of the 3 yuan, so that the floor is not used to take up the manual under his hand. There are also more people in the small woodwork on there, and the things produced over the small timber factory can also sell in his store, and achieve the best results. When Yang Hua contacted various supply from the provincial capital, Yang Hua saw a new decoration material on the provincial city. He began to purchase the goods from the provincial city, preparing to do it in Jiangqing. When Luo Sheng let Yang Hua open this floor store, he is that Yang Hua is good. There are some machine spirit. He didn't think that Yang Hua actually brought him so much surprise. Yang Hua, come over. Find you, there are some small things to talk to you. Luo Sheng saw Yang Hua's entry into the office. He immediately greeted Yang Hua to him next to him. Luo Sheng clearly, Yang Hua saw that he had some small nervousness is normal. After all, Yang Hua didn't see him for a long time, suddenly heard that he had something to find him, and there would be some tense emotions. Listen to your brother-in-law, you have made your store in the first 100 stores in the store. I am very satisfied. Luo Sheng saw the mountain to point out. Yang Hua did something, very satisfied in this way. Yang Hua's pine, reducing some unnecessary tensions. That is still. I just follow your guidance. Now I have to go. I don't have much unexpected. This year can earn some little money for the company. Yang Hua said after Luo Sheng. The pressure in my heart suddenly alleviated a lot, and the speech gradually became smooth. Yang Huayan clearly, he was more than the store in the next 100 goods, and the industry of Luo Sheng compared to Luo Sheng. It was too much, but it could only say that it is possible to make a little money for the loyalty company. These money, Luo the faithfulness cannot be seen. It is unknown. And what he has made now is largely, depending on the project of loyalty company. If there is no big project that is not loyal to the company, he does not dare to recruit so many mads and carpenters. Yang Hua, there is such a thing now. I want you to stop the work on the store. Luo Sheng's sentence has not been finished. Yang Hua's face is suddenly black. He is very eager to say, Xinj, is I do wrong? Yang Hua has felt nearly 200 people in his hand. What he said, there is a sense of power in the grip. He even thinks, so even if he is given to his sister, he doesn't change. This Luo Sheng greeted him to come to the company, just praised him too, let him stop the work on the store, and he is anxious. When operating this store, Yang Hua can say that it is a dedication, almost putting all the experiences into it. To say that he has a bad place, it is nothing more than a festival. and the people in his hand give him a gift. He directly accepts it. But Liu Sheng should not take him because of this reason. Next, you look at you. Can you listen to me? Liu Sheng said that he was very speechless, for Yang Hua interrupted his words. Yang Hua did so well, did not have any leaks, but also made 200-300 people. Although Yang Hua may have a little greed because of greed, he never because of this reason changed him. When Yang Hua gradually recovered the original state, Liu Sheng smiled. Yang Hua, I want to put you in a higher place for me. I don't know if you dare not try it. If you do, okay, after this year, you can become a high-level management personnel of loyalty. Higher position? Exclamation mark. Loyalty campaign is senior management personnel. This chapter begins. Love, have, sound. Please remember the URL. Chapter 278 Construction Company. After Yang Hua listened to Liu Sheng, he suddenly felt that his head was awkward. The whole person was a machine. Yang Hua has not had any official work on the side of Fulong village. If you have Liang Guofu, he even eats full. When Liu Sheng made him responsible for the simple version of the solar hot water bottle and floor store management, he was happy to find the north, and the heart was even determined. Be sure to do it in the loyalty company. You must be worthy of Liu Sheng to him. Appreciation. Now he managed 200 or 300 people, but also the things that Liu Sheng explained, and he felt very satisfied. He had a feeling, he felt that it was already born. At this time, Liu Sheng actually told him that if he wanted him to board a higher position, he would make him a high level of the Faith Company. This news is simply too unexpected. The high level executives of the company, in addition to Wang Bo, Dong Zi, Hong Bin and Zhao Fangxian, there are also Wang Diking, which is responsible for all affairs of Liu Sheng in the recent time, and there is no high level and senior management personnel. Cold and not secret, Liu Sheng wants him to further become a high level management personnel of loyalty company. Yang Hua is straightforward. Buffle. You don't say anything. What do you do? What do I do? As long as it is not a fire, do something. Anyway, I have given you this 100 pounds. You will watch it. It is. Yang Hua said that the words said directly, and told Liu Sheng directly, let him do, and tell him directly. The is not a murder and letting fire. What is it? It's more than 100 pounds to give it to me. What can I do? We are the 800 companies, and you will not allow you to say these no nutrition. Liu Sheng is very dissatisfied with the words of Yang Hua. There is no level. It seems that he will let him do what you do. Liu Sheng suddenly silently said, Yang Hua, you see my 3 Prince Wang Bo and Dong Zigo, and now, whether it is doing, or talking, there is a great progress. This, for a few days, I let Wang Bo to help you find a road. See if you are also learning for a while. Liu Sheng saw Yang Hua bitter. He laughed and said, for a short time, you walk in your hand, see those Tassim and carpenters under your hand, good hand, some the old age, I chose them. After a while, I will arrange you here, to learn from the largest construction company, learn some advanced building technology. Next year or later, the Faith is ready to set up the largest construction company in Jiangqing, which is the general manager of this company. Jiangqing's largest construction company. When the general manager of the construction company! Yang Hua has just restored the brain, and once again interrupted. The first construction company in Jiangqing, that is, a big company with hundreds of senior architects. Liu Sheng has to do the largest construction company in Jiangqing, which is time. The company's size should exceed Jiangqing first construction company. Haven't waited for Yang Hua to speak, Liu Sheng said, Yang Hua, Sheng company ordering a large number of advanced engineering machinery in Japan, most of whom have not seen us here. What you have come. Look, recently, more young people, a small guy, who makes people coming from Japan to explain some of these construction machines. And this value is more than 10 million yuan. The construction machinery is managed by your side. Is worth 10 million construction machinery? Nima. Have you made a mistake? Yang Hua felt that his brain is not enough. In the past year, Yang Hui also saw some worlds, and hundreds of dollars were not big money in his eyes. However, suddenly listening to Luo Sheng told him that there will be a batch of construction machinery worth 10 million yuan to give him management, once again smashed him Venus. Yang Hui is now in Jiangqing, and it is also a person who belongs to the big board level. It has manages hundreds of people under the hand. Every month's income has reached more than 200 or 300 yuan. People who have contacted are also considerable. Jiangqing is more rich in people. However, this is the case. He has not heard that that person has become a million yuan, and there is a money in his hand. Thousands of things, for him, is an astronomical figure, but what he dares to imagine. Luo Sheng did not go to the surprising expression of Yang Hui, but he continued to say, Yang Hui, this thing, like the management model of the management model, I have given you to your floor store. Everything is free to play freely. I am here. Give you the guarantee of your project. To ensure that when you have a project company, it is a company. You are not afraid of your company. You are not afraid of your company. The greater the company, the better. How much is it takes? When you give a report to the headquarters of the communications company, the fund will give you a remittance to your account. Luo Sheng saw that Yang Hui's face did not too many expressions. His look is changed, and the expression is reluctant to say, I only have a request here. When doing engineering, there is absolutely don't have any stealing and reduction. When is it? When the quality of the project is to be placed first. As long as there is a problem in the project, you must stop the project. Even if it is lost, you can't make it. This thing you have to keep in mind. Put quality problems first. After the construction company was established, the quality problem is more. The most publicity must be done. As long as it is the building and building of the community building, the quality must be the national quality. Also, your greed is a small problem to converge. Collect some small people short. The little thing is okay. If you collect big money, let me know, then we have to say it well, the company gives you a salary enough for you. If you don't have too big, this construction company, I will give it as appropriate. Some of your shares, I hope you can grasp this opportunity to give you. When I saw Yang Hui, Luo Sheng couldn't help. But Yang Hui is now managing hundreds of people. Actually there is such a situation. It seems that Yang Hui still needs a lot of tempering. In a lot of things, Luo Sheng's requirements are not very high. After all, the highest degree of Zhao function under his hand. The other is not the mud leg, it is halfway. Only after a period of hard work, they can really grow up. Luo Sheng smiled and said, Yang Hui, this is what you said to you today. You go back to consider, wait a few days, you want to understand. I will explain some things in detail. After Luo Sheng and Feng Xiao Yang Hui two people finished, he felt a while, whether it is construction company, or logistics companies, it is a big direction of the future faith. After the construction company, some of the projects that faith companies should build, they can build their own companies. It is not worried by the company's companies, and after all, he is clear at the beginning of any fairness, even if you don't make money, quality must have the greatest guarantee. Which part of the problem occurs, then which person is looking for? Once there is a quality problem, the person who is responsible will never be hired. The logistics company is also the top priority in Luo Sheng. After all, the logistics is related to the future of the goods in the Black Province. The loyalty chain supermarket is a big head. In the future, he will still engage in many other industries. It will appear as importance. Chapter 279. What is the film crew? I want to invite the photographer of any CYCG advertisement to shoot movies. After Luo Sheng, I actively received a call from Chen Fuxiang, who came over the CCTV advertising department, and not to find him. His heart is speechless. Telephone can be pursued to the loyalty fish. This is really dead. But also find a wave of pear flower filming. Luo Sheng has also heard of the recent time, accompanied by sanitary napkins, Wang Yuohui quickly became the first female in China. Countless women think that Potaphoba is a mature woman in their minds. Potent pear flowers were wearing the clothes when I was shooting, and the short skirts that Potaphoba was taken at the badminton, and became a numerous female chase. Luo Sheng asked Po Tana to eat breakfast in the provincial city. He had already felt the trouble of Po Noguohua, but Luo Sheng did not care too much about this matter. After all, the Po pair flocked, changed clothes. Most people couldn't see the true lottery of Pufobi. This suddenly, Shen Fuxiang called, saying that there is a movie drama invitation to participate in the movie, and really shocked Luo Sheng. At this time, Luo Sheng reacted. Potaphoba is now a famous celebrity in China, but Potent Pair is a Japanese, and now there is basically no one knows. In 1982, the TV series was broadcast on CCTV, and people loved the Yamuku Baihu and Silong Friends. This Japanese series can be said to have a heart to conquer the people of the whole country, and people have almost all in the Japanese actors, even love to have a movie actor in Japan. With this era, there is a great relationship. Domestic movies or TV series, basically all the people who have 1,000 people wearing black-gray, and there is no such thing as the new era, and there is no kind of love story. The beauty of Blood Suspicion is first in the beauty, Yamaguchi by Yui, Sanpu Friends, Yujin, Yuxi, 8,000 Grass Smoke. The actors in the play are handsome men and beauty. Let the grandfather of the high mighty revolutionary warrior, the old farmers and revolutionary proceedings in the landmines, the people and other people, cold, one bright, even a little glare purpose, plus a dazzling costume, beautiful, is really fascinated. The hairstyle of the buzzer, the sea military shirt, all kinds of shirts, to the airport to welcome the aunt, and every piece of clothes in Paris, there is a small ball in the right ball, woolen coat, leather boots and so on. The temperament of the costumes and actors in this play conquer the Chinese audience. At that time, many things displayed in Blood Suspected were what people saw. It is like Huangbo and sealing half of the mountains for the first time to go to Tokyo. It has lived in the backward city of Northeast. They suddenly arrived in Tokyo, they did a bustling most. They did even have a lost feeling. Too much things are in China or in the Northeast. If it is because of this reason, Wang Bo will not ignore Luo Sheng, lead the seal halfway in Tokyo 10 days. Walking, just want to find a reason or feeling that can accept this new thing. Blood Suspected is hot in China, but also because of its emotional beauty. China filmed by China in the 1960s, almost all of the annihilated combat pieces, occasionally insert some other films, more spy battles or some series of struggles, few emotional stories. If this is the reason, the movie is a happy life, and it is popular with countless young people, and set off a long love. Blood Suspected, the Japanese seventh drama, the ups and downs of the plot, involved in lovers, father and son, husband and wife, grandfather, brothers and sisters, colleagues, classmates, etc. Various types of emotions. For the Chinese who have just ended the class struggle, Blood Suspicion can even say that the essays of textbooks unconsciously touched the soul of each audience. It is precisely because of these reasons. After this TV series landed in CCTV, he was praised by the audience and even surpassing other domestic classic series. Now even if Popper is exposed to be a Japanese, there is nothing, and it may even be concerned by people because of the Japanese to participate in movies. Just at this time, Luo Sheng feels that the time of making the wave pair flowers is not mature. It is necessary to say that there is an apparel or a cosmetics, and the wave pair is going to take a picture fee. What is the name of the movie ready to shoot? When is you ready to shoot? Wait for you to tell me. When I ask her, she wants to shoot. If you want to shoot, I will contact you over there. Luo Sheng is very hesitant. He really doesn't want Polypair. At this time, he will shoot movies in China at this time. After all, China's movie seems to have no good film. To say that in the past few years, Potent Pear Flower movie in China is okay. Now this time, it is better to make a company to the Three Wells in the Three Wells. But Luo Sheng did not want to give this law directly. He wanted to seek a suggestion of Polypair. When Luo Sheng was in Japan, Shen Fuxiang didn't contact him. He returned to Beijing, did not stay in Beijing, and did not go to Heliwai and Chen Fuxiang, but the trustee sent some small gifts purchased in Tokyo. After returning to Jiangqing, Liu Sheng is too busy to play his head. Suddenly, Chen Fuxiang said that someone wants to ask the Pole to make a movie. He really felt very unexpected. Oh, it's such a thing. This is not a movie called The Girl Snake on the Chenchun film plant is about to start shooting. The director there is in Anorsu Weisage's advertisement. Actor, he felt that the female too in this movie was very suitable for her. That director trocked me here. I hope to contact this actor who takes an any sanitary napkin advertisement. Chen Fuxiang briefly said that the original committee of things and Liu Sheng said, but also said that he is also homooked by people, helping to contact the Pope Bear, and see how Pope Bear can dominate such a movie. Smart fight beauty snake! 1. Liu Sheng's mind slammed out a small bridge of this movie. If you find the chapter content error, please report, we will fix it. For more exciting content, please pay attention. Big new domain name http. Chapter 280. I have an idea. When Liu Sheng, in the later generation, he really saw the movie of Zhijiki Snake. This movie was quite classic. It can be said that it is a better film in China's domestic movies, especially in the movie The Beautiful Snake Actor, which was very empty, even for so many years. Liu Sheng still has some impressions. But Liu Sheng thought that the protagonist was not a potent bear, and potent bear will not have too many dramas. It is nothing more than thinking about it. It is really worth making it too much. Especially at this time, China's filming is hard. It is not possible to bear the wave bear. Shandiage, this. I will contact the lady. If she is interested, I will contact you. When I will call you. Liu Sheng said. After the words, one turned, he was very polite to continue. Shandiage, when you and he ministers can come to Jiangqing to play, at that time, I will entertain you here, let you taste the place of this side. Northeast spells are still very good. When I find someone to give you a few fresh live fish in the river, let you taste Jiangfang, the Songhua River. Thank you. I am very busy, now we are particularly busy. Since Anshu Weishing's advertisement fire, now go to CCTV's advertising, there will be more people, we are busy to fly. This is still a blessing of loyalty to let us call the CCTV advertising department so red fire. Which of our director said that in the future, if you come to Beijing, you must call us, and the talents of our advertising please dinner, talk about the table. Chen Fuxiang heard Liu Sheng to ask him to eat. He immediately smiled and said Liu Sheng. With Liu Sheng's light, now it is a red man around him, and Heliwai has indeed said that if Chen Fuxiang is here, if he heard that Liu Sheng went to Beijing, their advertising department should ask Liu Sheng to eat. Expressing the advertising department thanks to Liu Sheng. The flower sedan is lifted. Liu Sheng first mentioned what they have to eat. He can't fall behind, not to mention what he said with him. Saying this, you are too polite, you and he minister did not help. If you please eat, you have to ask two leaders to eat. These don't say it, wait for me to ask, give you returning. If there is anything, even if you call me, first this, wait until I will give you a message later. Liu Sheng is very polite and Chen Fuxiang, ready to hang. For Chen Fuxiang said Liu Wei wants to ask him to eat. Liu Sheng is not surprising. Let Liu Sheng is the big wealth of the CCTV advertising department, which is the advertisement of this Anran satellite. It brings it to Heliwai. Liu Sheng can guess it, let alone Heliwai. I always want him to help him plan advertisements to Beijing. Liu Sheng also remembered at this time, Heliwai said with him, if he thinks about the development of Beijing, he is responsible for the opening of the account, looking for a house. All the advertising department is all arranged. Therefore, for Chen Fuxiang, Liu Wei, I want to ask him to eat. He doesn't think there is anything is so thin, but Chen Fuxiang is looking for a movie, this thing makes him strange. Okay, then I will wait for your news. If there is any place where you can use us, I will call us, you, our big wealth, We welcome it. You are busy chatting back. Chen Fuxiang hangs up the phone, showing some smiles on the face. The director of the Chenchun film plant, looking for him. I want him to help. Contact an ambush advertising, who originally Chen Fuxiang didn't want to help this. After all, this ad is Liu Sheng's Labo in the Black Province. And the woman on the advertisement didn't know, but he thought of this as a good thing to pay with Liu Sheng, and it is necessary to have two aspects. He agreed to play the phone to Liu Sheng. As for the ladies of Liu Sheng, is willing to participate in the performance of the movie, that is not his business. He is nothing more than a bridge to two aspects. Chen Fuxiang wants Liu Sheng to contact Poton Pear Flowers. Ask Polly Pear Flower can't shoot movies, but Liu Sheng thinks at this time is that he should consider this at this time should consider entering a movie industry. Liu Zongxuan wants to think, or give up the idea of entering the film industry. First, he has almost nothing to make too familiar with the movie industry, and wants to be a movie industry. Second, Liu Sheng feels that in an economic environment in this now, if he enters the film industry, it is a very difficult thing to make a big money or make money. His future film development is more than the heart, and can also get some hot movies, but Liu Sheng knows that he can only say that there is still a tree in the Black Province. At least Chen Wuling won. The economy is in the back of him. If there is a 3-degree place in the Black Province, to other places, he is nothing to do. It is not good. How to die, will die, where to die. Going to foreign countries to find a movie, or take out the script that is very busy, at least there is such a bridge. Anyway, Liu Sheng is the idea of entering the film industry. The cartoon on the anime studio wanted to sell in China. And now there is such a problem. If Liu Sheng has never put the country as the market, the domestic comic book will pay for money. Don't look at Liu Yonggo and Wang Ruidam, they are from the Shanghai Art Text Factory, and there are some comics circles, but they want to engage in comics. It is quite difficult. Like other provinces and cities, you can produce a comic painting, and those who come from the quality of comics, all the comics from the Loyalty Cartoon Studio can't be compared, but people can go through some roads and will be available in the country. If Liu Sheng is at this time, if it is willing to take some roads, comics can also be sold in the country, but Liu Sheng insists on his own point of view. Walking bribery, official or other illegal routes for publication, then he is not as good as temporarily publishing. After all, the faithful comic studio is not less than a few more money. When is the domestic wind? This comics can be published and listed. It is not too late. After Liu Sheng put down Chen Fuxiang's call, he immediately called the office of Po Pear. It is also clever, and the Po Pear has just returned to the office. I heard that Liu Sheng was looking for her to find her. She immediately went to the office and took Liu Sheng. What? China has a film factory to find me to shoot a movie, or a female second? Good. The voice of the poofer bus begins to tremble. The whole person is like a chicken blood. Just in the moment of the wave of Po Pear, Liu Sheng said slowly in the phone again, Miss Podog, but I don't recommend you to participate in this movie. When the Po Pear, I heard Liu Sheng. It was as an excitement to the extreme, and a scoop is poured to her head. Why do you say this? Potafaraman was turned into the King Ming, very unknown. She didn't recommend her to participate in the movie for Liu Sheng, and told her to have such a thing and feel confused. If Liu Sheng does not want her to participate, hide this news directly. Do not tell her that it is not possible. Can you tell her a thing, and pour a scoop in her head? That is said. First, when the Chinese movie is shooting, it is very bitter, gives a female second, which will give you a very low, will be low to a point you can't imagine. Question: the key is that this movie, I know some, that is, there are no many lenses in the school, nothing more than the director I want to use your current fame as a head, saying is a female second, there should be no too much face opportunity. Liu Sheng saw that the wave of Po Pear and silence did not speak. He continued to say, the second reason is to participate in such a role in such a movie, which does not match the image in front of you now. If you are unsuccessful, it will let you fall in people's minds. And the third reason is, can you adapt to the shooting of this? Can you meet the requirements of this director or unknown? If after you go there, you can't stand hard. If you want to be unfavorable in the future development of the film and television circle in the future. So, I give you the suggestion is not involved in this movie, such as the Faith Company. What is the future? The advertisements. You will participate in cooperation with Loyalty Company, which will be more. Of course, this is just a suggestion. As for what decisions you are ready, or yourself. If you find the chapter content error, please report, we will fix it. For more exciting content, please pay attention. Big new domain name http. Chapter 281 is a life. Through some conversations with Liu Sheng, Pimentu Flower also understood the mystery of it, and finally chose to listen to Liu Sheng, and did not participate in the shooting of the beautiful Silk movie. But she raised a small requirement, that is, there will be a lot of advertisements in the future, as long as she can use the advertisement of the model, then she wants to be the first candidate model of the faith. Liu Sheng is very satisfied with Potenor, at least Wang Bear, through his explanation, can listen to his arrangement, and he doesn't trust him. This time and the province signed all the matters of Jiangqing cement factory. The prestation is potent bear. Liu Sheng gave her a sufficient trust. If this wave of Popair is directly opened, I want to play a movie, and I will lose his things directly. So, even if you don't say it, you will not be happy. Even in the future, I will directly enter the Cold Palace. Directly into the Cold Palace. It can be seen. Poton Pair bounced. I wanted to be a loyalty campaigner's advertising model. Liu Sheng was welcome, and then 2 years to 3 years. The development of faithful companies will enter the expressway, the model of advertising, or the spokesperson of the advertisement, that all need to spend money. Now that Puterhua is directly proposed to advertise the Faith Company, he welcomes all welcome. Through communication between the wave, Liu Sheng got a clear news. The senior management personnel of the Mitsubishi Mining Group Co., Limited have already started from Tokyo, which is the time of this 2 days. Black Province. She has notified Wang Bo, let Wang Bo take the car to the provincial city today, and some precautions in the early stage, and the leadership of the ceremony in the province is inside. The last signing ceremony will be held. Mitsubishi Mining Group's people have attached great importance to this cooperation. In accordance with Liu Sheng and their agreement, most of the staff of Jiangqing Cement Factory in the previous few days, and the construction machinery used in most projects, transfer to Jiangqing, began to conduct a period of more than 3 months ago. Potion Pair also said that Xiao Village Huixiang arrived in the Black Province this morning. Because she had not completed the signing ceremony, she will temporarily stay in Harbin, etc. After the ceremony, if she can take time, it is likely to Jiangqing saw Liu Sheng. Chen Xiu's high officials attached great importance to the construction of Jiangqing cement factory. He did not only hear a lot of matters preparations in the cement plant, but also called the mayor of Jiangqing and the city high officials to ensure that the cement factory project can land in the river. The provincial party committee and the provincial government have also maintained high emphasis on this Jiangqing's largest cement plant. The province has already achieved many success, and the project of this cement plant has been argued. This project has been listed as 8 or 3 years. Provincial first major project. At this signing ceremony, the mayor of Jiangqing and the municipal high officials will also attend. The representatives of the city of the investment. Liu Sheng listened to Wang Duohua, said a big pass, and a clear understanding of this signing ceremony is a satisfaction with the attention of the Jiangqing cement plant. He is clear, and the reason why the leaders in the province is so interested in the Jiangqing cement plant, and because Liu Sheng set his follow-up plan. If the cement plant is built, Liu Sheng's follow-up plan is launched. So, not only, Jiangqing will change the earth, but the economy of the Black Province will also have a long development. Jiangqing mayor and municipal high official participate in such a signing ceremony not only reflects the biggest sincerity of Jiangqing, but also makes many of the hearts of Mitsubishi Mining. Ended a call with Polybear, Liu Sheng directly entered the biggest room between the faithful fish house. Tonight, he asked the family, and invited a father to eat the island fish for. Liu Sheng wants to have a lot of things that he gave birth to Jin Zhou. The most important thing is that this time, the father has come to the suburban government, and doing things must be selfless, don't accept some things such as bribery. This is an extremely important thing. Although Liu Sheng believes that the father is in Jin Zhou, I believe in Jin Zhou has always sent it, but I can do this at Jin Zhou, and the people under his hand will not be able to do it to these. In the future, my father will move to Jin Zhou, then, these people under his hand must have a test, and it is a talent worthy of them. Only in this way, the Faith Company will have in Jiangqing, and even the Black Province will have more development. Jiangqing is the root of Loyalty Company. Liu Sheng wants to develop the economic development of Jiangqing and even the Black Province to make the country soon. Liu Sheng wants to ask the family to eat 12 pounds of major island fish from the river in the morning. The island fish in Jiangqing's river is extremely delicious. The island fish of more than 10 pounds is more rare, which is that Liu Sheng has a strong fight against the team to catch such a big good thing. Seeing this island fish, Liu Sheng is full of joyful colors, and when you are in the later generation, he really didn't have eaten several times. It is because of this reason. He directly tells the old distant Wang Yaji, let the kitchen have a fish for, a killing fish, a collapse, a stewed fish, a faithful. In addition to this 4 island fish, Liu Sheng also arranges several years-old people like food, steamed potatoes, potatoes with eggs, northeast, steamed tubes, corn, plus jar carrots, etc. 5 o'clock. Wang Yaking led the grandparents, 2 people who sealed half of the mountains, and arrived at the faithful fish. I just entered the big private room. Wang Yaking grabbed Liu Sheng's ears, and dragging this Liu Sheng went to the northwest corner. When Liu Sheng's time is to grandfather, it is directly a number of cars. Your baby rabbit Scorpion is now big. So a few walks of journey, you also sent a car to pick us. We are not moving. What happened? I don't take the sedan. You can get such a place to pick us up. Let the surroundings look. Let everyone see. According to Liu Sheng, Wang Yaking and Taijia Wang Xutai's idea, Liu Sheng is now very strong, and the director of the Education Bureau has not taken a small car, and their family is going to take the car. This kind of school makes the neighbors look. Let others see. They are all over bitter days. Now they are early in September. The weather is very good. From the home to the faithful fish house, walking, I can't use it for 10 minutes. I also invited a car to pick them up, so it's absolute it is died. Wang Diking, the big brother of the next wall, was taken by Liu Sheng and Wang Bo. Wang Yaking has not yet looking for Liu Sheng. Put the brother of the next home to the capital. There is still a good time. If there is no big development, don't you give people a pit? People are also a scheduling of the bus company. That's a good unit. Let the defeated 3 brothers and the unwilling child living will got the capital. It is clear that Wang Diking goes out of the company, but she can't say this. Now, it is good, my son is coming to the home, come out to eat such a few hundred meters away, still send a car, send a bodyguard to pick them. This is not to live. Liu Zongxuan's rules stood in front of Wang Yaking, listening to the mother lesson in front of him. His heart is clear. The mother said these things is a problem. However, now they do have such convenient conditions in their home. Why is there anything else? This time, I will pick up my mother and 2 grandfather there. Liu Sheng is also a mentality that is trying to seeing this thing in the home. If the family does not accept this thing, aunt is here, they will not say too much, and there will be fewer regions to pick up the car in the future. What new things are slowly adapted, everyone will accept it. If there is no adaptation or try, then they can't accept new things. Once the Faith Company is completely exposed, then the home is covered along the year. I have been hiring in my home, and I have to hire the Nanam, so they can't accept it. 5 o'clock. My aunt's family visited the faithful fish house in time, and saw Luo Sheng's lessons learned from Wang Yaking. Yu Jinzhou couldn't help but smile. The face is a huge smile. If you find the chapter content error, please report, we will fix it. For more exciting content, please pay attention. Big new domain name http. Chapter 282 Xiao King. What are you doing? Today, you and Shang bravely call us a family. Is it to see you educating children? Let the child play. I have something to ask you. After Luo Shumai finished, turned back to Wang Yaking, giving Luo Sheng, making a look, and Luo Sheng slipped through her speech. Although Luo Shumai and Luo Shangyong, two people, are both a sister, the character of the two people is extremely different. Luo Shumai is a senior teacher of Jiangqing Middle School. It is very open to people. Treating students have always been very followed, and she is more careless to her. When I saw the brothers and daughter-in-law, she immediately gave Luo Sheng to solve it, and played around field. Just after Luo Sheng took the opportunity to go out and the aunt's home. The cousin of the college is strong. When the cousin is chatting, Luo Shangyong pushed the door of the box, and came in from outside. Luo Shangyong entered the house and saw that people had arrived. He looked at the two cold dishes on the table. He immediately said, "Grasp the seat." Everyone is estimated to be hungry. Faithful, you go out to tell the kitchen to start beating. Luo Shangyong is only in such a case, it will yell with Luo Sheng. When you exercise your father's power, let him ask him to eat such a restaurant, and he is still not from the heart. For yourself this enchanting son, he has been acquiesced in this time, and even his son Zhang Luo cook, he has no objection. He is very taking care of him from a small to the big, and the sister and brother-in-law on him are extremely taken care of him. If there is no sister's sister, he will not have a happy life. In recent time, Luo Shangyong is a spring breeze to be a horseshoe disease, not only in the unit's workshop director, the leadership of the factory in the factory, but also to him, which is more interested in it. This, although Luo Shangyong itself is the reason for the university's undergraduate graduation, with the reason why the colleague is hardworking, and there is a reason why loyalty has strongly supported. Luo Shangren is also clear in the heart. If there is no Sun and Wang Bo tossing the loyalty company, the director of this production workshop of the family, I really can't come to him at this time. Nowadays, the director of the production workshop is now, please ask the sister's sister to have a meal. However, although he mentioned this position of the director of the production workshop, but the salary, only 42 pieces, plus the bonus and subsidies given in the factory. And there is no more than 50 yuan. The people inside have some good things, they really have to rely on his enchanting son. People are aligned, the dishes come up, and a family eats to eat, and look at the kind of happiness on his face. Luo Sheng's mouth is like a crescent. After Luo Sheng finished eating, he was called on the side of Golden, and chatted in the last time. Loyalty. This time I went to the area to serve. I have to have a good candidate under the hand. You see that I took Ma Yugo in the past, let him go to the office as a secretary. How do you see? Luo Sheng's ambassador is in the mountains, directly said that the things they think in their heart directly. Although his official appointment has not yet, he also promoted the rumor of the deputy director of Jiangqing suburbs. It has been passed out at this time. This time, the door after work, I will have something to report things in his home, and it is positive than going to work. If there is no previous contrast, I still don't feel anything about Jinzhou, but I have previous contrast, him all over the same time. After heard the news of Jinzhou was dismissed, the first arrived in the home to visit him, and he left 200 yuan. There is no way to compare the family conditions of Ma Yugo and Xiao Zudialu, that 200 yuan. Even all the savings in Ma Yusu countries, and after he was dismissed, he sent him over. After he had to pass the news of the suburban deputy minister, Ma Yugo did not move anything, and did not go to his home here. It is because of this reason, when Jin Zhao and Liu Sheng talk about him, it should let Marty state will go to the horse with him. Jin Zhao is in Ma Yugo, but before he takes office, he feels very necessary to say to Liu Sheng. Otherwise, directly put Ma Yugo. He is afraid that Liu Sheng will have some other ideas. This is of course good. After that, at least there are at least a few people. Ma Yutu is a good person, he has helped you, you should be able to rest assured. But a person is too small, you look, there is anything more powerful around you. You are more reliable. You can find some people. This time you go to the suburbs as the deputy head. There should be some positions to give you some positions. Arrange. When Liu Sheng, he had heard of this matter when he was chatting with Jin Zhao, and it was a matter of prior to Jin Zhuo, and then he was promoted for a while, and Liu Sheng was operated through Kaorui. At this time, he wants to let the father can see the people around you, what kind of people are available. Only people who are not allowing to you are still in the most difficult time. They should be in the people who have to bring past. There is no problem with the Mayushan academically, but the course qualifications are low, and it is not mixed in the organ. Work is carried out, and it will encounter some trouble. When Jin Zhao should find some strength, some experience, people help him for things. In the future, the footsteps of the faith have become bigger and bigger, and if the Jin Zhao does not accidentally, it will be the official Yang Tong, and some of the exquisite strength will definitely be a good thing. You can also give me some positions, then I have to consider anyone to bring it over. After Jin Zhao said, he was slightly smart, and he slowly said, to say strength some style is decent. I am now in my hands, there are a few good candidates waiting for me to get in touch with them in the past, see if they have the idea of helping me. Du Fang, let's talk about so much. Today I have a thing, I want to solemnly talk to you, I hope that in this matter, we can agree. Liu Sheng saw Jin Zhao very fast in the role he wanted. I immediately prepared to put the theme of today and my father to the desktop. Chapter 283 Pushing the Heart. What is wrong with you, you and my father? I'm talking about it. My father really wants to listen, loyalty to talk to me. Now I have some expectations. Jin Zhao said. Liu Sheng said that there is an important thing. He said with him to talk about it. His heart is more inexplicably expected. This enchanting nephew has always been very magical, starting from Liu Sheng's faithful company, has been so big until now, he has no way to see. Chatting with Liu Sheng, he has always had a feeling of chatting with adults, as if everything is, Liu Sheng will do a good shape. Dream, this thing. I am telling you this. You have to go on the horse for a while, become a deputy region of the real rights of Jiangqing suburbs. With power, it is easy to be attacked by the sugar-coated shell, will breed corruption. I hope that you can do some things that I will be selfless, don't make bribes. You have brought people. Also let them strictly have a self-discipline, don't abuse the power. Don't reach out. Some small grey income did not what, after all, there are many things happening, but it is absolutely can take care of the interests of the people. Liu Sheng saw a stunning color on the face of Jin Zhuo. He did not stop, but continue to say, now you also know that the company is coming out. That is, what is your problem in your life in the future? It is possible to say directly to me. As for two people in the cousin, they're college graduates. Want if you are polite, you can let them be as politic as you want to do business like me. At that time, I gave them two people to help. In short, you can't lose principles because of such things. As for you can help them in your hand, you can't let them make a violation of the big principles. After Jin Zhao last words, the face gradually had black-purple and slowly slowed down. He stared at Liu Sheng and slowly said, since you raise this topic, I also briefly say it. My childhood the hero is singing there is no new China without the Communist Party, socialism is good. My youth hero is listening to the story of Lu Feng, Zhao Yulu, Wang Jingxi and other English characters, the life I have experienced. Bitter, you can't imagine. When I got married with you, two people were just a bag of luggage, and I came together. I have been so many years, and now life is already very happy. Eugene Zhou slightly paused. There is a strong color on his face. He is very happy to say to Luo Sheng, the value of life is not the glory after success, but the pursuit itself is belief establishing and insisting. I am a loyal Communist Party member. I have been able to suffer before, I can enjoy it. I can play the model of party members. I have a number of years, for money or status. There is no too big pursuit. If it is not your reason, I am estimated that I will fight back in the Agricultural Machinery Bureau. You should be able to see from the living conditions and all aspects of your father's home, and the father is basically a toss-leaved breeze. I have never thought about the corruption, or other people to buy a bribe. Best. This thing, there is some possibilities in other people, but this thing will never happen on your father. Whether it is still in the future, I will abide by the belief of the Communist Party members, and unswervingly do their jobs. It will never be a matter of corruption bribery. I can't give you the question of the people below, I can't give you a guarantee, but I can guarantee that in my management privilege, I will not have the kind of law that you said. If some people dare to reach out, I will definitely clear him out of the team. Luo Sheng listened to the father's powerful words, and his face came out to a smile, but also relaxed. Duo father, you said what you said, I just talked to you, and no need to make any guarantee. It is like the sentence of Chen Renren's high officials. Our people are now unfortunate. It is already a very extravagant thing. As the leader, as the people serve the people, the staff must do their best to do things. Let our people can get rid of well as soon as possible. Enter Xiaokang, the three northeastern provinces as the country's most important industrial base and national nature granary. As long as the official can do not corrupt it is possible to put the interests of the people in the heart. Then, the rise of the three provinces in northeast will definitely refer to the day, and the leaders in the province hopes that you will be better in Jiangqing suburbs. Luo Sheng and the father have been very open to the Golden Zhou, and they are extremely hated for corruption. That is to say, Luo Sheng is basically not worried about the matter of the deputy director of the sake of Jiangqing. There is no worries. Eugene Zhuo to the suburbs of the deputy director, belonging to the province's broken skin. There is already hung in the province, and there is already a number of high officials and mayors. Where the city here is, it is necessary to move from Jinzhou, considering the three. As long as there is no mistake, the position of the suburban district leader will be in Jinzhou, but this kind of thing Luo Sheng will not pay for the Jinzhuoji. After these things, after Jinzhou and Luo Sheng exchanged things that were needed for a recent time, and Dong Yuosheng and Liang Yuofeng's two people recently became a growing villagers and township officials. Luo Sheng frankly, Dong Yuosheng and Liang Yuofu two people were drunk, and they were more belonging to their own people. They will arouse some things on the suburbs. In the township of the suburbs, there are also white loyalty of Hongli Township, on within the scope of the available people. Under the strong support of the faith, the raising the company has begun to make a large scale, and the country has begun to develop a farm industry. After these livestock and poultry development, they are all unified by the Faith Company. Under the request of Bai Zongwei, the company has also in Hongli Township. It has been achieved in the real estate. The Bai Zongwei of Hongli Township listened to Luo Sheng, not only tasted the sweetness at this time, but also seen the hope of the people of Hongli Township. As long as he knows that Jinzhou is Luo Sheng's father, and the competent economy will make the people of Hongli Township more rich, then Bai Zongwei will definitely support, which will become a big arm of Golden Zhou. In other words, after Jinzhou, there will be some things in several towns below, will not be too large. Eugene Zhou Luo Sheng explained some of his problems after going, coldly remembered a thing, and asked, communications. This province is a position like this. It is said to be due to Jiangqing to build the largest cement plant in East 3. Is this cement factory really? You introduced Jiangqing here? Those small Japanese devils are so embarrassed. Why should you choose to build a factory with you? Chapter 284 Listening to the father-in-law. Why the Japanese should choose to build a factory in Jiangqing with the Faith Company? Luo Sheng laughs. Luo Sheng's mouth is slightly smiled in Jin's "Uh-oh, the world is born, all of them. The world is so much. Interest is the best guidance. The reason why the company can let the Japan Mitsubishi Mining Group invested in Jiangqing to build the largest cement plant, naturally because of the words of interest. Things do not have interest. Let the Japanese Mitsubishi Mining Group do. They will not do it. This is very real. These small Japanese children have valued two aspects. First, they feel that in the Black Province investing in a largest cement factory, the Black Province will start large-scale construction, then you will need a lot of cement. They are selling you can make a lot of money when you go out of cement. Second, they have weaved advertising effects. Luo Sheng and Mitsubishi Mining Group have said that the name of the cement factory is the Faith Sanjing Cement Group Company, and the name of the factory is Mitsubishi Cement, the cement of the product, except for the left of the bag the corner came out of the ZX2 letters. There is no other requirement, and the entire cement packaging bag will be printed on Mitsubishi Cement. That is, through such advertising effects, they can better enter China. Let the Chinese know the brand of Mitsubishi Cement. Another thing is that Mitsubishi Group chooses to build a factory in Black Provinces, then the Black Province and Mitsubishi Group Corporation have established cooperative relationships. With a good start, the future cooperation will gradually increase. In Japan, there has been such a statement that China has developed the fastest in the past years. It is Northeast, invests here, Bailey has no harm. Luo Sheng said to the father's words, can be said to be a kind of pumping. Those Japanese chooses to invest in China, the most important reason is that they want to enter China, and China's huge country has accepted their products. Then, they will have better development in China. Although the Chinese seem poor, China has a huge population base. There is a land of the land, and most of the Chinese are quite diligent. Now the reform and opening up, soon China will enter the high-speed development period, become the world's strong country. After China's reform and opening slogans sounded, there were countless countries and large currencies in the world saw China's changes. They have been jumping at this time, ready to go to China, have not been developed by a large number of people. They also have some fear of the Chinese government. The fear of the policy will have a lot of repetitions. Once there is a large consortium or that country is successful in China, they will meet the stool as the flies. Northeast's economy has been in the forefront of China at this time. Foreign funds enter China, naturally choose such a region to invest. Let them invest in the old Fej poor. They will not do. After Jin's "Uh-oh" said Luo Sheng. He nodded slightly. He is quite very much for this thing that Luo Sheng said. The little Japanese bones are so embarrassed. There is no interest. They are estimated that they will not do it. Not to say that the weasel gives the chicken, and it is almost a lot. Eugene's "Uh-oh" is a national college student. Many times, his knowledge is much better than many of the same age. He understands that in the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, the Northeast is the most developed region in China, and the total mileage of the railway accounts for half the country. Even the heavy industry and light industry in the Northeast is also the most powerful in China in the early 1980s, and other provinces cannot be compared. In the ranking in the country in 1978, there were 4 in the top 10 cities in Northeast. One mentioned in the Northeast, people would think that he is the Republic's eldest son, an important work and agricultural base. The Northeast is like a young guy who has been in his 20s. It is very strong. It has greatly supported the national construction in difficult age. At this time, Northeast and Shanghai are the 2 most important industrial bases in China, especially in Liao, which can be said to concentrate the best industrial manufacturers in the country. At the end of the 1970s, The establishment of industrial development in the early 1980s has four main reasons. First, Jiangsu Line 0 is in the northeast steel plant, opens coal mines with resource advantages, absorbing White Russian development for decades. Contrast other parts of the same period, there is a considerable heavy industrial base. After that, Japan has managed more than 10 years in Northeast. It is to build Northeast China. The industrial foundation is not in China at the time, even if it is in Asia. The second is that Northeast is adjacent to this Soviet Union. Whether on the basis, or safe, it is very guaranteed. The third is that there is skilled technician in the Northeast. Those heavy industry companies across the country include Chongqing, Lanzhou, older technicians. Management personnel are all in Northeast. It is assumed that the Northeast is not used as a heavy industry base, but to choose the Northwest. The first local professionals can't find it. Lack of technically understanding. Only from the Northeast. The Northeastern people are not willing to run away from the country. That industry is built. Fourth, there are natural resources such as oil, coal mines and iron mines in the Northeast, which are not previously available in other provinces in the 1980s. It is also the four reasons. Northeast from the beginning of the 1980s, it can be said to be the most important industrial base in China. Yu Jinzhou felt his nephew enchanting. But Luo Sheng's age is there. Many things, Luo Sheng should not be clear or not understood. So, Yu Jinzhou thought about his heart, very euphemism to tell Luo Sheng. And he hopes that after Luo Sheng knows these things, there is a certain help for future development. Northeast actually has such a brilliant achievement. Luo Sheng listened to Jinzhou said that there was a weird in his face. When Luo Sheng is later, I don't know about these things. He just knows that the economic landslide in the northeast of the next life is very fast, and even unparalleled speed. In the late 1990s, the economy of Northeast is like it. After 2,000 years later, young people in Northeast began to have a lot of loss. In the three provinces of Northeast, almost not very much young people. The rest is the one is 4 or 5 or 6 or 17 years old. Old man. Young people on the Northeast, as long as they are out of school, basically stay in foreign provinces, do not return to black. The biggest reason they choose in the field is not because the weather is cold in the Northeast, but because there is no decent work in the Northeast. There is no development. I feel that the Northeast is like a pool of death. There is no vitality. He is reborn to 8 seconds. He has such an idea. He has to work hard to make money. Let Northeast glow out new vitality. Let the country rise faster, and become a world-class strong country with the fastest speed. Chapter 285, Luofu Winery. In mid-September, the Juxi Scorpion ended Luo Sheng's explanation to all matters on the side of Tokyo, and he would go directly to France without stopping. During this time, the Juxi Scorpion is particularly hard. It is full of goods in Tokyo, but she feels very fulfilled in the days. This kind of life is that the waiter in the side of the stove is unpredictable. At this time, where she is, it feels that it is light, which is the highest level of some large enterprises in Tokyo. She can't humiliate, and I can complete the task of hindering Luo Sheng. Know him, only money. No matter when it is the same, there is money is a grandfather. What is produced is to make people buy. The Juxi Scorpion shifts, as long as she feels the requirements of Luo Sheng, and the price is reasonable, she directly I will buy it. She is a helper of the Faith Company, and it is more than a month to buy in Tokyo. She has a large circle in Tokyo, and even directly into the top society of Tokyo. When the Juxi Scorpion started from Tokyo, he had already set up an idea. This time, it is necessary to make a lot of red wine procurement. After arriving in Paris, France, she immediately started to contact the person in charge of Lafiterie. When the Juxi Scorpion was sold in Paris, she met a wine sales specialist called Denbra Brewery. After finding the specialist of alcohol sales, she told this here, I hope he can contact the important member of the Rose Yielder family responsible for Lafite. The predecessor of the Lafite Group is a wine estate. The founder is a French aristocrat called Lafite. Until 1868, the wealth family of the Western world Rose, who bought Rafa Philharmon at a high price of 4.4 million francs, officially established a Lafite Group. Under the jurisdiction of the Rose-Yielder family, the Lafite Group has become more and more. The larger the wine market, the larger, from the high-end size Lafite, to the popularity of the popular Perfield, the vintage, which is produced by the Lafite Group. There is a matter of being involved. Luo Sheng told the numerous red wine purchased by Zhu Jing, the biggest amount of Lafite in 8 seconds is because of this reason. Zhu Jing Scorpion arrived in Paris, and he began to contact Lafite Dinery. What do you say? A Japanese girl who wants in your hand wants to see me. Prepare for the purchase of red wine. You are not a problem. Why do you go? Then there is such a thing. Or you can't give me a reason to convince my reason, then you will resign directly. Jamino Rothschild heard the words of the hand Diane Brab, and immediately roared, almost fell. The Rosina Rose yielded of the Rosina Rose. He is not interested in the little girl who has sold alcohol selling alcohol. Listen to the following people who want to see him. He otherwise, it is the last pass for Diane Brab. He is an important member of the Rosny family. It is the nobles here. You can come to someone to see a Japanese girl selling wine. It is an insult to him, it is also to him an insult to identity. Mr. Jamino, please listen to me. This beautiful lady from Oriental represents China's big company, brought a big order for 50,000 bottles of red wine. I want to find the Lafiterie responsible. If there is no such big order, I will not give you such a call. I suggest you see the beautiful lady. And I know, the big order of these 50,000 bottles of wine just part of the order. You don't see this lady. I think you will regret it. Den Brabrabi is very speechless about this temper, although he is very speechless, but for commonly interests, he is still a resistance, and the Juxi Scorpion should be taken here to purchase 50,000 bottles of wine. Den Brabrabi is affiliated to the Lafiterie, like this to sell red wine through his hand. There will be part of the commission. He must convince Jamino and Juxi to meet. Although Jamino Rosierd is a Rosens family, but it is very uncomfortable. Otherwise, it will not be sent to the Fei-Fei winery. Some things. What do you say? You say that beautiful Oriental lady wants to buy 50,000 bottles of red wine. You tell me now, where is the hotel now? I will go with her now. If I negotiated, I can't negotiate your benefits. Jamino Rosierd listened to the back of the Den Brab, sitting from the bed at once. One-time purchase of 50,000 bottles of Lafite can be said to be a big customer who has not encountered in Lafite. Such customers have lost, and in the last plus that less than your benefits. Tell Diane Brab. This matter he records. It is really necessary to work together. He will give some rewards in Diane Brab. Listening to the name of the hotel at Den Brab, he is like a chicken blood, and quickly ran to the bedroom of the bedroom, put on the official in the official appearance, opened the car crazy straight to Didi. The address said by Inl Brabbery. The annual output of Lafite wine is probably 23 million boxes, 12 per box, which is about 240,000 bottles of 36,000 bottles. In the past few years, Buffy Winery the business has 1,000 feet. The speed of Lafite is far below the speed of production, especially in these years. The family has begun to prepare for production. Since accepting the Lafite wine, he has not opened the sales of Lafite wine in the international market. He became a disease. Suddenly heard a Japanese woman to buy 50,000 bottles of Lafite, simply let him look out. Jamino Rose yielded hotel in Jiajing, under the leader of hotel service. He quickly saw the grace of the graphs. Miss Juxi, hello, I am Jamino Rosierd, the total person in charge of the Lafite winery. I heard that you have to buy a large number of red wine. I can take the liberty. What is these red wine? Are you ready to buy? Jamino Rosani at this time, not only shown a style of the nobles, but also asked questions in his heart. The Rosina Rosina Rosol, Rose, is an Orthodox member in the family, but he has never been attached to the Rosanian family because of the lack of construction trees. Since French red wine, his status is even more than 1,000 feet. Everyday Jamino Rothschild is basically in the winery. Although Jamino Rothschild does not know what is the company in China, it is clear, one performance enough to buy 50,000 bottles of Pfaff's customers. It is definitely a super big customer. This large customer must be maintained. If you want to sell Lafite to the world, then China is also required to operate. Just Jamino Rothschild does not understand that China can say that it is quite backward at this time. The per capita month salary is not enough to buy a bottle of nice red wine. How can I suddenly take a company? I want to be. He purchased 50,000 bottles of Lafite red wine. Dear Jamino, Mr. Rosen, hello, I am a Juxi. This time I arrived in Lafite, I was in the directive of Mr. Luo Sheng, who was confident, to Bordeaux red wine. My client said to me, this purchase of red wine, just be prepared to buy red wine. If you gave our company's price reasonable, there will be a lot of wine orders to Lafite. The Jujing Scorpion has been toned. I will continue to say, my principal is interested in the red wine in the Bordeaux. I hope that we can agree. As for Mr. Luo Sheng, is China blackout? There is a super rich there. The Juxi Scorpion said that this Jamino Rose yield done. She didn't feel a strong self-confidence, and she had a strong confidence. Recently, I didn't spend money from her hands. I gave out the money, even more than 10 billion yen. At this time, she has become numbly for Luo Sheng's wealth, and she has been able to face. Correct. This time I went to France to buy Lafite wine, although the quantity was very amazing, but I didn't compare it as compared with the billion yen purchased in Tokyo. The Juxi Scorpion did not think that she would be hired by a Chinese boy, and I hired her for a Chinese company called What Loyalty Company. Let her have a proud white from a ugly duck. Swan. If you find the chapter content error, please report, we will fix it. For more exciting content, please pay attention. Big new domain name http. Chapter 286. Can't imagine. Miss Beautiful Scorpion, please allow me to take the liberty. I don't know if you can let me go. Please come to lunch. In the afternoon, we will talk about the purchase of wine again. Jamrus Rothschild gently bounced the lower right corner of the birthplace, and asked. The spring breeze asked. Although Jamino Rose is very eager to sell red wine out, but he still does not move, but also wants to ask the Jujing Scorpion to eat dinner. From the mouth of the Jujing learn about the situation, about the principle of the Juxi Scorpion. Jamino Rose is very clear. He is quite embarrassing in his status in his family. Now he suddenly takes an opportunity to let him return to the center of the family. He must firmly grasp the distant Oriental ancient country is a place that is not involved by members of Rosani. If he can open the Oriental market, then he will have more words in the Rosen family. In the Rose, in the future, can casually send a person to the Lafite Vegetary to order 50,000 bottles of wine. It is definitely the object he wants to pay. At this time, he must first do a good relationship with the Jujing Scorpion. It is aware of the principle behind the Juxi. In this case, he can decide whether to be a principal with the Jujing other partnerships. Mr. Jamino Rose, your praise and invitation make me feel very honored. If you don't take the liberty, I am willing to accept your invitation. Juxi Scorpion. For Jamino Rose and France, men's feelings are very good, and she is just a principal of Luo Sheng, can be invited to come to lunch. Of course, she will not refuse. When Luo Sheng said with her, he said that as long as Luo Sheng said other private life things, Luo Sheng did not ask, as long as it did not impair the interests of Luo Sheng, as long as she can bring benefits to the faith company, she can do it. If possible, and some of the big families on the side of Tokyo, big companies should do a good job, and people who do people with Lafite Winery don't have any relationship. The nine well is not made, the kind of self-confident elegance, a smile. Let Jamino Rosie can't imagine, such a goddess woman, how I have worked in a small alcoholic specialist in him, but I have not been excavated. The original opponent's value of the wine specialist Den Brabrab swept it at this time. Jamino Rosierd did not drive to the Nine Western restaurant to disturb a luxurious Western restaurant, but nearly near the hotel in Jiaxing, I found a small-scale Western restaurant. The Juxi Scorpion is very casual, and two French tones I like. I have some stairs, and I have always maintained the gentleman's style of Jamino. Rothschild is coming. Listen to the romantic light music, while in the style with the nobles of the aristocrats. Jamie Rothschild chats. The Juxi Scorpion feels very easy. The Jiaxing Scorpion, frankly, in the first 2 years, when she was studying in Paris, she has done a promotion of alcohol, and the main promotion brand is Lafite. Because she promoted to Lafite, I knew some knowledge about red wine. It was because she understood these knowledge. In the most luxurious hotel in Tokyo, I met Mr. Luo Sheng. Mr. Luo Sheng. Before this came to Paris, she has been responsible for procurement in Japan, sending the purchasing from Tokyo to China. This time I went to the Bordeaux area. I came over to order a batch of red wine for the boss. I have worked in the Raffipian winery in the early years. She decided to have an acquaintance of the lady. Aspects of ordering red wine, mainly to watch the price of Lafite wine and other wineries, if the quality is guaranteed, and if the price is reasonable. She is about to order 50,000 bottles of red wine, and there is no problem in terms of money. Directly from the Swiss bank. The Juxi Scorpion said at this time, I came to the Bordeaux area, because I worked in the Lafite wineries. She first contacted the Lafite villa. This time she has a lot of order. The key to see the quality and price of red wine. If the price of Lafite is higher than her psychological price, she may go to other wineries to order red wine. The wine world in Bordeaux, France is famous, and the Lafite winery is just that. After the Chinese people have been influenced by the Chinese movie, they have become the most sought-after red wine in the Chinese, and the Lafite winery is a large red wine winery in Bordeaux. There are many regions, and the Lafiterie is just one of the 4 great winery. Luo Sheng not only gave the Juxi sacred trust, but also gave a wage that the Jiaxing Scorpion dreamed of, and the heart of Jiaxing is clear. Luo Sheng is her reconciliation. If there is no help to Luo Sheng, now the mother's body can't be recovered at all, and she will now be in the nice. So the Nine Well is committed to the secret. She must return Luo Sheng and do things perfect. Leave Luo Sheng, she will not have anything. Now a beautiful life will go away from her. You can take the liberty, Miss Zizi. What is your boss? Luo Sheng does what is done in the ancient country in China. Jamino Rothschild roughly understood the words of the Nine Well. Outside, he thinks that the Juxi Scorpion said so much, nothing more than wanting him to drop the price of wine and reach the factory price of normal winery. This kind of thing is for Jamino Roz. This is not a hard thing. The most important thing is that he wants to understand the mysterious Chinese boss behind the Jiaxing Scorpion, see if they have the possibility of cooperation. China's ancient and mysterious country is quite large for his aristocrats. Once his Jimenellos is able to find a partner in China, it is possible to successfully enter the Virgin, then he will be rolled up in the status of his family in the future. The Jiaxing Scorpion slightly sinks, and the mind has turned a lot of thoughts. After turning the reason, she went to laugh. My Chinese boss is an extremely mysterious person. He is in China. I do what? I am not clear. Successful hooks caused Jamino. Roselda, Juxi slowly said, but I know his identity. He can say that it is a famous celebrity in our Japan, which is a celebrity in Japan. Master, and is the master of the cartoon master in Japan? Jimamino rose rouse. After listening to the explanation of the Jiaxing, the heart began to marry the mother. A Chinese becomes a household cartoon master in Japan. Is it not just a pulling? A painting comics purchased 50,000 bottles of red wine. Even if it is drinking for a lifetime, this problem is very serious. At this time, Jaimino rose and he did so even began to doubt the identity of Juxi. Is this woman in front of him a liar? Jujing Scorpion saw the conversion between Jaimino Rosiad. She smiled slightly. Continue. When I saw our boss, he was a masculine and Mitsubishi Mining of Mitsubishi Mining in Mitsubishi Mining. An important person in charge talks. Oh, yes. Do you know that Mitsui Property and Mitsubishi Mining Group Co., Limited, Sanjing Property! Mitsubishi Mining Company! Jaimino Rose yielded unheard a very familiar feeling after hearing these two names. He thinks that these two Japanese companies should have heard. But I don't know what these two companies do. Take the liberty to interrupt your words. Can you tell me these two companies? Jaimino Rose is an eager to ask, but the face still maintains the style. Jujing Scorpion looked on the opposite of Jaimino. She smiled shallow, said, to say that Sanjing Property and Mitsubishi Mining two companies, you may feel unfamiliar, but Japan's for you should always be familiar with the big consortium. Sanjing Property and Mitsubishi Mining Group are large enterprises in the four major consortials. My boss cooperate with Mitsubishi Mining Group Co., Limited, just signed a nearly 2 billion yuan's cement factory cooperation project. My boss accounted for 69% of shares. Japan's four coroners! 2 billion yen cooperation project! Accounts for 60% shares! Jaimino. The fat on the face of Rosiad is slightly shaking at this time. It is important to say that Japan's four major consortiums will have impressions. After all, Japan's four national consortium has been sold to the world. As he heard that Mitsubishi Mining and Sanjing Property, he felt that the name was very familiar, but did not expect these two companies. But the four words of the four major consortium of the Jujing, he immediately remembered. The boss and Mitsubishi Mining of Juxi reached a 2 billion part of the cooperation project, and it accounts for 16% of the project. How can Nima? There is such a character in the ancient country in China! Chapter 287 Happiness at the end of September. The autumn is gradually, and the rural areas around Jiangxing are already a golden world. The mountains are all harvested and to be harvested. The crop green trees on the hillside have been separated from the golden rice fields separated by Qingqingshan, which is like the palette that is overturned by God, and the seven-color rural areas of the time is stunned. On the small way, see the farmers who have harvested the food in the rice field. The firewood accumulated in the corn has formed a variety of interesting patterns. At this time, the rural, such as a lyrical pastoral, melodiously singing in the mountains, which is fascinated in the picturesque rice fields in the autumn. Luo Sheng likes to watch the autumn harvest, like to see the joy of people's harvest, rebirth for more than a year. He is still in the countryside. Luo Sheng quietly settled in the land of bamboo plate and Fulong village. The golden fields in the distance broke the past and the ups and downs of demolition. A few woke up quiet. The mountains in the distance, wearing fog, where you prove what? The nearby houses, seems to see some warmth. The intersection of this road and the road is very lively, and it is lining out the tranquility of the far country. A farmer who has received food everywhere. Everyone's faces are happiness. Seeing the joy and happiness of the peasant's uncle, Luo Sheng has borne a happiness, and the face is also a sweet smile. In recent time, Luo Sheng also chatted with Dong Guzhong Liang Guofeng, and found the reason why the food production began to grow sharply in recent years. Liang Guofeng and Dong Guosheng said to Luo Sheng, when the farmer was in the production team a day of the year was 2 or 3 cents, and the least 1 year of the year was 8 points. At the beginning of the 1960s, the enthusiasm of farmers' labor is not high, and the food is classified as a collective. It is basically unsaturated, the power value is low, there is less items, and the family is more. Natural food is not enough. Most importantly, that year, Farmers did not have any oil water things in addition to the new year. It is almost nothing to have any oil and water, and if you eat, then others are basically hungry. Not only low, and they also have to bear some large water conservancy facilities buildings and some other construction carryings. These are unpaid, as if they are in ancient times. At this time, they have a very low enthusiasm, even a day, it is a day, it is one day. In the 1970s, farmers are in a state of half-hunger, and food is gradually income because of some fertilizers and pesticides, and a lot of farmers can eat full. Dong Guosheng and Liang Guofu told Liu Sheng. At that time, the farmers were working in the production team, and 2 of the wheat and food produced every year were given to the country, and they were all given to the country. If only half of the time is only half, the farmers can eat the whole year. However, the peasants and collectives were high. I felt that as long as I made the national construction, I feel practical and meaningful. No regrets. Without the people's warriors, there is no machine used by the workers' brothers, and the country will not develop. There is a selfless dedication such as farmers. It is there in the people of the country. This is today's today. The peasants who have eaten by the sky are bitter. If the wind, the rain is still good, once the first year of the victory or food is dramatically reduced, then the most bitter is the peasant of the plaining. After the reform and opening of the land began to contract, farmers have a great improvement, and the food has been greatly improved. In particular, the country has introduced foreign advanced technology in the first 2 years, and began to produce fertilizer pesticides. Farmers can afford these production materials to buy these production materials. When the production team, it was a few tens of municipal pounds, and after the contract, it immediately increased nearly 10 times per acre. In 1978, the reform of the family joint contracting responsibility system, this land reform, divided land rights into ownership and management. Ownership is still returned to collective, and the management rights shall be divided by the collective economic organization by households to farmers. Independent operation, collective economic organizations responsible for the implementation of contracts, unified arrangements, use and dispatching, land adjustment and distribution of public facilities, a double-layer business system that has a conventionally bonded, creative binding. The implementation of the family coefficient contracting responsibility system has corrected the long-standing management high concentration and operational methods to excessively monotonically, so that farmers have become a simple laborer in the collective economy into both producers and operators, thus imparting farmers' produce enthusiasm, greatly play the potential of labor and land. In order to protect the land management rights of farmers, the Constitution of the People's Republic of China adopted by the Fifth National People's Congress stipulate, the land of rural and urban suburbs, in addition to the legal provisions belonging to all countries, belongs to the collective, homesteads and reservations, from retaliation, also belong to all. In the early 1980s, the land contracting, farmers have freedom and enthusiasm, and food production has begun to grow significantly. When Liu Sheng was born, it was 82 years. Although Liu Sheng family was a city account, everyone had a supply of ration, but most people have not completely reached the temperature. At the end of 8th second year, the Black Province began to formally launch and began to implement the system of land contractors. The 8th year of the 8th year is very good, and the enthusiasm of farmers has also been much higher. In addition, the implementation of the family joint contracting responsibility system, and the family has started to spend money to buy fertilizers and pesticides, and seeing the harvest will increase significantly. The enthusiasm of farmers was mobilized. If there is no big accident, the grain of 3 years will be great, and the people of the whole country will eat full. After reading the autumn harvest, I felt the joy of autumn harvest. Liu Sheng slowly squatted the small tower and walked to the headquarters of the Faith Company. For a few more time, Xuyongquan, the contract for the large-scale cement plant built by Sheng Sanjing Investment, and a large number of people in Mitsubishi Mining Company have entered Jiangqing with large construction machinery, and the construction of infrastructure in the eastern part of Jiangqing. He and Yang Hua said that after the completion of the Loyalty Construction Company, Yang Hua's speed is very fast. At the time ago, the Communications Construction Company has begun to formally undertake small projects, and personnel have reached the quantity of 300. At this time, the number of employees of Jiangqing's largest first construction company is more than 100 people. And Yang Hua gradually became a faithful construction company. At the person, he surpassed Jiangqing's largest construction company. If you find the chapter content error, please report, we will fix it. For more exciting content, please pay attention. Big new domain name http. Chapter 288 Loyalty has passed the large number of engineering machinery equipment purchased by Mitsubishi Mining Company, and it has also arrived in Jiangqing at this time and has delivered to Yang Hua's Communications Construction Company. Plus Liu Sheng and Cao Rui said that the unparalleled master of the business is tuned in the Black Provincial Construction Company, and the Communications Construction Company helps training, so that Yang Hua's construction company has a qualitative leap. This quality leap is just a small portion, and after a large number of heavy construction machinery and equipment, the Mitsubishi Mining Group is sent to the Jiangqing's Explorer excavator and the machinery of the Japanese worker, and has begun to be faithful. Some young people on the construction company began training. Liu Sheng wants to use these young people in the company to learn the use of these large-scale construction machinery equipment with the fastest speed. After these young people have used large-scale engineering machinery and equipment, they can use teachers used by large construction machinery and equipment to cultivate a large number of technical staff faster and earlier. How much time does not use? When the state is under large-scale construction, there will be a large number of technical staff to start working in large construction machinery. This time, those workers technicians from the privileges and large-scale construction machinery, and have a hard technology, and there is a strong sense of responsibility. They said about the Loyalty Construction Company, and if they want to learn, they must reach 3 points. First, I have to see how your understanding is. Too stupid is not suitable for learning this large mechanical operation. The mind is flexible, but also needs to go to the inside. The master will lead the door. Practice in individual. If you don't know, it will be slow. Second, there is much time to look at the machine, and the 4 large excavators that shipped to Jiangqing, all of which belong to the Faith Company. The time to get on the bus will not be too large, and the time will be fast. Third, I have to look at the level of the master, because there are many scope of the excavator operation. Only the master experience can tell you more. If you can reach, you can learn from 6 months to 8 months. But not to say that it is very high. It is generally able to work. If you can't answer the 3 points, it will generally be in a year and a half to 2 years. The excavator and large construction machinery are not easy to learn, and the loyalty of the construction company must find some small. Under normal circumstances, the worker master over Japan is only responsible for bringing an apprentice every day. However, Liu Sheng said with Yang Hua, let Yang Hua tell Japanese used by the translation of the teaching machine and other large construction machinery, and take an apprentice. No, everything is often an apprentice. There the salary is 25%, and it is not capped. If they stay in Jiangqing, it is half a year. According to a qualified apprentice in the half a year, then they are normal salary on the agreement. If they make more qualified apprentices, then their salary will 20%. Normal salary of those Japanese workers to go to Jiangqing, probably 100,000 yen per month, with RMB 760 yuan, is nearly 2 times in Jiangqing per capita income. If they can bring out 5 apprentices while they do not affect normal work, then their salary will double. According to the Chinese old say, a sheep is rushing, 2 sheep are put, a group of sheep can put together. Bring an apprentice to bring more apprentices, nothing more than hard work and harvest. When these Japanese have no reason to not agree to this kind of good thing. In the end, Yang Hua talked about the conditions through the master of Pokiwa and Mitsubishi Mining. According to the Japanese saying, the latest in May, there will be a group of people to be able to be the user of these large equipment. And under the mediation of Potofoba, some of the people in the communications construction company are in the process of building the Jiangqing cement plant, and they can learn some other advanced large equipment. Luosheng is the most clear. When you want to turn the foundation, the work efficiency of a large excavator will definitely be several times the artificial, large excavator digging the foundation, and the foundation of a normal residential building can be dug. If it is a high-rise residential or a large-scale shopping mall, it is possible to dig out with a large excavator. In the early 1980s, the Black Province did not see the excavator. Most of the projects were used to work with artificial, hundreds of workers dug foundation, no 10 days half a month. It is also a qualified foundation. This time he purchased so many large construction machines from Japan, he must let the employees of the communications construction company master the use of these construction machines with the fastest speed. Once these people have mastered the use skills, waiting for when the year begins to build a project, he will buy more large construction machinery. At this time, it is not Luosheng to Chongyan, but China has no capacity to produce such a large construction machinery at this time. When Luosheng, he saw that in China's industrial newspapers, China's earliest excavator, Fushun, has been developed in the 5th year, but it does not reach the machine and electrical integration, but not batch production. At least at this time, Luosheng has not heard of the excavator of organic electrical integration among China's construction companies. For such a huge thing, most people are respectful, and even if they don't dare to touch, in people's hearts, this electromechanical excavator is a super monster. After purchasing the excavator of the large-scale electromechanical integration, Luosheng said with Kaorui, he let Kaorui contact now can produce excavators. If the company is interested, you can go to him. This is to study the electromechanical excavator. This large-scale electromechanical large excavator is that Luosheng and Mitsubishi Mining Group have reached the largest cement plant in Jiangqing, in order to get so many. Otherwise, if necessary, China the company can't afford it at all. I can't buy it. One such large excavator, the price sold in Tokyo is nearly 200 million yen. The RMB is about more than 2 million. If Luosheng does not reach the Mitsubishi Mining Company for 3 years, his bought these large excavators will feel the pain. But the pain is hurting, and it is true that the domestic large construction machinery manufacturers can study the excavator of this mechanical and electrical integration, which is also a very worthwhile thing. When Luosheng did something, there was an idea. After a few years, China's large-scale large equipment can basically develop, and it is possible to carry out large quantities. At that time, these companies can bring apprentices, professors, domestic students, so that they will speed up the development of the country. It is definitely a win-win mode. Chapter 289 Provincial Cities Flagship Store Yanghua, established by the Communications Construction Company, has been welcoming in the recent time, and the first flagship store of the Bank of the Black Provincial Association, the first flagship store of loyalty to the supermarket chain Supermarket, is also open to the macro. The size of the first flagship store in the Black Provincial Association has several times larger than the size of the Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets in Jiangqing, and has prelimated the scale of the national big shopping mall. The location of this flagship store is close to the Nangang district. A large cargo company in Nangang district is an old office building that is empty after the office is relocated. After 3 floors of this office building, after opening and renovation, the business area has more than 3,000 square meters, which is a few times the Jiangqing flagship store. The flagship store is large, and the sales staff of the flagship store has reached more than 40 people in terror. Among them, the floor manager of the flagship store is the old employees who have allocated the past from Jiangqing, which teaches other salesmen who have recently joined the company. If Luosheng has always hit Jiangqing, The salesperson is only responsible for replenishment, and it is responsible for the place where he is responsible. The required staff will be more. This is the case, and it is slightly less than some of the staff. But the advertisement of the faithful food chain supermarket flagship store opened in Harbin has already hit the Black Province TV station, and the salesperson is not joining. The only thing is that the new generation of loyalty to the supermarket is seen by the Harbin people to use alternative vision. In the 1980s, it is an era of state-owned economies. If it is not a state-owned unit, most people will not choose to participate, especially the salespersons required by the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets are young and beautiful girls. These girls have diplomas allocated in accordance with national college students, directly allocated to various plant mines. There is no diploma. With this parent in the work unit, they will choose to pick up their parents, always feel more than in such a place where it is unstable. At this time, it is possible to calculate the price directly when checkout, and it can be calculated directly. But Luosheng's food chain supermarket has been more a vanguard. The goods have a label on the shelf. After people get a heart, they can pay directly to the payment. The goods that are loyal to the supermarket chain supermarket have great advantages in the price, and the profit margin is far below the state-owned shopping mall at this time. For example, the buttons sold in the state-owned shopping malls. The price of a button may sell a koi or 2 cents, and the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets, the same quality, the same style buttons, up to 1 koruna. For example, the price of a pillow and bed linen in bed, a pair of good pillows in the state-owned shopping malls are probably between 3 yuan to 5 yuan, and the price of good sheets is between 7 yuan to 10 yuan, and loyal food and surrounding chains. The price of the supermarket will be lower than the price of this sales. Under normal circumstances, the profit margins of loyal food and high-pole supermarkets are very low. Most of them rely on sales to make money. After the reform and opening up, Hongbin can directly get the factory price of many plants in Hansing Street, and the quantity of things, under the soft grinding of Hongbin, even more thanks to the wholesale price of some discounts. After all, Hongbin represented the faith company reputation and direct cash transactions. The flagship store decoration is not departed, waiting for the opening. The large-scale transfer warehouse in the radiation of the Black Province is also almost built. In the future, Hongbin sent back from the south. No need to directly reach Jiangqing, but directly send goods to Harbin, Calm City. From Harbin City, these chain supermarket flagship stores in the province. The label of all flagship stores in the Black Provincial Association will be labeled in this large transit warehouse. Unified distribution of goods. The final settlement of each flagship store is carried out here. In this case, there is a lot of steps in invisible, and there are fewer people and fees. In this way, the cost of transportation is more reduced. The lower the cost, the price of loyal food and surrounding supermarkets selling goods will naturally. But the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets are at this time, or they cannot fully exceed the state-owned shopping malls. After all, the goods in many state-owned shopping malls are the goods supplied by the country, only selling in the national shopping malls. Like loyalty to the supermarket chain supermarket, I want to purchase the goods. All are controlled by the commercial system. The people in the commercial system are very unbelievable. After all, such a collective enterprise is very unbelievable. Many items are sold cheaper than selling in the state-owned shopping malls, affecting the profits of the commercial system. Under normal circumstances, the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets belong to the collective enterprises, and it can also enter the commodities regulated in those countries in the state-owned shopping malls. However, there is a high voice of the faith company in the commercial system, and even they have to ban the loyalty to the business bureau. Chain supermarkets, they think that such supermarkets have seriously affected their interests. These people can't stand any effect on the loyalty chain supermarket. After all, the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets are formal troops. There is no violation. Don't say that it is a commercial system, which one will not be in the whole black. The system can make loyal food and surrounding supermarkets suspend business. Although there are fewer national controlled goods, but the reform is open. Many goods can directly get from the manufacturers, such as cloth, clothing. Especially the South began to popular some new style clothes, in loyalty chain supermarkets can be bought. Moreover, Luo Sheng's food chain supermarket has also begun to have a fist product in some big shopping malls. Delicious loyalty fish canned. The price of canned fish per bottle is just $1, which is about half of the fish selling fish than other shopping malls. The canned fish is unique to the faith, which can be said to be a scorpion. The canned fish is an advantage brand of the faith, and there is an Anasuwaisiji. After all, Anasujuansiji is very large. Even if it is the state of the national big shopping mall here, the amount of goods in the sanitary napkin is so pitiful. After the goods arrive, it has been sold in the same day. And the Anasulan snaps of the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets is a comprehensive supply. As long as the Anransudishi towel is produced, there is a sanitary napkin, and there is a sanitary napkin. The time of the black community is open, and Luo Sheng is initially opened in the opening of the opening. First, people will rest when people are in the 11th National Day, and they will be more than usual. The second is to open in October, and the Faith Company can make a big promotion at this time. When the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets opened in Jiangqing last year, the promotion is very strong. This time, Luo Sheng decided to let Zhao Fangshan have more promotion in the Black Province. Now loyal food and surrounding supermarkets make money, and not bad money. To get to promotion, you have to get a lot of money, such as the canned fish of loyal food and intensive supermarkets. You can buy a bottle when you open. A bottle of retail price is a bottle of dollars. That is, spend 1 yuan 2 if the corner. You can purchase 2 bottles of fish. And the number of fish in this fish is not limited, starting from the Faithful Food and Surrounding Supermarket flagship store to the end. This activity will continue. Anrena bathroom. The factory price is a pack of 5 corners. Retail is a hexagonal money. During the event, the unrestricted food chain supermarket is sold. Each person is limited to 2 packs. Buy 2 packs to give a package. The given sanitary napkin is Luo Sheng's policy in the Black Province's sanitary napkin and limping, which is given free. In other words, in this time, I spend $1 in the opening of $1, I can buy a 3-pack Anolos sanitary napkin, which is a pack of 4 corners, more than normal wholesale. There is a lot cheaper. These are only part of Luo Sheng and Zhao Fangshan's welfare. Engage in these 2 rare things promotion. Loyal food and surrounding supermarkets still have some profits. In other business promotion, other benefits are good. For example, the opening lottery, or how much money to buy, return to the gift voucher. In short, these things Luo Sheng only gives the most basic suggestions. As for Zhao Fangshan, it is a business with Hong Bin, or to find Wang Bo business, that is, Zhao Fangshan's thing. Zhao Fangshan's model for Luo Zongxiao. I felt 2 big days. He finally realized that Luo Sheng in Wang Boca's direct tube is in the direction of the direct tube. Other labor things are their kind of pain, but it is painful and happy because he can feel the value of him. Chapter 290 said and paying attention to during this time before the opening of the flagship store of Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets. He also let Zhao Fangshan are remotely located in Harbin, the provincial capital, looking for a place to build a winery. He prepared this time to take advantage of the land price, built a large winery in the Black Province, specializing in the red wine that shipped back from France. While launching red wine, he is also preparing to let Hongbin contact the Motai of the top 16 kiln in the Motai winery to store. Luo Sheng is very clear, these red wine and white wine future value far exceeds the value of him in the current store. This time, take good alcohol. I want to drink alcohol or ask the guest, and I can take it out of real good stuff. The white wine on the Motai factory said a lot. Most people are unclear. The best liquor on the Motai factory is divided into Barn and the Postquian. In general, the best white wine is best, ordinary people are not purchased, directly supply to the central leaders and some straight tubes their officials. After the white wine, Luo Sheng, I felt that he was able to buy some at this time. After 2000 years later, don't say that it was the Maidu, the Motai produced by ordinary Motai factory. It is not bought on the market. Arrived. At this time, I will order Motai, and I have some sales agreements with the Motai winery, which will definitely buy a good wine there. After the future, the fake wine is full of flying. This time does not invest a lot of money to hoard some Motai wine. Wait until you want to drink treasures, then I don't know when it will be. The longer of Motai, the longer the time, the longer drink. The year of the Randa wine, the more the fragrance, the more tasteful. Wait for people to eat. Just take a bottle of 239 Motai, not only the face good looking, and you can drink more fake wine than the shortcomings of the year. The Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets are also a large supermarket. Red wine and Motai, two high-grade liquors, and later high-end luxury goods are placed on the counter. At this time, Motai wine is a bottle. The price of wholesale will also drop part. Just buy 1,000 or tens of thousands of bottles of Motai, that is. His industries are not in the future, and those in the hands. Stamp. He is also a super rich. Luo Sheng did not let her buy Fury and Lafite in the 8th year of the 8th year of the 8th year of France, and he told Juxi to buy good quality Lafite wine. By the way, buy some common quality red wine, as a kind of wine selling in the future. Domestic demand for red wine is not big. This time people don't agree with red wine, only recognize that highly burning alcohol or a variety of bubbles. But the future demand is a big amazing. After these alcohols, Luo Sheng even thought that when the annual red wine and Motai, he had to store it, and he will gradually put these wine in the future. The loyalty of the Food and Glory supermarkets should be able to enter the world. Red wine and high-grade Chinese liquor, which can be a good thing to earn foreigners, the sooner entered such a market, the more it will be earned in the future. Many, tobacco, alcoholic products, is the short leg of Loyal Food and intensive supermarkets. At this time, the share of the Faith supermarket is very small. After all, this kind of thing is attributable to the sugar and tobacco companies under the Business Bureau system to operate. Sugar wine companies have for a long time for Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets, and they will not deliver to smoking and alcohol licenses to Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets. But they can only be licensed without gain, but they don't limit the sale of tobacco and alcohol. After all, Loyal Food and intensive supermarkets are collective enterprises. They have been doing their heads. It is not good to say that faithful food industry can find tobacco and alcohol from other channels, and is also a matter of Loyal Food and intensive supermarkets. The commercial system is also in the province and the city. It is really a lot. The sugar and wine company and the tobacco company are inert, and the deputy director of Jiangqing, Luo Gang, and the old blood of the electric company, the blood of the blood, there is no time when you don't engage in Loyal Food and surrounding contest. When the wineries of red wine and liquor began to build, the 30 new liberated big car of the logistics company team has been set up from the manufacturer. After the 30 big cars got the license plate in the side of the black, it was sent directly to Fengxian, and it began to carry out the vehicle's milling period. Several goods stations built in the black provincial capital and the middle of Jiangqing city are already ready, just waiting for these 30 cars to enter the operation. The logistics company has prototype. Fengxian, the can be, manage a few people can also deal with it, but when you get out of more than 30 drivers, he also allowed him to be responsible for several goods between the provincial city and Jiangqing. Fengxian has some feelings. Some power is not from the heart. Luo Sheng listened to Fengxian. After a few times, he thought about it, and finally made 2 calls, and finally made the most prominent Jiango, the son of Jiang Guojun, who made the most highlighted Jiang Guojun, giving Fengxian to the deputy. Some of the stations and transportation. Jiang Hao, although he did not choose the second program like Yan Ligo, But Jiang Hao Luo Sheng was still quite optimistic. In those people who went to Beijing, Jiang Hao has always been one of Luo Sheng's optimistic talents. After Luo Sheng returned to Jiangqing, Luo Sheng and Wang Diqing did not listen to Wang Diqing said Jiang has good words. According to Wang Diqing's idea, Jiang Hao should be a college student who works and performance in the supermarket of Beijing. What Corms can do it without saying a well. Some troublesome things can also be dealt with very good. People worthy of focus. Jiang Hao has been a period of time, and there is some insights. Putting Jiang Hao to Feng Xiao, Luo Sheng is still quite reliable. Luo Sheng decided that after Jiang Hao came back from Jingqing, he will take a team with Feng Xiao, which is responsible for some things that Feng Xiao can't handle it. When Luo Sheng called Jiang Hao, I said to Jiang Hao, the high level of the Faith Company is very optimistic. This time, let him take a team with Feng Xiao, and will be responsible for logistics. If you can do well, the Faith Company will in the post of the middle management personnel directly to the middle management person. It will become a high-priced company executive. Luo Sheng also told Jiang Hao, this time before coming back from Beijing, go to Beijing and Chenchun's bus factory to see, there is a big car with the insulation box. If not, ask if you can do it. The company will order some such cars for transportation. The Loyalty Company has a vegetable planting base in Jiangqing. When the new year is in the future, there will be a large number of vegetables on the market, and some items such as the noodles of a large number of bamboo plates collective enterprises. When these things are in new year, although they are all snapped goods, it is necessary to sell all goods, and they need to sell them to other cities to digest. And these goods need to be treated with insulation. If there is no insulation car, want to transport vegetables to the provincial city or other places, the vegetables will be frozen, go back to some feared items, which is also frozen, so. Luo Sheng wants Jiang Hao to ask, there is no such incubator for sale. If there is no such a box, you can do customization. If these words are inquiry, I don't understand. Just Jiang Han Road, Luo Sheng also wants to see Jiang Ho's ability. Sheng Logistics Company does not include White Emoticon's business, because Beishai's acquisition company, in accordance with Luo Sheng, in the 8-year-old boutique mushroom and a large number of wild mountain goods, already started to transport to Dalian port. Several big trucks on Beishai, all are full. This time is not too much a relationship with logistics. If there is a space run in the future, it will naturally be incorporated by Luo Sheng into the logistics system, but now it is not needed. Beishai is one of the earliest manager of communications. Luo Sheng has been safe. At this time, there is no other thing in Beishai to do other things because Beishai has built the acquisition company. At least this time is now inferent. The procurement of many items in the Black Province is also White Emoticon. And those people in rural areas directly talk about the acquisitions, and they really have to operate such people. After waiting for it or 3 years, the woods in the Yangtze River in Jiangqing have all built, and after exporting the fungus, the acquisition of the acquisition company managed by Beishai will be expanded again. At that time, the power in Beishai would not be less than other people. The most important reason is that the purchase of items, Luo Sheng must put a person who makes him feel relieved. In 8 seconds, the number of money acquired is nothing more than a few thousand pieces, and it has just been broken. By the 3 years, the number of money used in Beishai has a lot of money, and a large-scale acquisition is carried out, and even tens of thousands of yuan. If there is no reliable, he can trustworthy this matter, Luo Sheng I really don't feel relieved. The Juxi Scorpion gave him a few Chinese students in Japan. After half a month, it was able to reach Jiangqing. After these international students arrived in Jiangqing, the communication of people here and Mitsubishi Mining Group will be good. A lot of things, especially the apprentices in the construction company built by Yang Hua, when they learn excavators, they will be relaxed. After all, because the language is not communicating, Often there will be such errors. The 50,000 bottles of red wine from the Lafiterie, France, have also started from the other side of France, directly arrived at Dalian port, directly transported from Dalian port to the warehouse here. The Juxi Scorpion told Luo Sheng, "If you don't do anything, I lived for a while." Jamino Rosie Erd will bring translation, from Paris, France to China to visit Luo Sheng. Thanks. I have been supporting the brothers and sisters who have always supported the big country. I have been automatically updated. I haven't interacted with you. I hope everyone can forgive. Everyone's recommended tickets, monthly tickets and other big nationals are in the eyes. Remember, only write a good back to everyone. I hope that the brothers and sisters can continue to support the big Gurge in the future. Thank you. Chapter 291 Industrialization for Gemino Rosie Erd may have to go to China. See your own news. Luo Sheng is quite unexpected, and it is very happy. He didn't think that the Juxi Scorpion went to France to buy some red wine, and actually gave him a line of such an important Rothschild's family. Luo Sheng did not listen to people in the later generations. This family is a very ancient family, more energy. The world's super consortium. There is a place. After many large businesses in the world, there are the figure of the family of Rosny. The members of this family have to visit him from China, which means that this guy is very interested in himself. And there is an idea to enter China. Luo Sheng thought that if the member of the Rosie Erd family is a core member, it can be counted in a lot of things. Then he really doesn't mind talking to Jimamino Rosie Erd. And Jimino Rothschild makes some money to make money. France has a pivotal position in the world, and is one of the developed countries. At this time, French industrial manufacturing can even be able to rank in the top 5 in the world. China's industry is now very backward. There is such a person to come to China. He must entertain it. If some agreements can be reached, there is still a considerable help for the development of China's industrial industry in the future. Europe is a very developed area. Luo Sheng has always wanted to take a line on the Europe, but he has no good referee. Jimamino Rosie Erd is the core of the Rose personnel. Through him, Luo Sheng can pass the European Europe, can develop according to the idea of his heart. Now is 3 years. Ericsson and Motorola companies have not yet entered China. Luo Sheng has always wanted to find a chance, or if you want to get a chance to get in touch with Ericsson, Sweden, but he has not been there. A suitable candidate and opportunity, now suddenly coming out of Jimamino Rosny, it will be a springboard in the mobile industry and the telephone industry. Ericsson is a Swedish telecommunications equipment manufacturer, headquartered in Sweden, Stockholm. Marstal, initially a store of repairing telegraph instruments, was founded in 1876. Lasmaris Ericsson. At the beginning of the 20th century, Ericsson has always been occupying the main position in the market in manual telephone host, but launches automated hosts. The world's largest telephone host is connected to 60,000 telephone lines in history, which is installed by Ericsson in Moscow in 1916. Ericsson is the world's largest mobile system supplier, which provides equipment and services for all major mobile communication standards in the world, and the Global 40 mobile calls are carried out through Ericsson's systems. Ericsson maintains a leading position in the IMS and soft exchanges, and is also the world's largest company with professional telecommunications services. Luo Sheng's attention is the biggest concern for Ericsson and Motorola, which is very fast in the future, because he is clear how fast the development of the future mobile industry in the 1990s is. At this time, Jobs Apple has just been listed soon, and Apple is still in a low ceremony, and the big companies like Ericsson and Motorola are not comparable. Luo Sheng at this time, the company I want to cooperate is Ericsson and Motorola. He is clear in his heart. As long as he can reach a cooperation agreement with these two companies, then in the future, he will hold a place. Luo Sheng contrasts through the memory of the book and the later generations. He is still more understanding of the world's developed countries, especially European countries, so many developed. As the open person of modern civilization, the first real in-law of industrialized countries, As an industrialized mother, it is naturally not to be underestimated. It can be said that the inner strength and the underground of the UK are in the world. If this is not the case, the United Kingdom will not have a big impact in the world. France, as a geographical neighbor of industrial motherland, has industrialized innate conditions. As the second country that opens the industrialization process, although it has been slowly swallowing industrialization. However, as a rearward country, different from the original type of industrialization in the UK, the national leading countries in France began to play a role in the industrialization process. It is because of such reasons, Britain and the law began to score the world, the colonial world. Germany, relying on France, as a neighboring country in France, after completing the national unity, the industrialization process is also started. After completing industrialization, it was found that the world market has been finished, so he can only fight with the British law. After the battle failed, he played a World War I, although the Second War was defeated, but the world's global order after World War I opened the world market. So after World War II, Germany became the first industrial power in Europe. Italy, because the location is far from the industrial civilization center, the industrial process is late, and the technology is also directly introduced to other countries. At the same time, public enterprises are the same as Germany, they have completed the world, but they have been completed. So after joining the World War, after selling twice, they will continue to rely on selling for a living, and Liu Sheng has always said that this country has been stressed. Russia, Peter's emperor opened the industrialization process, but in the true hours, the progress has been slower. Before the Soviet mode is not opened, it has been used as the European second circular state day. Until the red radial magic Stalin opened the Soviet model, used 2.5 years of planning, directly completed industrialization, and changed the industrialization of the old style of industrialization for decades. The industrialization of the 100 years. Therefore, the Soviet mode is born. It is regarded by Western powers as a nail. China's industrialization is the most backward. Because of the backwardness, so China introduces a set of technical equipment in Western countries such as the United States, Federal Germany, France, Japan, Netherlands, Switzerland, Italy in the early 1970s. In January 1973, the State Planning Commission recommended to the State Council to introduce $4.3 billion in a set of $4.3 billion in 3 to 5 years. Among them, there are 13 sets of large chemical fertilizer equipment, 3 sets of large chemical fiber equipment, 3 sets of petrochemical equipment, 43 sets of comprehensive coal mining units, denalkylbenzines, 3 large power plants, with steel Onometer 7 mil, and turbine compressor. Large projects such as gas turbines, industrial steam turbine factories. Then, on this program, a number of projects have been added, and the total plan is $5.14 billion. This is the second large-scale technology introduced after China's 156 projects introduced in the 1950s. China uses the 4-3 programs introduced equipment, combined with domestic equipment, built 26 large industrial projects, total investment of about 20 billion yuan, is also the introduction of these technologies, so that China's development has started speeding. Large fertilizer equipment, large chemical fiber equipment, petroleum chemical devices, data processing equipment, power generation equipment, coal mining units, oxygen equipment, etc. provide great help for China's development, especially 13 large chemical fertilizers production equipment. Let Chinese people I have been able to have a meal. After the introduction of the 4 large chemical fiber fortunes in 1982, China has been put into production, and China uses a 30-year-old cost, which has lost its original role, and the state began to supply textiles. The loyal food and surrounding supermarkets have been a long time. Cloth and some clothing have no purchase channel. After several large chemical fiber plants began to put into production, The clothing category of loyal food and surrounding supermarkets has also begun to become a big category, but only the style of clothing is still very single on the color of the cloth. Luo Sheng feels that China is now the most needed to achieve industrial integration. After the French Jimino Rosier to China, he would talk to him. If you can get a large-scale power plant construction agreement from the Jimino Rosier family, or a large special steel mill, the construction agreement is quite perfect. After all, large steel mills and large power plants on the other side of France are more advanced than China. Luo Sheng wanted to do in the future. If the country's large basic industries are not developed enough, even if Luo Sheng has 3-6 arms and cannot be displayed. Luo Sheng is clear, a country in the process of industrialization, the popularity of mechanical products in the nationals, and the use of the national can be properly reasonable, and after the construction of the cement plant, he will be in Jiangqing. This is a large industry, so that China gets rid of what is going to rely on imported models, so that China's economy has accelerated. Chapter 292 is unlimited. Wang Bo has become unlimited in recent time. It can be said to be painful and happy. When he signed an agreement with Mitsubishi Mining Group Co., Limited, he recorded this signing ceremony. And on the night, he played the lens signed by him and Mitsubishi and Sanjing Real Estate. It can be said that Wang Bo is famous overnight. One time the scenery is infinite. In the 1980s, celebrities in wealth, most of the people who can see TV in CCTV know. Now many people know that Jiangqing is a place called Bamboo Plate. It came out of a young man named Wang Bo, and the collective made a loyalty company, successfully introduced an oversized cement production line from Japan. The value of this oversized cement production line is probably 2 billions. For cognitive, 1 yuan is already a common people of super rich people. Many people don't know how much is the 2 billions, they just know, this collective faith company is very powerful and has made a considerable project. After the TV news broadcast, Wang Bo's identity is a quality improvement, and it can as the level of the mayor of the small-scale prefecture, even if it is the staff of the office of the office. When will it be respect himself? It was very happy by the public, and Wang Bo's heart was very happy. Wang Bo did not expect that he could play with such an identity in such an image. When I was 1.5 years, he also played in the land in Jiangqing Bamboo Plate. It was not a matter from morning to night. In addition to smoking, drinking and fox dog friends playing, basically there is no other thing. At that time, he wanted to eat full, wanted to buy tobacco and alcohol. He got the big sisters home to eat, some tobacco and alcohol. If there is no big sister and brother, their families help, even he will be starved to death. The new year can eat meat. 10.5 months of the moon can drink and quickly drink wine quickly. These for him, it is a very extravagant thing, but it is more than a year. He had a change in the earth. Now he is the general manager of the faith, and manages hundreds of people under his hand. The news of CCTV is not said, and even directly accepted by the high officials of the Black Province and the provincial high officials. The change is great. And Wang Bo even has won. He is now a feeling of living in a dream. However, the title of Wang is not so good, and the things on him suddenly. The loyalty company is originally in the Black Province. In Jiangqing, it is a company that is not very concerned. However, this time and Mitsubishi Mining Group company signed a contract, and then pushed the loyalty company to the tips. As the head of the communications company, Wang Bo has directly signed a total of nearly 200 million CDM, which not only causes the attention of the center, but also caused the high level of high-rise in the province. You must know that Faith is a major investor, building a largest cement plant in Black Province, which is an extremely sensational thing. Wang Bo is difficult to know in this time. In the 8th year, in the Black Province, some million yuan is already a quite sensational big incident. But this faith company actually made a big project of hundreds of millions, and it is difficult to do it. Not only is the leading cadres in Jiangqing to the province to find him to eat, that is, the leading cadres of other cities to see the signing ceremony, and they also started to climb in this time. They hoped that Wang Bo can take some time to visit their city. Through the news that heard the news, they wanted to understand a thing, that is, Wang Bo is a superior energy. Opened a supermarket that was well received by the people of the river city, but also sold the mountains who didn't eat in the Black Province to Japan. From Japan, low-priced from the low price of China, the cans of China's scarce fish, these for them, it is already a big thing, let alone the faith of Wang Bo's loyalty has introduced hundreds of millions of yuan, that is, the hand of the sky is powerful. The food chain supermarkets in the communications company have settled in the unemporics of the province. These people have learned from some channels, and they have asked Loyal to open such a new type of food chain supermarket to their city. These people have already understood it through some channels. The Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets are a very conscientious supermarket. The goods in the supermarket do not say that the price is almost 2 to 30% lower than the other state-owned shopping malls. Huimin is a big aspect. It is what they should do. There is another reason that the loyalty company is a big hand of the company. It is really subverting these people's awareness. It is a national third largest cement production pipeline. The state has been engaged in too, and the faith company has gone to the company, which means that the strength of faith is very strong. If you see business opportunities in their city, they can conduct a series of cooperation. Exporting for foreign exchange is what they want to see. With foreign exchange, you can buy advanced machines from foreign countries to buy advanced things. If you can get foreign exchange through Wang Bo, the city's economy will be funny, and the road to reform and open will go more far. Although there is no such thing in the economy, there is no such thing, but it is also a very good merit to the city. It is also a very good merit, and you must have a fresh blood. Joining loyalty company is absolutely in line with their requirements. Wang Bo has experienced a lot of time in handling things, can also be said to be exquisite, plus the current loyalty company is really thriving, really have real gold. No matter the city, or the high officials in the province, Wang Bo can talk about laughter. Even in just a few days, the supermarket settlement is reached in several big cities outside the province. But these conventions are only oral agreements. What time is the city where Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets settled in their city? Everything still needs to be able to decide. There are several cities around a variety of cities, and some things they produce them. They also want to sell through the channels of Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets. After the reform and opening up, there are more items, but the sales channels are almost uncommon. This and the 1980s, all aspects have a certain relationship. Wang Bo and they reached some preliminary agreement. The conversation of the mayor of these cities and the city high officials, said with Liu Sheng, and see what good proposals on Liu Sheng. Wang Bo's heart clearly. Liu Sheng has always had the idea of the province. And now I can enter some cities in other cities with the help of the Mitsubishi Mining Group. The loyalty of the food and surrounding supermarkets are paved in the province of the Black Province. It is a long-awaited thing in Liu Sheng, just a chance to have no right opportunities and people, and the plan to enter other cities is not very mature. This sign is completed, and after talking to the mayor of the city and the city high officials, the faithful food and smashing supermarkets have been in these cities, and they can be said to be water to the stream. Chapter 293, for the consequences. When Liu Sheng signed an agreement in Wang Bo to the Black Province, he did not expect such a sensation, but Liu Sheng feels that this thing is definitely a great thing for loyalty companies. In this way, the name of the faith is playing out. In the future, if the company is recruited, it will recruit some kind of famous gas. There are actual work experience, or the people such as scholars, will be more than the name before. Many strong. Since the loyalty company is going to open a big project in Jiangqing, it is also normal to establish 1 to 2 large enterprises in various cities in the province. Then there will be a lot of large-scale enterprises to acquire in the future, so that the companies belonging to the faith company can have complementary interconnection, and one of the construction of such a place in Jiangqing, Jiangqing's pattern is not enough. If you do a good relationship with the leadership of these cities, you can have a good start with these cities. Many of the faith companies will enter these cities in the future. Luo Sheng told Wang Bo, let him tell these leaders who have to enter the city to enter from the community. And faith is preparing to cover the comprehensive nature of the city's city railway station. This building will be large-scale shopping malls above 4 floors. The building area is at least 100,000 square meters. If the place is large enough, you can get a larger building from the National Design Institute. Then, the large-scale shopping mall of the communications company architecture and the hotel integration building will reach 300,000 square meters. After such a building, the Loyal Food and surrounding supermarket will be held in it, other parts, as part of the loyalty chain of loyalty companies. This large shopping mall, eat, live, travel, play will form integration. This will serve as the first pilot in the city. If the cooperation is pleasant, the faith company will increase investment in this city, or the company is upgraded with large companies in this city. The leaders of the city can agree and be responsible for the movement around the house. Then the faith company will develop in which place will be developed, and all the costs needed for development are all from the loyalty company. At the time of relocation, you must guarantee that these people's live area is not affected. If these people don't want money, don't share the same size house, loyalty can buy some larger planes in this city, giving these people, guarantee their appeal. This thing, which city is the first to throw an olive branch, then the faith will come to the city to carry out this large integrated mall building. If there are other cities, if you agree to this request, you will see the actual ability of the faith company, or the capacity of the city's local construction company. Luo Sheng told Wang Bo, in recent days, I will put this style directly. If the city's leadership choices and faithful companies engage in this project, then the loyalty of the faith of the company will take the lead in which city will be in the city. If you compete in a few cities, then you will see which city gives them a good offer. Once there is a result, he will meet the leadership of the provincial city and the city, and make a detailed talk. Put all the matters. Luo Sheng is designed to build such a integrated building near the train station in several large cities in the province, and have a considerable relationship with Luo Sheng. Among the 3 provinces of Northeast, especially the Black Province, it belongs to the area of the Mountain High Emperor, and the folk customs are more embarrassed. As long as it is the train station to this, then, in 10 people, there will be 3 people to be black by some bad merchants. He remembers very clear. He is Jiangqing local people. When I went back to Jiangqing, I took a bowl of noodles at the entrance of the train station. In the 90s, $2 a bowl of hot face, eat near the train station, can manage. You have a price of 20. What's more, I got a bowl of noodles. The merchant directly gave you a bowl to put a small crab, put the noodles of prawns, and a bowl of noodles directly as it is 50. Many foreign provinces have eaten here, see such a situation, and even if they are wrapped, after 2,000 years later, this kind of wind still exists. You want to buy some fruits, send it yourself in front of the train station, buy 4 or 5 small apples, the vendor will directly give you fruits, one mouth is £6. You just don't want to buy it. Looking for the police. The police are what they know. You have found the police just mediate. Don't you buy water? Then you have a given you outside a pound of apple, buy 2 yuan. In this vendor here, people sell you $5 a pound. Before you say that you didn't listen, people are good apples, and ordinary apples are different. In other words, the police found the police, and you are still set. Just less being pitted. There is also a vendor's booth to write this apple pentagon. You have seen it over there. A good apple, usually by 2 yuan. This place sells 5 corners, just selling people. When a mouth does not buy a 4 pound of £5. When you buy a money, you will find that when you pay, the amount of money changes. You look at the apple's 5 corners, but people tell you, apple's 5 corner of 1 or 2. The apple on him is a toss-selling apple. You have already bought your hand. You want not to buy. You want to do this money. Sorry, that is impossible. If there is anything else, the vendor will even make a fist. The vendor will report at this time, saying that someone bought apple without giving money, and playing people. This is involved in public security cases. You said that the vendor is black, and it is also playing people. People are not recognized. The main thing is that in the railway station, there is a matter of understanding. You are doing, no one gives you a testimony, but it is a person who has a certificate there. People see you don't give money or want to give money. That is also hitting people. No one's card and material evidence. That is, you will take a certificate. People will not recognize it. If you are a local, or there is a relative in the local area, I'm looking for someone here, and some money to a relationship is broken. If it is a foreigner, you want to be a car home, or if you want to take a place to do things. So, sorry, you don't spend big price, it will not go out from this security police station. After you were caught in the public and police station, I grabbed your people singing red face, telling you that you belong to public security cases, and involving robbery and illegal accounting for the sin of the items. If you don't do anything, you will take you here. Sending a detention center, it will directly accept the prison to serve prison. When this arrested, the other sings the white face, asking if you are a person. There is no friends and family here. If there is a relative friend, please call the friends and family, let them find someone to spend money, saying that this is quite big, saying small. Almost nothing, nothing more than two people have arguing, nothing more than the public saying public. The woman said that the woman is rational. If you hear you there is no relatives, he will tell you that is it not a policeman? That person is a friend of his police. You can find that person, break the money, avoiding someone to give that person will help you talk about it. This matter can be solved. In short, as long as you spend money near the train station here, it is not a small money, that is really nothing, a bad thing, and even give you inexplicably. Everyone has a certificate of human cards. A pen is recorded. When you want to turn it, you can't find the case. After you find a human card, the human card will also speak like this police and the vendor, bite directly, and he saw that there is such a situation. For specific things, he is not very clear. There are a lot of people around the train station, and the thief flyer is rampant. If you don't pay attention, what is the money on the body will be sneaked, and after the report, the police almost can't catch people, unless the amount of money is very huge. They will I am going to catch it, but I can't catch it. It is another thing. If you have a forces in the people who are stolen, they call the police station or call the leadership. Say that the peeled wallet is like, which is a child husband. The items you lose the wallet will be protected. Send it back. The image of the train station in the Black Province is broken by the unscrupulous merchants and some molecules. Countless people to do business in the north encounter such a situation. After the next, even if you ask him they will not come in the north. Chapter 294. With the moment of time, it seems that there is a model in the country, as long as it is going to travel, or where to travel. The hotel and supermarket around the train station, people who are always out of the door will not choose that place to eat shopping because people are afraid of those who are unrequited business. The later generations of KFC, McDonald's, Ditk, there are fast food restaurants such as California beef noodles. They are very popular in China. The biggest reason is to eat in these places. At least people will not worry. These fast food stores pay attention to prices and transparency. The most important point is that in these places, they can have an extremely safe, at least goes outside, eat these things, not bad stomach. If you eat in some small restaurants near the station, it is easy to be slammed into the next time. Do not say, 10 rice, at least. If you don't have an urgent matter outside the door, you can find it better to find the toilet. Otherwise, it is a matter of quite trouble. The small hotels and big hotels around the train station are also almost. These local people are also slaughtered. But more worth mentioning is that in the surrounding small hotel, it is a quite dangerous thing to move your things. I lost it. After things lost, the hotel is not responsible. The police will not give you any answers. can only be self-denial. If you live in some hotels, you will have some service items, no matter if you use it or not. You will mention your accommodation. Want to develop a region, these ugly things must be removed, and the Black Province is out of the country to the country, and has become the first large province of population outflow, and these environments have a considerable relationship. Those habits that have accumulated from the 1980s have continuously affecting some young people, and people don't hang their habits. The window of the city of the train station, casual slaughter, will be repeatedly visible to the situation of the foreigner. With the continuous development of bad habits, most of the government officials are the kind of what you do. As long as I arrive here, then I will get the geese. Whether you have any good policies above, a good form, it's not good to get here. As long as you work, you must go. If you don't leave, you can't be small. It's a few minutes, you can make you more than a few minutes. What is the matter of the staff in the government? It will never let you take enough information to come here. As long as it is a job, it is a lack of information specified in this country, or missing the documents. When you go to the window, no matter when you don't know what you need, and you will take the information once, you will take the information to you, tell you, the information is not full. What is less? There is no item, this is unable to handle. In the second time, when you take the information, you will take a look at the person, and you will give you a look again. What reviews are missing? What is missing? You have a good discussion with him, ask, what information does it still need? He tells you, the lack of information does not bring the next link, he doesn't know what material will be less. What do you want to do? Don't listen to it. What to do? To him. He is not a problem with the problem. You have a simple to the extreme. Don't let you run a few times. It is what the office is young and has no experience. I don't pick anything. When they will tell the office, when you go to do things, you don't have the materials you should do. Do you have to review the agency to give you something? And their business is so busy, there is no time to go help you worry about this. In short, you didn't find someone, I didn't get the benefits. Then, you need to run a few times, take some road, spend money. It is definitely more than you find someone to do things. When Liu Sheng, when he was a child, bet ID card, he would even be held 3 times 5 times there. In short, you won't let you run once. Normal identical card, you must find a police officer that is responsible for your place. After signing, you have to go out to copy your ID card, the home page of the account, and the Huku, you have to. A lot of jealous things don't say. When you go to the police station, it's not a police officer to break, it's going to have a mission. If you are at home, he will tell you, he doesn't know you, you want you to come to the neighborhood committee. Otherwise, he will not sign you here. Original ID card is all from the neighborhood committee. If it is not the resident of this place, the neighborhood committee will not give such things. However, to the side of the police, you must prove that there is no proven. That's good. Find people who can prove that you are this area. When people have a word, I will basically know when I go to visit, but I don't know you. Where are you mentioning you or a neighbor? People don't take care of you at all, tell you directly to proceed. After the opening prove, the police officer went to do things, not in the police station, and I have to go next day. The next day, the film police did not necessarily be there. It is possible to card you for 3 or 4 days in the table. Plus a police station on a member of a household member. The police station's household registration management. I don't know if it is a real meeting or a holiday. In short, just 2 or 3 hours, you can see the family members, not invoking to go to work, just to meet in the bureau. Other people in the police station can't handle the business of their members. If you look for someone, it will be different. You bought 2 boxes of good smoke, or gave some money quietly, all the questions were not a problem. Even if your ID card is handled, he will help you directly there. As for what proves that it is not proven, there is no such thing. As long as you give a gift, everything can be done. If you don't find someone, don't give gifts. Everything will be card you crash. Slowly, in people's hearts will have such an idea, go out to do things, have to leave people to give gifts. Only such a thing can do things. Through these things triggered, the worst incentives are, say you will do it, can't work. Say you can't do it, you can't do it, you can't do it. Want to promote the official, then do it, take money. If the money is in place, everything is good. There is no ability to have you with you. I don't know the gift, I don't know if I am doing, then, you will do it in your job. There is a long period of time in the Black Province, and the location is a highly affixed. What position do you want to sit on? How much is the price of the marks? As long as you take this money to send the superior leader, then this location is yours. If you don't give a gift, there is no advanced to Tongshan type, that location is not to you to sit. I bought the money I want, and the money can't be white. What should I do? And the people below reach out, the following people don't have money, then a melee. It is because of this reason, the wind that Northeast lava wants is quite large. This kind of lava should also protect the umbrella. To make an alteration, the following mana to 200 yuan, then, this money will receive 50 yuan, and the rest of the money will be handed over to the superior leaders. The superior leaders will receive 50 yuan, and the rest will be handed over to the higher leadership. Once the things are out, leaders will notice their people to help the following things. Because of this reason, bad breath will become more and more serious. Everything is made up of a little big, and there is such a kind of levers behavior, and a layer of slowly will be transmitted to the upper layer, and the whole official group is corrupted, and then breed corruption. In 2017, investing in the discourse of the mountain customs, spread in the country. Why is investment not yam customs? Investment environment. When investing in the Northeast, when investing, it is said that things are saying well. After you invest in money, as long as it is the leadership of the city, or for these years, I don't give you the filial piety. So, your investment will encounter a variety of Laker behaviors. Almost all departments can find a suitable reason to make your business unable to produce. At this time, if you spend money, it is just a department. Other things don't have to do it. Every day, it is just to deal with these things. It is almost exhausted. Enterprises have a lot of money in this place, but producing the profits of products, and can't even meet a series of less. Investing in millions or tens of millions go in, waiting for it. It can be said to be a very good thing. Businessmen do business or doing enterprises. They are all met. The mouth is passing, and there is no one in the Northeast. No one dares to invest in the past. At 2017, the amount of investment throughout the Northeast is not more than 100 million, and it is because of such a situation. The Northeast gradually went to the decline. Luo Sheng has always had such an idea. Since he is reborn to 8 or 2 years, he regenerates to the Northeast. Then he wants to change this kind of situation with his rebirth. Let Norteen become China's real rear. Let Northeast show the vitality of the country should make the motherland take off the fastest time. Chapter 295 is unwilling. After the contract, Wang Bo received the enthusiasm of the high officials of the Black Province and the provincial high school, but, because of the reason, they did not say anything with Wang Bo, just to be a good project, and if there is a big project in the future, it is necessary to report on the province in advance. As the first group of successful groups since the reform and opening up, don't be proud, but also keep in mind the sense of responsibility and mission of the party and the state, and drive more people to work together. Now that the faith is doing this level, they all look at the eyes, and they even hope that the company can make things better in the future. Communications Mitsui, the contract, signed the contract, is a pure foreign company. Although there should be a lot of money or shares, it is a fundraising completed overseas. It belongs to the personal funds, with the Livestone Loyalty Company. The relationship is not big. It is unable to plan to be in the collective businesses of the faith. The electric fan factory and sanitary napkin factory invested before and before, is actually a truth. The province's leaders know that this collective company is a nature company. However, in this case, the faith company is a collective enterprise of state-owned. And the loyalty of the three wells is also part of the communication company and foreign capital. The law of the agreement signed by the loyalty company and Bamboo Plate is not recognized. At some extent, the country wants to recover the faith company, it will take the loyalty company, the company and the collective thing. It is absolutely unable to tolerate personal go-to-operation. However, the company has grown. That kind of agreement and the law of the law, no one goes deep into this matter. Everyone has a default that has a model that has confirmed such a model. After all, there is only benefit from the province to the province. There is no harm. The idea of the high-level leaders in the province, basically, and Liu Sheng's early ideas at the beginning of the faith company, this belongs to a kind of shock ball. Some people are more true. The faith company is not fully compliant, and even directly banned. Some things are fully charged. However, after Liu Sheng's series of operations, faithful companies have become a lot, and people who have dinner by loyalty have also quite. The province will not easily do the kind of thing that unloading and killing, except for some meat. There is nothing benefit, but not as natural. The high level of the province is very good for the attitude of loyalty company. Jiangqing Mayor Meng Quanxing and Municipal Goshi Wang Zongayu, for the sudden mobility of the faith, they felt very strange, more annoyed. Such a company, how can they have not seriously examined it? This faith company, they used to have a little bit of small impression, but this impression also stayed at the time of the Deputy Director Liu Gang, who was dismissed. They just remember of such a thing. Liu Gang was packed by the province because of a group-founded small company that was engaged in Bamboo Plate. At that time, two people always felt that the people in the province did a big sum. Liu Gang did nothing wrong with a little thing, a stick kill. Some passed. Later, Sheng Mountain Wild Cuisine Processing Factory started, but also because of some things to stop. In the past, they only knew that the loyalty company was able to toss, and there was a mountainous vegetable processing plant in the province. Although the faith company is very unhappy, there has been no connection with them, but the company inside the province should be very big. Or if there is no such thing, the mountain wild vegetable processing plant is one project, and it will never wear a hat in the province. And communications companies launched a joint venture factory for cooperating joint ventures. Later, it was a matter of loyalty to the people in Jiangqing, and they heard that after this matter, the first impression in my heart was to pull out. In addition to the national government department, someone else can give school students, and these soldiers people send free cans. This is a thing that is pulling. Later, as the cans were issued a lot, they only knew at that time the faithful company did to make things happen to Jiangqing people. But they are extremely unhappy about loyalty. They feel that this company is not understanding. The municipal government is so many leaders, so many cans of this company are sent. Don't you know that some fish can? However, the faith company has been small in Jiangqing, and the reputation in Jiangqing is very good, and he has not touched their pain. If you want to clean up such a company, the teacher is unknown, but also face the question of the province. If it is, someone has already shot this unusual company. Another point is that the faction in the city is divided into a few pieces. Which party wants to do his loyalty company? It will be in the legs, interests and harvests that will be less than other factions. So, communications is living very well in Jiangqing. The signing ceremony of this and Mitsubishi Mining Group, they simply imagined Wang Bo like a young man, actually, and there was a capital that they could not imagine at all, actually accounted for more than half of total investment. The total investment of the largest cement plant in Jiangqing is probably more than 2 billions. That is to say, the faith company does not speak, and it is a big event that is shocking. When Jiangqing Mayor Men Quen and Wang Zongayu and Wang Bo were eaten, two people showed great enthusiasm, their hearts clearly, such a big god, they have to support and protect them. After returning to Jiangqing, they must focus on this faith company, and the mayor of the competent industry, to give loyalty to the company in Jiangqing, this basically private nature, they must controlled in your hand, can't be deceived by other cities. The province has now a unique existence of loyalty company. In the future, they are unable to come from this angle to loyalty. It can only be flickering. Let them contribute more power in Jiangqing. They did not expect that Wang Bo was directly eaten after the end of the contracting ceremony, and one of the various cities of the city, and these people had thrown the olive branches on Wang Bo. I hope that loyalty can go to their city, investigate and go to their urban development. These people gave Wang Bo's generous treatment. Even after they heard it, they all felt so much movement, and these people gave a loyalty campaign. His treatment is very good. Wu Zongxing, Jiangqing Mayor, Wang Zongyi. Two people. I think it is like a big company such as a loyalty company. It is one of the star companies in Jiangqing. They must not let the golden chicken that can lower the golden eggs from Jiangqing. Communications wants to move some merchants around the train station, cover the super large shopping mall, can also be in Jiangqing. And Jiangqing as a place to be loyal to the company, there is also an advantage in Jiangqing. It is not that other cities can promise the conditions of faith. Then Jiangqing city is absolutely not behind people. The project of loyalty to invest in the Black Province has a lot of projects. They must do a good relationship with the loyalty company. They are the most clear in their hearts. At this time, Jiangqing's largest company is Jiangqing Paper Plant. Jiangqing Paper Plant was built in 1953, and it was put into production in 1957. Which is composed of two paper and copper networks of 156 key projects built by the Soviet Union during the May 5 period. In the early days of the construction plant, the investment of 3 million, and the paper mill has developed into China's comprehensive pulping paper backbone enterprises. The Jiangqing cement plant in Wangbo, the investment size reached more than 2 billions, after starting. Basically is the second largest enterprise in Jiangqing. Once this cement plant starts, Jiangqing will follow the economy, and Jiangqing has a sharp development. Then, the space they improve will be much larger. Since the reform and opening up, the national leaders have been added more than once, and to increase the investment in infrastructure. To build a big factory in the steppes, we must build a large factory with socialist characteristics, all of which are inseparable from the cement. Again, they are in the provincial government, but the leaders of the Black Province have said that the faith is in Jiangqing, not only a simple thing to build a large cement plant. In the future, faithful companies will increase investment in Jiangqing, and even have a huge investment than this fund. According to Chen Xiu's senior official, the faith company has to invest in several large projects in the near future, including the country's largest animation creative base, Faithful Medical School, Faithful Technology Building. These large projects have been approved by the provincial party committees, which has been included in the plan of the 8th year. Now only the land used in the Jiangnian government, it can enter the initial construction. Chapter 296 Junior Wisdom, China Wisdom from the other side of Japan. This faith is not only introduced such an international big company such as Mitsubishi Mining Group, and the Mitsubishi Group has become a partner, and has purchased a large number of world largest world from Mitsubishi Mining Group Corporation. Mechanical. If you don't accidentally, you will build in Jiangqing. The loyalty company and the province are proposed. In the Longqingxiang, the east of Jiangqing, apply for a cross-sectional area, to build a reform test area. This is a preliminary 10-year plan mentioned by the faith, and the leadership inside the province are studying the implementability of this program. One of the following operations, since the reform and opening up, there has been no such special case here. At this time is the country. This time is nothing more than in Shenzhen. I have made a special area. Now I haven't started this test area. In case it becomes a wrong route, it will not pay. Although the loyalty company seems to have funds, there is no problem with a large cement plant in Daily Capital, but to engage in such a large reform test area, it will need to be counted from along this problem. After several discussions, the provincial party committee and the provincial government decided to temporarily put on the proposal of faith. In the first time, I approved a 500,000 square meters of land, so that the loyalty company was in advanced investment construction, the rest of the things, and to see the results of the preliminary achievements of the communications company. Anyway, the Faith is a local earth-growing company in the Black Province. It has achievements or has a new movement, and it is also possible to promise those things that Faith companies. The programs raised by the Faith company are the 10-year plan, that is, this plan can be seen for a long time, and now it is an urgent thing. The loyalty company in the province are proposed, allowing the province to invite the country or the design of the Provincial Design Institute, specializing in the design planning of the company to help loyalty companies in Jiangqing, and complete the inspection argument within this year. This matter, the province has promised to agreed, and said to the loyalty company, the country is not suitable for the right expert, the province will pick up the soldiers will come over there to complete this task. Luo Sheng has always felt that after the Jiangqing cement factory began to produce cement, the Faith company will begin to develop the 5 million square meters of land, and strive to build and provinces buildings in the province. His letter is also a matter of consideration for the engineering design in Jiangqing, but their experience is too little. He covered some dormitory buildings in Jiangqing, or some simple residential buildings. People of these design institutes can also be competent, really, to cover large hospitals, cover large shopping malls or large animation-based large-scale technology buildings. Then, Jiangqing Design Institute is unable to win. Luo Sheng wants to build a lot in Jiangqing, not only to find the right designer to help him design, he will also purchase materials in various plants such as cement plant in the province. Otherwise, his plan the spread will be quite difficult. Crack women are difficult to do. Milliners, there is no material, even if it is a loyalty company rich, it is also can't cover up the building. This Faith company introduced some high-tech machine products, high-tech medical products, high-tech laboratories, from Japan. But now I haven't arrived in Jiangqing, many of them are new products, need wait until the production will be able to get the goods. Because these high-tech things have not been transported to Jiangqing, he didn't take out specific planning in the province. After all, the foundation of the thing or what I want to build, I haven't built it. These things cannot be used. In this period of time, Luo Sheng used a Faith of the company from China's football and basketball manufacturers, ordered tens of thousands of football and basketball, purchased thousands of ice skates and ice hockey sticks. These items will be distributed to Black provinces, primary and secondary schools in the province. After the Faith company puts the football and basketball, it is also proposed that in the next 3 months, it is the construction of a football field for primary and secondary schools in the province. The door of football and basketball stand have been orders, and when they strive to 8 or 4, primary and secondary schools in the province will be their own football field and basketball court. The dangerous houses of primary and secondary schools in the province will send people to pay for money, carry out the safety of students in the province. And faithful companies have a promise. After recent Faith, the Faith company will come out, will be in the province, building some primary and secondary schools named in the window named by Faith. Communications also made a promise of the province, striving for 5 years, 2 free large libraries in Jiangqing. Jiangqing's students can always go to these 2 large libraries at any time, read the book reading. If the library reads more books, you can also take the book from the library. Library only charge a borrowed mortgage. When did you return the book back to the library, then this mortgage will return to the students and people who want to learn knowledge. Luo Sheng has always had an idea. The young wisdom is Chinese, and the young rich is rich in China. It is strong in China. The juvenile advances are progressing China. For the beautiful tomorrow of the motherland, they will build some sports facilities and 2 free books. The museum, that is what the current thing is going to do. At this time, the students will become the main army of the construction of the motherland. At this time, they give them more knowledge, giving them a better environment, and will definitely enable a good role in the future development. It is a plan for students to build 2 large libraries. Luo Sheng also plans to build a large toolbook category in Jiangqing. In this library, as long as you want to find a professional pair of books, you will be able to find it. Luo Sheng has an idea. At this time, the toolbook on the developed country and the books of scientific research results are very difficult, and some Chinese people don't understand. In these years, it is necessary to recruit students in the world's developed countries, as well as students who are proficient in developed countries and some tutors, specializing in translation of those high-tech books in developed countries and in Chinese style. Printing, let more Chinese people can learn advanced knowledge. In this case, as long as the technicians of the country will learn, then the national technical reserves will arrive at a very high step, and China's development is naturally accelerated. The library should make him invest in this library, collect a large number of information resources, technical resources, especially those who enable people to get new knowledge after learning. Through the processing of these information resources, the library has a comprehensive guideline, comprehensive guidelines are formed, and there is a more extensive communication and transmission, making readers to better utilize them. Once the time is mature, the computer era is coming, and the library he built will form a large database on the computer, allowing people to find the information they want more quickly in this database. The loyalty company has risen, then you can do these things, then the faith company must make such a thing best. Let the Black Province enter the expressway of the industrialization process, so that the Black Province takes off soon. Let China take off early and become the world's strong country. Chapter 297. These are not a large propaganda, but instead of responsible for the operation of the Black Provincial Department of Education. They are just responsible for the investment of these products. Single 1. The Faith Company has invested nearly 500,000 yuan. The leadership of Jiangqing and the idea of leaders in the province are almost the same. The only food chain supermarkets of the loyalty to the desktop have entered the expansion stage, and the food chain supermarket should be spread in the province. Since the faithful food and surrounding supermarkets can be built in the province, the other industries in the province can also come in other cities in the province. Jiangqing wants to grow rapidly, want to leave a company such as Loyalty Company. They must be supported, can't drag the legs. They have to give Wang Bo more attention. At this time is not only the thing of Jiangqing. There is news that it is the center of the center, and it is beginning to pay attention to the construction of a large cement plant. The signing ceremony attended by Wang Bo is not only the province's provincial report, which is the CCTV and People's Daily reported this message. To know, like this big project has always been a country, or a separate province as a unit, this time, the Faith Company is definitely a top place on the 4 or 3 programs and several major introduction of foreign big projects. The central government has tasted the sweetness. The Chinese people can make a full meal through these big projects, which can make the people of the country begin to be clothes and cloth. The national leaders are very clear in their hearts. Foreign funds and such big projects have more difficulties. Many times, not just need to come up with real gold platinum to exchange, but also sacrifices a large part of the interests. The Faith Company on the Black Province did not use the foreign exchange of the country, and there is no advantage of sacrificing the benefits of the country. It is so easy to enter the joint venture project into China. Naturally, there is a high-level leader to pay attention in the body of Wang Bo. At the same time, Wang Bo has been signed from birth to a contract, and Wang Bo has been investigated by the National Security Bureau. Wang Bo, male, poor agronome, born in 1961, father Wang Mingshan, mother. Primary school, Xinglin Primary School, Xinglin Town, Fu County. Class teacher Luo Feng Love. Class of classmates have Zhao Fangxian. Middle school, Fu County Turlin Town Middle School. Class teacher Ten Han. Class of classmates have Zhao Fudian. Meng Fanping. In the second grade of junior high school, I went to Jiangqing to tend to live in the big sister and the second grandfather there. The house left in Wang Mingshan, the father of the bamboo plate of Jiangqing, lived alone. Wang Boji Wang Yaking, Yuanjiang City 26th Elementary School, a general outstanding teacher, is now a teaching director responsible for teaching work. The worker of the brother, Luo Shangyong, Yuanjiang City Furniture, a workshop, in the 1970s, returning to Jiangqing, and married Wang Yaking, now the director of the production workshop of Jiangqing Jia's Hangyi factory. Wang Bo's second grandfather Wang Sutai, the certificate of revenue of the revenue station, retired in 198,000. The second grandmother is the housewife. Wang Bo's outer, Luo Sheng, Jiangqing 26th Elementary School students, after the early 8th year of the first school, the second grade of elementary school. The old sister Wang Yeji, the original Fu County Turtle Town, Xinglin Village, in March 19. In March, Wang Bo opened a hotel near Jiangqing Timber Transfer Station. On the side of the Yangqing Township of Jiangqing Suburban, Wang Bo, although there is nothing wrong with it, it is also a leisure person who is idle. At 8 seconds, Wang Bo found a large number of people in bamboo board, and the bamboo plate of the village paper signed the collective protocol framework, and began to fight fish in the Songhua River in Jiangqing, and the fish from the river transport to the city to sell. During this time, Wang Bo can earn a few thousand yuan. Then, in the Yangtze city and the oldest fresh-graduated store owner of Fufing Street, Hong Bin, two people opened a loyal food and surrounding supermarket. At the beginning of 803, Wang Bo and Black Province have reached an agreement, and in Jiangqing investment a mountainous vegetable processing plant exported to Japan. In the summer of 803, Wang Bo led the outer and bodyguards to the bank of the Black Provincial Station. After CCTV did an advertisement of an Mitsubishi and Longjiang brand electric fan, he flew directly to Japan. After that, there was this signing ceremony. Such a case of Wang Bo has penetrated the top leadership. The high-level leadership gas is placed directly to shoot the table, almost directly assigning him to the National Security Bureau of the Goan administration from the country. But after their in-depth investigation and high-level calls on the Black Province, they understand the reason. Chen Wuling and the leadership of the Black Province have long talked about this matter. Before I last for a long time, I have already raised the files of the Faith Company and various survey levels to the highest level, especially the identity of the high-level leadership of the Faith Company. It is a certain blockade. The rumors passing outside have truthful leave, and people can touch their minds. Chen we woke up learned that some high-level needs to know what to understand the loyalty company. Luo Sheng slowly slammed the water and entered the sight of these high-level leaders. The establishment of loyalty company, and Luo Sheng has an unparalleled relationship, and Luo Sheng has overseas relationships. This overseas relationship is established in the three well-off AIs, a real property group to the Black Province. Through the visiting visit, the personnel of the Goan Bureau have determined that Luo Sheng helped the daughter of Mitsui, the daughter of Sanjing, and the two people began to contact. In a period of time, Luo Sheng passed the 3-day comic weekly teenager in Japan, published 2 hot Japanese comics. These 2 comic books, a name called Detective Kaien, and the other called Grunge, is the largest comics that has been sold in Japan so far. Sanjing Real Estate and the Sanitary Napkin Production Factory and Electric Fan Production Factory, which are joint ventures in the Black Province, have a loyalty company. According to their survey, the Sanjing Real Estate should be a company that Luo Sheng's personal comics, a company established by the Sanjing Yadiazi, and the loyalty company and the 3 wells each account for 50%. As for the loyalty company, why can the Mitsubishi Mining Group and the Sangxi Mining Group and the Sanjing AZ have investing in the factory, but they can't investigate? But through the conclusions they have, Luo Sheng and the faith of communications are for the country to build, and they are all good for the country. There is no indication to indicate that Luo Sheng has the unfaithful act of the country. Luo Sheng and Wang Bo, and that faith company, from the establishment of the country, did not have the reputation of the country. harmful to the people's move, but to the country's construction, and won the people's praise. Chapter 298 Qing Dynasty. What? Please go to the electric fan factory to participate in the celebration next day. Luo Sheng received the invitation to Wang Chunlai. He first was slightly smashed, and he was relieved. The electric fan factory has recently been in these months. The production of Longjiang brand fan has a lot of electric fan, and soon sells an empty. The electric fan factory should engage in a celebration, and it is also a very normal thing. After all, through the opening ceremony, it is possible to boost the morale of employees in the factory, which can make the people in the factory to have a reward. He just got to go to the provincial capital, and the leaders of the city that had two people who have reached an agreement with the community of the community, and the road to the electric fan factory, and it is also a smooth road. Luo Sheng silently, the brain flashed two stories. This slowly said, Wang Fair, this celebration will pass, but I have two important people in this side. These two people can say that it is a great power of Longjiang brand electric fans. When I passed, I will tell you this thing again. Luo Sheng suddenly remembered, this electric fan can be so fast to put production. Yan Ming and Chen Tan are very good. If it is not two people, he can't use the fastest speed to complete the injection mold, and will not let the electric fan walk into thousands of houses in that short time. It can be said that Yan Ming and Chen Tan are all sent to the wait. Since it is the electric fan and seafood celebration, he will take the two old comrades to participate in the past. He participated in this celebration will be secondary, can't let this two old comrades have a chance to go to the stage. Of course, there is no problem. Faithful. When the morning is 9 o'clock in the morning, the celebration will officially start. I hope you can bring people here early. Give us some guidance. Wang Chunli faced smile, laugh in the phone say it. Wang Chunlai is a senior management person who belongs to the industrial hall. He has not intended to hear that the rule of supervision of the rules of the regular financial person will report to him, saying that a loyal letter is an important shareholder of the electric fan factory. If there is no loyalty, this price of this electric fan will be much higher at this time. Since the same, Wang Chunlai is the same as the outside world, they all know that the electric fan factory is built in the Black Province and a common investment in the Three Wells. But it is unclear that the Three Wells is Luo Sheng and the Three Wells. Originally, Luo Sheng's help for electric fans is very large. The pricing of the electric fan factory is Luo Sheng and Chen Xiu's high quality. Even if there is no advertisement to Luo Sheng in CCTV, he will also regard Luo Sheng as a magical boy. Luo Sheng gave them a new advertisement in CCTV, so that the sales of the electric fan factory reached a peak. By chatting with Japanese staff responsible for the financial management of the supervision, he learned that a message that makes him shocked to the extreme. That is, the production of Longjiang brand electric fans. Luo Sheng is coming out in Japan. You can say that there is no Longjiang brand fan. The Dragon River brand factory celebration, he must invite Luo Sheng to the scene. In this case, this celebration will be complete. Luo Sheng and Wang Chunlai, two people, set up this matter, and simply talked about the recent time of electric fan production and quality. This ended the pleasant call. After putting down the phone, Luo Sheng thinks that the day after the day, let Yan Ming participate in the celebration of the electric fan factory. Then, when he will be treated with Yan Ming tomorrow, Chen Tan put two people from the provincial city. Thinking of this, Luo Sheng found Yan Ming and Chen Tanfang's contact information, and put the phone to people. Luo Sheng said Chen Tanfang, and said to the Celebration Association and Chen Tan, let Chen Tan are ready to prepare on Saturday morning, from Jiangqing to the province from Jiangqing, the latest at noon. Chen Tanfang is connected, but Yan Ming did not contact because of rest, and did not call the family affair of Yan Ming. Luo Sheng sinks slightly, grabbed the phone, and hit the phone from Yan Ligo, Jingqing. At this time, Yan Ligang and Xiao Chan have established a household appliance repair department, which has already run a business license. It has opened a business, but also in accordance with Liu Sheng's request, a fixed phone is installed here. First, I asked about the work of Yan Liguo's recent time. Liu Sheng said that he would go to his home to find his father Yan Ming's things. I got the address of Yan Mingjie. Liu Sheng called Feng Mai, let him buy some fruits and other gifts to the loyalty supermarket. He wants to personally invite people to Yan Mingjie. Into Yan Ming lived in the family of Jiang Qing's first plastic plant. Liu Sheng saw that there were 2 tall-layer cartridge building in the family affair, and others were bungalows. And the 2 cartridges, it should also be a long history, and it can see very obvious cracks on the building. I got the Kubtuk building where Yan Mingjie. Liu Sheng found that the narrow staircase was full of people with some common items, and they were messy. In the early 1980s, people who were able to live on the tubes were very good. After all, China did not start building a commercial room. Almost all units are the same: old workers or old technicians, old cadres, in charge of living houses in the house or the building in the house. Going to the 2nd floor, the most reality, in the outer bag, with a slightly rusty and half-height iron, Liu Sheng knocked gently. Yan Ming's address is found by Yan Ming's son Yan Liguo. After all, Yan Ming's home has no phone. I want to find someone. It is a quite hard work. Who? Along with Yan Ming's extensive sound, the old house door that tightly closed was slightly moved. When the sound of the latch opened, Liu Sheng said out of the outside, Yan Xiu, I am of faith. Your home is really hard to find. Yan Ming died in a white vest with a plastic shape. The following is a yellow non-ruined shorts. He quickly greeted from inside his face. Yan Ming quickly opened the door, and he greeted from the house. He walked out. He shouted in a loudly, Lo Jiao. Let's pick up the house. The faith that has always been visible is coming. Yan Xiu, then you are polite, you will be free. I am here. 1 is to see you and Yan. 2nd, there is a thing to inform you. If you are interested, I want to invite you and Chen Xiu have to participate in a celebration meeting. Liu Sheng said slowly. He felt that such a thing must tell Yan Ming and Chen Tanfang in advance. Liu Sheng is very hoped that both people can participate in the Dragon Salang's celebration. After all, there is no 2 masters of Yan Ming and Chen Tan, and he can figure out the mold of the electric fan. To put it, Liu Sheng felt that he is still owed to 2 teachers. After all, the patent has been selling money on the other side of Japan, and the 2 teachers insist not to be divided into Liu Sheng. Please come. Come and come. What do you do? Yan Ming saw Liu Sheng's post sealing and sealing the half-mountain hand. He felt very embarrassed. Since I met Liu Sheng, the life of his home had a huge change, which brought so much thing. Simply let him have a feeling of unknown. Chapter 299 Liu Yufang Cement Land, Lime Brush, Big White Wall, High-Low Cabinet, Drawing Cabinet, Yan Ming family. Most of this time is basically the same as this situation. But Yan Ming's house seems to be richer than many families. After entering Yan Ming family, through several large elements, you can feel it. Yan Ming family's 2 black wood boxes, putting a 18-inch Toshiba color TV does not say, and there is a big double card player recorder next to it. These 2 things are absolutely a large luxury. On the side of Jiangqing, the average 50 households arrived at 100 households, and they can have a TV set to 2 households. Don't say that Yan Ming is not just a color TV set with 18, and there is also that 83, the most popular bird dance recorder. Yan Ming's home looks very good, but it is very narrow, and the area of the entire house is not more than 30 square meters. It is the bed, which is the two-story bed that uses the steel pipe welding. In addition to the bed, it can also put a meal desk. Next, it should be that in the small bedroom room, 2 big books are placed, and the bookshelf is full of professional books. That is, the ground is full of books. From this place, Liu Sheng can see, and can also imagine why Yan Ming can become the most admirable engineer in Jiangqing's plastic plant. This is Yan Y. I am Liu Sheng. I have always listened to Yan Xiu to see Yan Wei to eat. Today, I deliberately ran to your family." Luo Sheng smiled and gave Yan Ming's wife Luo Yufang. "Say it." Luo Yufang laughed at Luo Sheng, then quickly put down the rice table at the side, put the melon in the home and some candy, said, "I don't know if I come to guests today. I don't say it. There is nothing to eat. You will first let 2 people first." Luo Yufang has 4 or 5 years old. It seems that it is very kind. Let Luo Sheng feel a feeling of seeing neighbors. But Luo Sheng always called Yan Ming as Yan Xiu, and Luo Yufang, natural tube, called Yan Yan. "Yan Wei, you said that I have a good one. I have a good friend with Yan Qi. And Yan Luo Go is also a good friend. When you come here, you will be like yourself. You will not be busy. Give me a little at noon. When you take the sauce." When I chatted with Yan Lang, I chatted with Yan Lang. I have to listen to Yanj. I'm going to eat. I am going to this. Luo Sheng said, while thinking Yan Ligo and Chen Chong. They told my mother to make a sauce eggplant. According to Yan Li, when he took the train, his mother Luo Yufang made a sauce is a must, and the smell of sauce is rich, and there is a flavor of fish. People here in the northeast, almost every household will undergo large sauces, but the taste of the big sauces made every household is different. Less oil or a near of oil or what oil can be found, can make the eggplant of sauce and fish flavor. The taste should be good. La Yan, look at people's faithfulness. I will really talk. I'm a little flutter. Luo Yufang smiled after Yan Ming, said to Luo Sheng, said, loyalty. Since you said, I want to eat the rice made by Yan, that I don't leave at noon, Yan Wei personally kitchen to give you some delicious. I still want to eat any food, you don't do it, as long as Yan will do it, give you today. Yan Ming did not have less and Luo Yufang in his home. Luo Sheng, and their second son Yan Ligo was able to go to Beijing. The life in his home can reach the present, and it is because Luo Sheng. But Yan Ming is in accordance with the previous and Luo Sheng. If you don't put the loyalty company is Luo Sheng, saying that Luo Yufang does not know that Luo Yufang's identity, does not hinder the kind of goodness of Luo Sheng. When I saw Luo Yufang, Luo Sheng smiled and said, Yan Wei, I don't pick anything this person, I like it, just get to home food, you can. This time is with Yan Xiu. Speaking of something, by the way, if you really let me order, then I will pick up the saucer and the old tofu. Where is the roe? This, loyalty, you and your friends are sitting here. I went to the vegetable market east to buy some food, wait for you to speculate a few good dishes I take. Luo Yufang after that, after the end of the second bed of the home, I touched a handkerchief bag, and she took a yellow-white plastic woven pocket, and I went out. Luo Sheng saw that Luo Yutang went out to buy vegetables. He directly took this time to Yan Ming. The celebration of the electric fan factory? Exclamation mark. Yan Ming thought about it slightly in his mind. Suddenly, it seems that it is a small door, and said, loyalty. I think the fan of the electric fan used in the electric fan should be as 3 people have studied the blade of the injection mold technology of the fan. After Yan Ming said, he thought that when he was in their heart, when he studied this thing with Luo Sheng, Luo Sheng gave them a bonus of several hundred yuan, and they also put their son. They all went to the sky there. Although Yan Ligo and Chen Chong 2 people did not say anything in Beijing, but did indeed enter the faith company. At this time, as long as it is the people here, where else doesn't know, the faith company is the most rich company in Jiangqing, where people who go to work are people who earn a lot of money. For a few more time, he and Chen Tam put 2 people to the wedding dinner to the employee, and his heart felt that the son sent his son to the faith company. It was a very correct choice. If there is no big accident, it is like Luo Sheng said that Yan Ligang is getting married, and it is basically not to worry. Yan Ming has 2 sons, and the big son married a family moved to the west of Jiangqing. When married, I almost split Yan Ming's home. If I earn some money in Luo Sheng, he will never have such a life. Loyalty. I will not pass this celebration. I didn't make any contribution to the electric fan factory. Yan Ming returned to God. He was very turned to reject such a thing. Yan Ming's heart is very clear. This kind of celebration does not have any relationship with him. It is necessary to talk about it, and it is also the relationship between Liu Sheng. He owes so many people in Liu Sheng. If it is owed, he will feel this old face is not placed. Hey, what is your contribution you didn't make? I want to say that you and Chen Xiu are the biggest hero of Longjiang brand electric fan factory. Such celebration, if there is no figure, if I don't give you 2 celebrations, I don't think I'm not going. Today, I will definitely, you pack up, I will drive you this side, then pick up Chen Xiu, let's go directly to the provincial city. For Yan Ming the reaction, Liu Sheng is not surprising. After all, the people in this era are simple, and there is no idea of the kind of power. For 2 people in Yan Ming and Chen Tan, the faith company gives them enough money and help. They should not contribute any more. But Liu Sheng has such an idea. He must put Yan Ming and Chen Tan to participate in the celebration of the celebration. As long as there is such a thing, he will give it to the technical staff and experts participated in the project. They are higher glory and more rewards. Chapter 300. Chapter This hand is too big. Wang Factory Long ago. A few months have passed. You are now more and more famous for the factory manager. Liu Sheng and the door of the electric fan will meet his Wang Chunlai. When I was a hand, I said that Wang Chunlai said, this master is Yan Ming, this master is Chen Danfang, is a senior engineer on Jiangqing. After a while, I went to the province. There is a very important thing to talk. Don't go to the chairperson, this celebration. Let the people who hosted the conference to sit down to the chairperson. Liu Sheng is very grand, and the 2 masters of Yan Ming and Chen Tan are also told Wang Chunlai. He didn't go to the stage. Let Yan Ming and Chen Tan put 2 people on the chairs. For the celebration of this Longjiang brand fan, Liu Sheng did not want to go out the thoughts. After all, now thinking that Lok is still Lok. Come and see if you go to step. Liu Sheng has never thought about it. The electric fan. Liu Sheng didn't worry. He felt that this time he did not go to the stage. Then he must let Yan Ming and Chen Tan put 2 people to look forward, to give them enough respect and attention. After the construction of the laboratory and the research and development center, he must let these silent scientific research workers have the treatment they should have. This time, the rewards given to people must have more, to let they get some payable. This is the factory manager of Longjiang brand electric fan factory. Wang Chunlai is a person. Longjiang brand electric fan is the long-owned King factory, the 2 masters, etc. I have to get close to him. Liu Sheng introduced 2 people in Yan Ming, naturally introduced the identity of Wang Chunlai, and saves them to each other, especially Yan Ming and Chen Danwei. I only know the technical personnel of work, afraid of them. In addition to work, you should not contact people. 2 hands of Wang Chunlai, forwarded to Yan Ming and Chen Tan, and 2 people he shambled, and smiled. Welcome 2 high-end workers to the electric fan factory to inspect, and I hope that 2 high work will be more inside the factory, give more recommendations for the factory. Wang Chunlai's understanding of this time, he really knows that Longjiang brand fan can produce, and become a kind of welfare appliance for all Chinese people. With Liu Sheng has a great relationship. When the representative of the Japanese side was expanding the electric fan factory, he did not intend to hear something, that is, Liu Sheng dominates this considerable proportion in Japanese. This time expansion of the electric fan factory, the faith is the largest. And if Liu Sheng is advertised to the central TV station to advertise the Longjiang brand fan, Longjiang brand fan does not have such a brilliant result. If there is no strong support of the faith, Longjiang brand electric fan factory will not expand quickly. Wang Chunlai has always wanted Liu Sheng to go to stage, but Liu Sheng said directly to him, let the senior engineers of the 2 Jiangqing come to stage. What is this? Although Wang Chunlai has a lot of doubts in the heart, it is also very happy to play 2 people in Yan Ming Chen Tan. Wang Chunlai and Liu Sheng Yan Ming chatted a few words, raised his hand to greet Zhang Yui, director of the office of the presiding meeting. These two are senior engineers from Jiangqing, Yan Ming and Chen Tanwei. When I opened the celebration today, as a chairman of the special guest of our factory, you are familiar with the situation. Wang Chunli solemnly introduced the two Jiangqing's high-end workers, and told Zhang Yuyui. This time, the special guest of Yan Ming and Chen Tanfang as the celebration of the celebration. Zhang Yuyui looked at Wang Chunli, and looked at Yan Ming and Chen Tanfang, and his face was hesitant. Zhang Yuyui felt that Jiangqing is the subordinate city of the Black Province, and the true elite and senior engineers in the Black Province are in the provincial city, and the so-called senior engineers on Jiangqing also have a matter. At the King Jiang brand fan celebration, several high workers in the electric fan factory did not row the position. Once he put Yan Ming and Chen Tan, how did the high-end workers in the factory miss you? But Zhang Yuyui quickly adjusted his attitude, smile, and Yan Ming Chen Tan played a greeting, and he greet two people to enter him with him and prepare it to the meeting of the celebration. After all, the head of the electric fan factory is Wang Chunli. The factory manager is arranged, that is, the factory manager. He is not using this. He is also fortunate, this celebration, he reserved 2 seats. Otherwise, the seat is not arranged. When Liu Sheng dinched yesterday, the heart was also a matter of this celebration. He felt that this time celebration will give Yan Ming and Chen Tan to put 2 people some compensation. This money, the loyalty company can make yourself. The 2 of them should pay more than this. He will definitely can't let such technicians lose money. Liu Sheng slowly went to Wang Chunli, while laughing. I said to Wang Chunli, Wang Fair, this celebration is ready. The prize is what? This celebration will be prepared for 10 days ago. Basically there is no problem. But because our electric fan is a joint venture, I have not invited the leadership of the industrial hall, and the celebration is just contributing to the factory people. As for the prizes, everyone produces Longjiang brand fans produced by our factory, and gives them a certain bonus reward according to their contributions to the factory, and gives them a certain bonus reward. As a supply of motor plants and production materials, the old Wu, his contribution, the factory decided to reward him 200 yuan in cash. Wang Chunli is very excited to tell Liu Sheng. For this celebration, Wang Chunli attaches great importance to it. Everyone electric fan, contributing the biggest reward for 200 yuan? Exclamation mark. This is the so-called celebration of Wang Chunli. It's too much to think about him. After Liu Sheng, he smashed his left hand and scratched his head and said, I said, Wang Fairest, you have made such a vast celebration, give this thing so much. This is already a lot. After all, the factory built is very short, removes the profits of the province and daily capital. The factory can do this, it is very good. Wang Chunli said to these for Liu Sheng, there are fewer things, and he immediately said that the things I thought in my heart. Longjiang brand electric fan this joint venture factory produced. Most of them have to pay for the accounts of the province and joint venture, as the factory produced, in addition to the business, must be reserved. Every month there is not much balance to give him this factory manager, or the old Wu has saved a lot of money for the factory, and he has been reluctant. He can't say that 200 yuan as a reward. Liu Sheng gave a little bit for a while, slowly said, you may not be clear. Longjiang brand electric fan injection molding technology is the 2 high processes. No Yan Ming and Chen Tanfang 2 high work, there is no Longjiang brand fan factory. This way, you and the daily supervisor in the factory are said to say that I said, the daily capital of this celebration will resolve. Celebrate all people, the amount of the bonus is 3 times. And, this time I have received 2 high-end workers, everyone sends 2 Longjiang brand electric fans, rewards. Give them treated according to 500 yuan. Electric fan factory all employees have awarded in accordance with the standard of 50 yuan, and they will be issued next time. Wang Chunli was smashed by Liu Sheng. He really didn't think that Yan Ming and Chen Tan were alone, but the designer of Longjiang brand fan blade injection mold, and did not expect that Luo Sheng gave it. He celebrates a few times, and his heart shouted loudly, Nima. This hand is too big.